Hello, hello. Well. Look who we have here. We are live again. What are we on? Is it, yes, it is day 10. We are on day 10 of streaming every single day, working through our upcoming video in Mongolia, having some fun, answering chats, playing with my cats, everything in between. But yeah, thanks again for being a part of this journey. Anyone who's tuning in now versus who's been participating throughout the past 9 days. Anyone who's watching the VODs later on, I do appreciate all of that. It's been a fun journey. You know, I didn't think I would last 10 days of doing this, but I think I have 10 more days to go. So maybe we'll take it in 10-day chunks. But as we are here on day 10, I do have some urgency in terms of what we have to get done, and I haven't really been holding myself to it. Every day I've kind of been taking my time. You know, we've been taking our sweet time in terms of making some progress on our ultimate goal here for the next 5 days, which is completing our next YouTube video, which will be focused on our time in Mongolia. So this was a trip from February of last year, and we did make progress. We got through the opening trailer as well as chapter 1. So today's focus will be on chapter 2. You should be able to see, if I can point to it correctly. There we go. I think it's right there. So you should be able to see a running ticker which will be showcasing today's agenda. For the most part, I think each day's agenda will be roughly the same. I kind of like this structure. I like the routine. So yeah, I figure we'll keep it going until it gets too stale in any sense. But yeah, generally speaking, I want to start the stream with a bit of a warm-up, including me just warming myself up, talking to the camera and to you guys. And then we're going to kick into doing a short-form video edit. So we'll look to create another YouTube short based on Mongolia still. So as much as we can, we'll try to stick to the same trip. Because I do want to get through it as much as possible before we move on to other travels. And trust me, we have plenty of travels to come, so we will never run out of cool content. But yeah, so we'll work with like one video that we can turn into a YouTube short that I can publish by this evening. After we do that, let's call that within the first hour or so of streaming. Then we're going to switch gears and jump into my Mongolia vlog. And so then we'll spend the majority of our stream working through this video, and so far it's turning out really well. I'm really happy with it. We'll do a bit of a recap to show you guys the progress we've made, and yeah, we'll take it as long as we need to until there's a nice point where we say we've done enough. Most likely that'll be for today, let's say the end of chapter 2 or even chapter 3. If we can get through 2 chapters of editing, then I feel very good that we can reach our goal of completing this by Saturday. Then, I think number 3 on the agenda, but really it's all-encompassing, is making time for my cats. So whenever they demand attention, we will switch over to them. Like as we see here, we got Kimbap. There he is, making some noise. Kimbap, you want to say hi? Yeah, you do. So Kimbap's a good boy, and he likes to chill next to me over here. So whenever he hops over, makes some noise, we will highlight him. And my second cat, she seems to like making a late entrance, so at some point she will appear. We just don't know when, but of course I am obligated. I'm absolutely obligated to showcase them on stream. One thing I've changed up slightly, I did it yesterday I think as well, I just forgot to kind of call it out. Well, one, I would like to get feedback from people throughout in terms of things that I need to improve. One of them I do know is I want to adjust the microphone a bit. In terms of, I think it might sound a little bit tinny or metallic or whatever you want to call it, slightly robotic. I kind of hear it when I'm doing the when I'm reviewing my VODs. It used to be a lot worse, so I think I did make some adjustments, but some more to go. So there might be also changes that I make to the live stream setup, this kind of home studio that I got. One thing I'm doing is I have the TV behind me, but it was just kind of doing nothing in the past. So I figured I can play some of my long form videos that I've created on my YouTube channel out there. It's like very relaxing videos. It showcases some of my prior trips where I've extended a lot of the wildlife footages that I've captured and turn it into long form, like with some relaxing music, slow motion wildlife footage. So kind of hopefully will replicate a bit of a kind of like a National Geographic vibes. Now you probably can't really see it well because it's going to be a little bit overexposed. At least that's what I see from my end. But don't worry about it. We're just trying new things, and obviously I want to promote myself and what I do, what is my brand. So we'll keep trying out things as we go. But for now, I think the rest of this week, I want to stay consistent. I want to also maybe try to stream longer hours and even potentially start sooner. It's just that I need to fix my sleep schedule a bit. So, but yeah, I got some of those melatonin 3 milligram tablets, so we'll see if that actually helps or not. But yeah, anyways, that's the agenda for today. I think we're going to be productive, and I do want to get started now. So what I'll do is maybe I'll start by just kind of recapping a little bit of what we accomplished yesterday, starting with the YouTube short, which I did end up publishing. So I did post it on onto YouTube. And I posted as a story on Instagram, and then I did post it on TikTok. I will say that if you are new to this channel, if you want to see who I am as a content creator, I would maybe go in the order of definitely check out my Instagram. That is kind of where I started as a content creator. So you'll see a lot of my kind of portfolio of my body of work when it comes to the photos that I started with, and then moving into videography and Instagram Reels. But then my current journey has been on YouTube. So if you check out any of my content on YouTube, this is all videos that I've created in the past year and a half, somewhere within that range. I am a travel photographer and videographer, something that I did not study. I didn't go to any formal training for this. This is just something that I picked up as a hobby that turned into a passion that eventually turned into something I'm doing full time. So everything you see here, take that with a grain of salt. If I ever give instructions or teach, or if I have any teachable moments, it's stuff that comes from my experience, but nothing else. So let me show you guys the video that we created yesterday. So this was something I created as a YouTube short. So it's not necessarily the ones that I work on for my Instagram Reels, which tend to be a little bit more refined, tighter in terms of the duration of it, and like a little bit more poppy in some ways. But I do want to be more consistent in publishing content, so I am relaxing my guidelines a bit, especially for YouTube, where I'm less concerned about having the best of each footage. But yeah, anyways, I am still proud of this. We worked on it yesterday. Let's check it out. There we go. Yep, so nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy. All we did was just, find a clippable part of a longer video. I slowed it down. Then we applied just a little bit of zoom at some points of it, stabilized the footage. I think actually we didn't end up stabilizing, but we did. It was pretty stable already because it was in a slow motion format, and I was fairly steady with my own kind of tracking. And then we found some nice music to put in the background, and voila, published. So we will do more of these kind of things, and that's how we're going to start this this stream. Is you can see here I've got my DaVinci Resolve opened up. Excuse me. Another thing I'll mention is that I think I got a little bit sick yesterday. I had hung out with some people afterwards that it looks like maybe I was catching something from them right away, but I feel a little bit better today. So, but if you do notice my voice going at some point, I swear that won't always happen. It's just we're going through it. So, all right, we had created this video. Let's warm ourselves up with another video to work on. And like I said, I want to keep it somewhat within the bounds of my Mongolia trip. So while we do have over 100 terabytes of really cool footages from all around the world from my recent travels, I want to stay laser focused as much as possible until we run out of content. If somehow we have reviewed all the clips and we're done, like everything that could be milked, it's it's been milked dry, well then yes, we'll move on to other trips that I've been on, and so then we'll proceed from there. But for now, I do know we have a lot of cool stuff from Mongolia. So what I'm going to do is let's kind of go back to the footages that we have to play with. So for instance, let's go into, I believe it's in photo, yeah, so video imports. And let's just double click on one of these dates and start looking through and see if there's anything at all that kind of piques our interest that we want to drag in to maybe do a little bit of work on. So you'll be able to see it to the right over here. But we're just going to see if there's something that speaks to us as like, oh, this could be a nice little, 5, 10, 15, 20 second YouTube short that we can post. So ideally we're looking for something somewhat dramatic. We're looking for something that tells a story, but with a little bit of music maybe can make it look very, very cool. So I'm leaning towards, this is the day when the blizzard had hit pretty heavily where we were staying. And it was such a tough situation that, yeah, even the eagle hunter that I was staying with, he lost one of his horses to the winter conditions. I think it went like -40 plus, or would you say -40 negative? But yeah, it went more than -40 degrees at points in this blizzard, and it killed anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million livestock from that period of this cold front that hit Mongolia. So anyways, it was a crazy time to be there, and for me as a videographer, aspiring filmmaker and all that, it was also cool for me to be able to capture some crazy footages of these animals being fully caked in snow, as you're seeing here with this yak. So I'm thinking maybe we'll try to find one of those shots of the yak, and let's just see what else we have to work with. But yeah, I think we can work with a little bit of that crazy yak experience. Now I also know I have a little bit of a memory of working on an edit when I was actually on the trip. So I like to, when I'm traveling to different countries, I like to still post regularly to Instagram, where I would either in almost real time as much as possible, when I am done for the day's adventures and I'm, let's say, at the homestay, I'll pop open my laptop, I'll start offloading all the footages that I've taken from that day, and then I'll briefly look through the videos to see if there's something that I can maybe quickly publish on my Instagram. So for my followers, they can follow along with what I'm doing on the trip. It's always cool if you can do that as soon as possible, because then it hopefully can draw people into the world that I'm in a very immediate way. The closest thing probably would be if I go live, but then most of the time the places I've traveled, it doesn't have the best reception because some of the places I go might be for wildlife, and so if I'm traveling somewhere for wildlife, you can imagine it's not so close to civilization, which means I don't have the best internet connection. Now, as I hopefully become more and more professional at this, if there's a way I can justify it, I may end up purchasing one of those Starlinks, where it could potentially allow me to have better internet connection even in the most remote place, as long as I can install the Starlink and keep it powered on. So that is a thought that I've had. I've thought about it with a few good friends of mine who the first one who suggested it to me. But yeah, I would love to do more live streams while I'm traveling. So right now you're watching me live stream from my home setup here, as I'm not going to travel for most likely the rest of the year, so I can work on catching up on all these trips. But yeah. Anyways, so we got this yak footage. Maybe we'll go ahead and work on that. So I'm just trying to see if we have a few of these. And I do remember in that edit that I did while I was on this trip, I kind of made it more of a storyline where I showed the preparation as the animals were kind of, you can see the eagle hunter and his wife, they were starting to prepare the animals, putting all these little coats onto the yaks, milking them before they have to put them away, like all the animals. So let me see. Now I have to be careful because I don't want to get copyright struck with the music, but if I can just go to my Instagram real quick, You won't see it on the screen for now. I'm just opening up on a separate page just in case I do something I shouldn't. But let me go ahead, and I also want to make sure the music doesn't play. Hopefully it's defaulted to not play music. Perfect. Okay. So I apologize that you can't hear the music, because in many ways the music is also what helps draw in making each clip that I posted more engaging. But music aside, because we'll apply something else ourselves, this is what I mean. So when I went on this trip, you know, I would try to kind of post and, you know, put some nice music in the background and share with my followers whatever is happening on that trip. So in this case, I was talking about, you know, how crazy the cold was, and then you would show, you know, some behind the scenes as I'm walking around, showing where I am in Mongolia. So I will review this probably in detail just to make sure I remind myself of what happened on this trip. It was so long ago that I do need to make sure I can review my notes, check out some of these clips, and get a better sense of yeah, what was the context of the trip. So I'm just kind of quickly going through this, because I do know one of these stories was where you would see when the snowstorm kicked in, and there's a few video clips that I used, and I want to see if maybe I want to try to do the exact same thing as a YouTube short. So this is where I was introducing the crew, Doggy, the driver, Aibo, and we had a chef as well. Mongolian camels. Okay, let's see. I think it should be coming up. A little bit of a quick talking about what's happening. Introducing Ardek, who was the eagle hunter that I stayed with. This is Ayalam, the name of the eagle, and unfortunately they don't name the horse, so I felt bad for the horse. Okay, the ride was cool for sure. I think it's coming up on maybe the next one here. Okay, so this is kind of what I was thinking I could do for a YouTube short. We had a whole discussion yesterday trying to figure out what part of this to use, and I decided I'm just going to make a longer YouTube video just on that flight moment that you're seeing here, and then the beginning part of that video will turn into a separate YouTube short. Maybe, yeah, and so I can use these Instagram stories to get a good sense of maybe what I can turn into YouTube shorts. So in a world, technically, I can just look through my iPhone library and try to even find these quick moments and post them as YouTube shorts. And I didn't even think about that, but that actually might be a good strategy for me. So let me put that in the back of my pocket as a way to be able to consistently publish. I'm like I said, when it comes to my YouTube shorts, I'm not as beholden to making sure the quality of each short has to exceed XYZ. I'm very happy to just publish any nice moment that looks cinematic or tells a story, because it's more consistency right now for me in terms of making sure I publish often. Okay, so this is actually the clip that I was talking about. So let me see if I can rewind. So I had some kind of music that, you know, nicely going with it, but then you can see this kind of snowstorm prepping. So you're seeing what the, just some quick moments as the eagle hunter and his wife. Again, I apologize. I need to know her name. I hope I wrote it somewhere. But yeah, basically they were preparing their livestock for what was about to hit them, which you should be able to see in the next one. So this is the preparation. Then the next video I have in the story was when you start seeing the snowstorm really start to kick in. So again, same thing, I found some dramatic music that I would start playing to kind of build up as we see this snow getting crazier and crazier, leading to the eventual part where you see they're like fully caked in the snow, which I think I did show in this this one. Maybe it's the next one, or let's see. Oh, I think I showed the horses. Yeah, so then I had this version where it was the horses. Okay, you know what? As I'm looking at these, and again, you guys, maybe if you could hear the music that I would put with each of them, it might make a bit more sense. But the way I put some time into finding the right soundtracks, but I do think that each of these clips that I'm showing do stand on its own, and it could be nice if I do a whole series on YouTube as shorts, where all of these Instagram stories that I created, where they're not, I was doing this thing where like I spent a lot of time on these stories. Like the quality, I would say, of the Instagram stories that I was posting is not like, there's like the bare bone quality, which is like maybe I just took an iPhone selfie or a moment and I just publish it right away, where you don't have to do any edits. It's just, you know, clean pass through. And then there's this where I had, I think I was using CapCut on the go, and I'm like color correcting and grading and then trying to find soundtracks and like putting a title overlay and, synchronizing different clips together with the music. So clearly I went a little bit above and beyond the level in terms of fidelity and effort for what should just be something simple like an Instagram story. Why put so much time into it? I mean, I enjoyed it. It's a nice way for me to show my followers a little bit more high quality footages in real time while I'm traveling. So there was a reason for it, but it's not necessarily at the level of like, let's say an Instagram reel, where that one you need to make sure it's for a broader audience, every second counts and all that stuff. So I never really posted these as reels. But what's stopping me from posting these as YouTube shorts? And I'm sorry, I'm just brainstorming now as we're doing this, and I'm like, what the heck, I probably should. Because like I said, I don't care as much about YouTube Shorts being the best. My YouTube Shorts, if someone goes to my YouTube channel, I'm not necessarily using that as my portfolio. Like, I'm not telling people, if no one knows who I am, to be like, oh, go to my YouTube Shorts and you'll have a good sense of me as a content creator. Not really. That's why I even started the stream where I said, hey, if you don't know me or if you want to get to know what I do, go to my Instagram first, and then you'll get like a body of work of my, how I edit photos and some of these kind of short form videos, and then go to my YouTube for the longer form stuff that I'm creating. So I think I'm just talking out loud as I'm justifying to myself that I think I've hit on a strategy that I should have been employing, which is I have access to all these clips. Obviously, they're somewhere buried in my iPhone, and let me just go ahead and download them again. And I should actually start publishing each of these day by day. And it is sequential still. So then if somehow people are watching my YouTube shorts, there kind of is a storyline even to the shorts. And each of these kind of quick clips are also a teaser for the actual vlog that we're working on. Because obviously I'm taking quick moments from the trip, but it doesn't really tell the full story. But hopefully it gives enough little bits and pieces that it will entice people to be interested when I actually publish the longer form video. Okay, so that's my current brainstorming thought process. And I'm excited because I think this saves me a lot of time as well when it comes to editing different moments, because I've already technically done it. So I've front loaded the work from my travels. So how nice is that? All right, but what does that mean for us right now in terms of what do I edit? It might mean because I don't want to like do another edit over the same thing that I'm going to be posting. So I don't want to do duplicative work. So I may end up skipping some of the edits of the YouTube shorts because I have a lot of it done already here. But what I will do right now is I'm just going to show you guys. So this is essentially my Mongolia trip where, it's not everything obviously, but I was just posting here and there while I was on that travels to show people what was happening. So one of them being the fact that, again, the weather condition was insane, negative 40 degrees, where even my lens was completely freezing over. I wouldn't be able to actually use my camera at times when we were out for just a few more minutes longer than I should, because the camera would start slowing down and then not work. We had this moment where we got stuck in the snow with our little Russian van. So those will be obviously moments I will extend as part of our vlog. This will be fun. I still need to figure out a good way to transition with this. I guess I did a good job here, where you just kind of, as you're entering, fade to black and then show the interior. So this will be part of the storytelling, because obviously I want to talk about some of the cultural aspects of Mongolia. This will be a wild moment because literally it got so cold that I couldn't stay in the yurt. It was too cold. So then inside this room, they literally just kept the gas stove on overnight to warm me up. And obviously the big part of the story will be around this golden eagle and seeing the eagle hunters. So that'll be very fun. Here's the one. This is probably going to be part of episode 2, where we jump into another adventure, but then it got so cold that we all had to kind of hole ourselves up for a bit, and we warmed ourselves up with some a little bit of a good old-fashioned Mongolian vodka. This part, actually, I think I will play the audio, because this part, it's using audio from one of them singing, so I don't feel as, I mean, obviously I won't get copyright struck for that, so let me go ahead and play it. And the reason I want to play that is I might look at that to inspire myself when I get to that point in the video. Because if I put in the effort there, and maybe I'll change it up, but this will just give me some boundaries of like a potential way, like a guideline of a potential way I can edit that video. Hello, hello, Edora. Welcome back. And is that a fox? My God, I need to know how to do these emotes. That should be okay. One of these streams, I'm gonna put that in the agenda. Is like I'm just gonna research how do I create emotes. But yeah, we'll get there at some point. Hopefully you're doing well, Edora. Thanks for tuning in. I was just kind of, I don't know when you tuned in, but basically I just discovered that a lot of the work I was trying to do with these YouTube shorts, I don't actually need to spend time as much doing it, at least for this trip, because I had these Instagram stories that I'd spent a bit of time working on, so the fidelity of them are a little bit better than if it was just some random iPhone, story that I created. So I think if I download these files somewhere from my iPhone, I should be able to publish these directly as YouTube shorts, or most of these. So then I've discovered a little cheat code for me in terms of having some content that I can publish on my YouTube every day. So I am very happy. I'm pleased because yes, boom, it is a boom moment, because I was like, my God. Because at the time, when actually not even just this time, when I'm traveling, I do this on every one of my trips. I tend to spend a lot of time, and I am proud of it. So if ever I feel happy to tell people like, hey, check out my Instagram. If you want to see some of the trips I've been on, just open up one of those Instagram stories on my page, and it will be somewhat higher fidelity. I'll have nice soundtracks for different moments. But it seems in some ways like a waste, because like, man, why am I spending so much time? I get exhausted on these trips, and yet here I am spending an hour, late at night when I know I have to wake up early, but I can't help myself but to spend time to edit this like little clip that I post on Instagram as a story. But now things come back, it's almost karmic. But yes, now we'll have all of this to publish on YouTube. And look, I even spent the time to put these little titles on there. I kept it in landscape mode, and it was a whole thing that I was trying out, and it's worked out for a number of my other travels. So I'm patting myself in the back. And what does this mean for us on our streaming? Well, the obvious impact is that I probably don't need to spend as much time now every day kind of reworking some of these clips. I can just jump right into the Mongolia vlog. So I'll give it some thought later in terms of, will that get too boring at times if I'm working on the same thing for too long? As of now, it's been okay, but yeah, as needed, we can figure out ways to adjust the agenda, or maybe still insert something else in that acts as a good warm-up, where it can show off a little bit of like what I hope I can do with the stream, whether it's around video editing or photo editing or something. I don't know yet, but yeah, that's a good problem to have as we think about ways to keep spicing up our stream. But like I said, what this means is I can hop right in to our Mongolia vlog. And what I'm going to do as a nice little recap is we're going to rewatch the work that we've done to date. So again, we are on day 10. Everything you're seeing here is going to be the work that we created in the past 9 days. So I didn't start my Mongolia vlog editing, besides just kind of color correcting all the individual clips and then exporting it out here to use. I didn't actually work on the video itself until I started live streaming. It seemed like a perfect point for me. If I was keen on figuring out this whole live streaming concept, why not use the live streaming and tie it up with a new project that I'm working on, which is in this case my upcoming Mongolia vlog. So anyways, that's what we got here. And so we're going to quickly watch what we've gotten done so far in the past 9 days, which is the opening trailer, as well as Chapter 1. Chapter 1 is not fully finalized, but in terms of the video placements, it seems okay. In terms of the music choice, it's okay. But yeah, we'll still do a lot of refining and obviously the voiceover and stuff. But let's go ahead and play this guy. And we'll go full screen for this. And let's go ahead. And then here, I'm speaking now. We don't actually have the script yet, but obviously one of the things I'll be working on today as well is trying to think through a rough draft of the voiceover. So this portion of it, because it's at the very beginning, I'll give a quick introduction, reminder of what I do, and then also talking about the context of why we're going to Mongolia. And then maybe right around here I'll start speaking again, saying something like, you know, so I had a day to chill, and so we explored a little bit, had some Mongolian food, and overall just kind of acclimated before I went back to prepare for the next day for an early flight. So whatever refined dialogue would fit into this section. And then this is where we ended it. So obviously now we start chapter 2, which is quick clips as we start going back to the airport, boarding the flight, and then heading to our real destination, which is a place called Olgi. So that's what we've got. I'm pretty happy with it. And like I said, a lot more work to be done. But for anyone who's just tuning in, I do... if you are interested, feel free to check out even any of the older VODs. It could even be from yesterday's stream. You'll see that we have made a lot of work. We've made a lot of iterations. We've had a lot of kind of dead ends and brick walls that we were hitting in terms of creative selection of how to make this work. So it will be fun. At some point, once we've ended up creating the Mongolia vlog, I would love to be able to do kind of like a recap video where I do some kind of time lapse and try to wrap up all this behind the scenes stuff and make it into its own video to show you the process of how we make this. Because yeah, hopefully it's fun. Idora, I appreciate you having been a part of this. I think maybe even since day one, and everyone else who's jumped in here and there. But yeah, I do appreciate it. Hopefully you guys do find value in seeing this empty canvas start to take shape. But we have a lot more to go. A lot more to go. We're only on chapter 2 of episode 1, and we haven't decided yet, but there may be 2 more episodes possibly. Idori, you were about day 2? Awesome. Yeah, dude, that's so crazy to me to even fathom that someone has found interest in this process. And yeah, you've been a regular throughout, so yeah, listen, I very much appreciate it. I know you mentioned at some point we should do some kind of collabs. 100% I'm down for it. Give me a few more weeks as I get my sea legs under me, essentially, in terms of, I guess, stream legs under me. But yeah, and I want to start figuring out how to hop people in, figure out different types of cool concepts of doing segments within the streams, focus around video editing, or photo or video editing, and all the things in between. I would love to meet other travelers. I would love to meet other photographers, creatives, and yeah, it'd be fun if we can do it. Not to say it's like a podcast per se, but yeah, being able to have segments where we learn from each other, and for anyone who happens to be interested in this kind of world of photography and content creation in that space, maybe there's value. I did have a thought at some point. It's like, man, should I just build my own studio? I have most of the equipment technically. I have done these kind of 3 camera setups for interviews. I was like, there could be a world where it's like maybe I, whether I rent out a studio or have my own, or even just repurpose part of my home to make it into a little like a cool podcast experience. But I can't justify that just yet. But if there is a world where it makes sense, I would love to do that. Dory said, we got to combine the creative chops to do some dope stuff. Yes, of course. I mean, that's my mantra in general. Mantra is maybe too strong of a word, but I do strongly believe in like collective, efforts and like collaboration. I rarely have moments where I can ever point to myself being the one who's created something by myself. It's always like I'm inspired by someone, I'm copying from someone else's work. There's very few moments where something I've made I can really say is of my own and my own alone. So yeah, I think I did something because I don't know where my... What's going on here? Oh, okay, sorry. I was looking at all these old clips here that we weren't going to use, and I was like, where did the chapter 2... Okay, so we're actually over here. So chapter 2 starts here. All of these clips that I have on the bottom layer of video 1 are probably throwaways. These are the ones that we kind of ultimately said probably won't make it, but I felt a little bit too nervous to delete it, just in case we end up still needing it. So what I do right now is I just put it on the bottom layer so that I can still work with the higher layers, essentially, so video 2 and video 3, so I can still see whatever's on top of it, but it's not deleted. But it gets a little bit cumbersome when you do have this bottom layer, just the way I work, because it'll just keep like locking on to these old other clips, because I have this feature turned on most of the time called snapping, which lets me go, you know, if I move my mouse, it tends to try to automatically jump to the front or the end of each clip. You can turn it off by hitting the letter N, and then it just becomes more smooth. But when it comes to editing, I tend to turn on that. So anyways, Eudora, you said, I like that you are fearless and calculated. Damn, those are good traits to have. I never would have counted myself in that category. Well, calculated, I guess, could be, it could have a negative connotation. Not saying you're saying that. For me, I don't think am I fearless? I'm not fearless, I'm shameless. So yeah, I wouldn't say I'm fearless. It's just more my tolerance for being embarrassed is much higher than other people, maybe. So, and that's a virtue potentially, but it's a trait that I picked up from my dad, because he was the most shameless person I've ever met, that anyone will ever meet, in the sense that he doesn't feel shame or embarrassment. Unfortunately, that would then translate over to us as his family, constantly being embarrassed by his antics in public. Maybe someday we'll go into it. I don't say this in a negative. I look back on it. I mean, in the moment, oh my God. I mean, imagine you're a child and your dad's embarrassing you with... I can regale you with stories. We'll leave that for another day. But yeah, it did teach me, ultimately, to be okay with feeling embarrassed. And yeah, so nowadays... I'm going to drag these over here because for now, I think we're going to move on from chapter 1. So let's put these off here. I'm not going to delete it. And then let's move on to chapter 2 potential clips. But yeah, so what was I saying? That means I'm more willing to try random things that maybe other people will be too nervous to try, because, you know, it could be anything, right? Like, I imagine, like, for me, I'm new to streaming, and I know a lot of people might not want to stream or do other things because, like, they're stepping out of the comfort zone and they're nervous about maybe streaming to an audience of 0 or 1 or whatever. Whereas for me, it's like, why should I feel any negative way about it? It's part of the journey. It's part of the progress, the process. And yeah, so to me, it's just like, now, do I want to be streaming to an audience of 0 or 1 for a medium, long term? Obviously not. The goal is I want to grow, but I won't let having no growth stop me from trying. And then if we do realize that nobody has any interest in whatever I'm doing, then okay, fair enough. Then you iterate or you learn from it, and you course correct, right? But thankfully, people like you, Adora, is giving me a lot of encouragement to keep doing this and continue to refine it. And like you said, start doing some collaborations and figure out other ideas of, yeah, so it's like, I don't think I'll ever stop doing this kind of streaming. What I will do is find ways to keep refining it, including, yeah, figuring out ways that we can collaborate in whatever capacity. I don't have a good answer yet, early days, but yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm just multitasking a bit. I'm just looking through these clips to see what counts as chapter 2. And my cat is maybe wanting to chime in a little bit. What are you saying there, buddy? And what does that mean? Okay, is that a good thing or a bad thing, buddy? We'll go with a good thing. So he's taking after me now, listening to me talk and yap around so much that he also wants to do the same. Be careful with your tail that you don't hit my coffee, please. Alright, good boy. Let's get back to it though. Alright, I did take the headphones off because, as usual, I find it very uncomfortable in long stints. That is maybe one thing where I was like, okay, do I have the physical and mental endurance to do long streams? It seems so far yes, but my ears say no. So that is something I do want to figure out at some point. Okay, so looking at all these clips, this is all going to be part of potential chapter 2. I think, because it'll be landing. All right, there goes my cat. The cat feeder has gone off. Oh, maybe that's why he was meowing. I think he's starting to realize there is a schedule to the feeder. So anyways, we land, we meet the crew, we head off in the van, go road tripping, and ultimately take a quick pause for the Mongolian camels, and then eventually make it to the homestay. So the question is, do I want all of this as part of chapter 2? If I don't make all of this chapter 2, then the ending point would maybe be where we see the camels, maybe, and then chapter 3 would be reaching the homestay. And I guess there's no real issue with having multiple chapters. I don't think there's any issues with having too many chapters, because what I do like to do on my YouTube videos, I do try to spend time and putting all the chapters inside the video, so that if you watch the video, you can just jump along to whatever section is of interest to you. Hopefully everything is, but yeah. So if I have more cuts throughout the video, it's not a bad thing. And based on the amount of clips that I see here, I do think that we have enough to maybe say we can end it with the camel shot. The reason I'm saying the camel shot is I can see myself putting some nice music in the background as I show a little bit of the camel footages, and that could be a nice way to end it. So like maybe like even a shot like this, and then fade to black, and then chapter 2 picks up where we left off, where probably it might be it could be, yeah, it could literally just be chapter 3 might start with fading into me at the home that I'm staying at. So then it could just be like, okay, well, we've made it to the homestay, blah blah blah, voiceover, introduce the dog and the horse, and then obviously eventually introducing Arctic and his wife, having a bit of a meal together, and what else? Yeah, just a little bit of like storytelling before we get to the next chapter potentially. I don't know. That's my current thoughts. Because then what would chapter 4 be? It could just be our first outing. So then is chapter 3 a little bit too sparse? If it's like, hey, meet the hunter type thing, or we made it to the homestay, and it's just like quick clips. No, I think it's okay. So it could be chapter 3, arrival, right? So chapter 2 is departing. So arriving in Olgi and heading to the homestay with a little bit of the camel intermission. Chapter 3 is arriving at the homestay, or like meeting our eagle hunter, essentially. So it could be meeting Arctic, the eagle hunter. And then chapter 4 will be our first adventure. So then it'll be like showing us actually going out into the wild and seeing the day in the life of the hunter. And then chapter 5 will be, yeah, okay. I think that storyline makes sense. So let's see. So we got our trailer. We got chapter 1. And then chapter 2 will be all of up till here, the camel shots. So what that means is I can probably, I don't think I'll end up showing these shots just because it might not really fit with, this is like a quick rest stop we took where we stayed at one of their homes, grabbed some tea, and then continued driving. So I don't think it's necessary right now. So let me just leave these behind. I don't know if you guys can hear my cat, but he's making a bit of noise behind me. But we're going to ignore him for now. And let's bring these bad boys over. And now let's start organizing. Let's try to figure out sequentially or chronologically, whatever, what makes sense. Yes, Kimbap? What would you like to say? You're speaking so much, I imagine you want to be on camera now. Are you a good boy? Are you a good boy? Yeah. What do you think? Should I split this into chapter 2 and chapter 3? He's lost interest. Okay. Whatever. I wasn't looking for your advice anyways. Okay, so we have the nice little transition, fade to black. chapter 2 kicks in. I have these as placeholder titles, but we'll use ChatGPT probably to start working on the script. Actually, that does remind me, we did mention, I think I want to see if I can have a separate window open where I might have Notion. I might use Notion for this, or it'll be ChatGPT, but let's just see. Let's see what makes more sense. If I do Notion, give me a second here. I just got it open on a separate screen. I have a section for YouTube, and let's create a new page for Mongolia 2024. Add to YouTube, yes. Okay. So then from here, sorry guys, because you can't actually see what I'm doing. I'm trying to create some structure in my okay, you know what, let's just drag this in. I think there's nothing I can't show, can I? Yeah, perfect. All right. So this is my Notion. I just created a folder for Mongolia, and let's call this one episode 1. And by the way, I think Edora, you mentioned that you use Notion. If anyone else uses Notion, and if you see that I'm doing it incorrectly, please let me know. I really don't know how to use this. I probably am using it incorrectly, but just right now I'm just creating a little bit of a folder structure. So I have a main folder for Mongolia, then I have episode 1, and then within episode 1, let me just call this script. So then this is what we'll use off to the side for when we're, as I'm looking at these clips, if I find a moment where like, oh yeah, maybe we should, this could be a potential scripting, then let's start capturing here so I don't lose it to the ether. So we know we have a section for opening trailer. Then we've got chapter 1, and right now we're on chapter 2. All right, perfect. So then as we review this, if I say something profound, or I'm like, oh my God, that's the right thing to say at the right time, then hopefully we can capture it and I don't have to review the VOD to remind myself. Okay. All right, so we ended with the thing about, it's like, okay, and we had our final meal before preparing for the next day. It fades to black. Maybe I'll add a little bit more separation here so that there's a bit of a pause. Just a very, very slight one, so it doesn't like fade. I want it to fade to black and stay like faded fully for maybe just like just a few moments. So let's see. Yeah, I think that's much better. So now there's a little bit of a separation. We enter chapter 2. I'll probably end up increasing the audio a bit more here. So the thing we said is, I think for this chapter 2, I don't want to start with a soundtrack. There is a world where I think if I have soundtrack after soundtrack, there would be some level of like soundtrack fatigue. So when possible, I want to keep an eye out, or I guess an ear out, for we had this extended period of the soundtrack and my voice. Now maybe as we segue into the next section, instead of having another soundtrack play, let's try to use some of the actual ambient sounds that I captured from the trip. So in this case, it might be the sound of just the road trip. So I'll figure out once I put my headphone on what's the appropriate amount in terms of volume, but it can then kick into, let me fade out even the audio a bit. It can kick into the road trip. Now here's a little trick that I tend to use occasionally on these kind of transition points. Sometimes I think it's nice to actually have the audio kick in initially before the visual shows up. I don't know if there's a technical explanation for this. I know I've seen this in random, professional videos or like documentaries maybe, but you'll actually hear the audio kick in first and then the visual comes in later. So for instance, let's say we added this gap here and then we fade into this moment, but there's nothing stopping me from, let's say, clipping this guy a little bit. So let's say if I actually, yeah, because we don't really need to start from exactly the point we had it at. So maybe if we start from roughly here, but then now I'm going to select both the clip visual and the audio, and I'm going to shift it all the way to the left so that, and then I'm going to fix this guy. I'm going to stretch this back to the beginning here where the chapter starts. So all I did is I'm just having the audio slightly start ahead of the visual. So that way you'll hear the sound of the car, like this road trip, and then very, very soon after we'll see the actual car itself. And we can play around with it a little bit more. I don't have my headphones on, so I can't really hear it. But yeah, the hope is that it'll sound nice, and we'll figure out the right duration for that. Okay, so then anyways, we go into this mode, we show this, and then we just hop into just some quick moments as you see us preparing to board. And I don't want to spend too much time on this because, again, these are nice moments, but not nice enough to extend. Just enough where you can see something's happening. So it could be, let's see. And I might not even use this portion, but let's see if we can just jump in a lot of clips together. It might be too much, like having like these kind of short clips jumping around. It could be a little bit chaotic or whatever, but I want to try. I want to see if maybe there's a cool look and feel to it. If it's almost like what am I thinking of? But yeah, it'll just be a nice little snappy pop, pop, pop. Show the name of the airline, so maybe from like here. Yeah, so I'm just intentionally making each of these clips very, very short. And then seeing if we can also see when we start boarding. So I believe the next clip should have that. Yep. So let's see. Just a quick boarding shot maybe. So we'll focus on the foot as he steps up. And then I see my camera jumps to the right, so we'll clip it before that happens, somewhere here. Maybe a little bit of motion here. These are all potential ones. It's not to say I'm going to use all this. And then maybe the final one should be when I'm turning back towards the entrance to get into the, yep. Okay, so it would be this clip, stepping on board or coming closer. Maybe, maybe this clip. And then the turning clip. These ones will drop for now. Let's proceed. What else? What else? Okay, so then, oh wait, and then this is when we landed. So I don't want to use any of this yet. Sequentially, we need the clips of the flight itself. So like this kind of moment. So let me drag these guys over. Let me drop this one down. Like I said, I'll probably end up cutting a bunch of that. But let's start finding some clips to use. This could be a nice little transition here. So we see the plane. It doesn't really make sense. Yeah, it doesn't actually make sense because we saw us boarding the plane, and clearly this is well, not, maybe that's not clear, but this is from the, what do you call that, shuttle bus that we took. But there is something kind of nice about showing this motion of the plane going to the right and then now showing us in the plane. So I could see a world where I almost try to do a transition here where it zooms in on the plane as if like we actually, you know, flew and zoomed in. We zoomed into the plane and entered it somehow. Okay, that's a creative thought. It might not be the right thought, but let's just hold on to that thought for now. So I will drag all these over. And then let's make sure I have these plane shots in the proper order. So obviously this is when we're landing. And I think that might be all of them. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so these are all the plane shots. So let me drag these. So in terms of ordering, it will go these clips, followed by me departing. So exiting as it lands, you see me exiting. Then we have the clip somewhere here, which I'll find, this one. So this is when I first meet the crew, so that'll be a nice moment. So we meet the crew, see the van, and then obviously we head off. So then probably between, oh no, then I need this clip. So we show what the van looks like in the interior. Then maybe this one. This one, obviously, we'll fine tune as we get to it. Because then we said we wanted some moment where I can actually show the camera gear that I'm using. So this will be a point in the chapter where we explain, like, okay, for this trip, I actually packed a Nikon Z9 with two Nikon Z9s with a 24-70 lens, with this guy, with this Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal, with the selfie sticks and the GoPro and the Insta360 and the yada yada. So yeah, we'll use that to kind of highlight the gear I have. And I might actually even put this one after, because let's say when I start mentioning the Insta360, then that's when I would segue into the actual shot from that Insta360, which is this shot. And I might even put this at the very front or something. Okay, we'll do this later, but and then maybe I won't show the Chocopie. I'm not sure yet. It's a nice moment for me, maybe not for the audience. And then we jump into a lot of the road trip views before we get to the Mongolia stuff. Let me just quickly see if there's any other clips that I need to add up front that accidentally got put towards the back. Looks like we're good. Okay, yeah, so now this is all part of that kind of airport scene that we need to work with. So let's start fine-tuning a bit more. Let's start from the beginning, see if maybe the duration is too long or if there's any issues with it. So in my opinion, as I kind of thought, we do want to cut this up a bit. I think there's a little bit too many of the clips, which is totally fine. Let's just figure out which clips to keep. And then we'll work on the duration a little bit more. But I'll work on the duration as I start thinking through what is the actual dialogue here. But just give me a moment. Let's just try to figure out the right sections here. So maybe we can cut this guy out. Could be this, showing the plane. Let's keep them all roughly the same duration. I don't always think having like uniformity is good in terms of the clip durations, but just to give it all a fair shot. So we'll cut this one up. And I still don't know yet if I want to put some music at this point or if we should hold off. I might put some music once the plane takes off, because that feels like a nice moment where music could apply. And it's also a question if the ambient sound is too much, because as you can imagine, once you're inside the plane, you just get a lot of that rumbling sound from inside, which may not necessarily work for a video. And I think ending with this could work, because this could be a nice little transition. And let's see a different version if we cut out that one in between. The problem with this one is because right now we're looking at the camera looking forward, and then seeing it start from all the way on the right going left feels a little bit weird. Whereas the prior version, I think we started from somewhere closer to center, so it doesn't feel as too crazy of a jump as we slightly look to the right and then look back to the left. But I may end up cutting some of that. Like, it might just end with this part here and then fade to black or something. These two sections maybe I'll exit out. But let's keep going for now. And then here, my current hypothesis is, can I actually show this? Even if it doesn't make sense logically, timeline-wise, because now we've hopped out of the plane. But we can almost imagine, basically what I'm trying to mimic is like maybe there's another camera guy and I was actually on this plane, and they're somehow filming me as I take off. And I might zoom in a lot more so we don't have this this edge there, this thing here. So then it makes it a little bit more intriguing of like, or you know, people don't know how I filmed this, because this gives the game away that it's like, oh, you're definitely in like in one of those shuttle buses, in my opinion. Idora, you mentioned you're trying to wrap up this project. You finally caught up. It's gonna be epic. I'll be listening in though. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate you just tuning in at all. So, yeah, if you got the audio one, that's perfect. And yeah, step away and then come back. Hopefully, what you're seeing when you come back will look much better, and you'll see some progress. But yeah, good luck on your project as well. But yeah, let's keep going for now. So I might show this and either cut it right here or just zoom in to the point where it's not shown. I'm going to cut it a little bit for now just to change up the duration. Now here, same thing. Let's see if I can just use a quick moment here. And if I do this correctly, it might be... Like I said, I don't even know if it'll work. We'll have to see in a bit. But even if it does work, I don't know if it's something people actually care about. Like, yeah, will this really be the thing that keeps someone watching and being like, wow, this guy really knows what he's doing? Probably not. But in my mind, it's worth trying out and seeing if it actually looks cool. So again, the effect that we're trying to go with is somehow from this moment switching over so it looks like we kind of jumped in. Now, what kind of breaks the illusion? Another thing that breaks it is that these are two different airlines. So if you look closer, you can see that this guy has a dope looking, I'm assuming that is a golden eagle as the logo. Aero Mongolia is what it says. Whereas the flight that I used, what was it called? I had it somewhere here. Miat Regional. So yeah, if someone is spending the time to actually appreciate, like, oh, look at the cool transition, that's probably someone who's also then paying attention to being like, oh wait, but it's going from one plane to the next, and so what the heck. Listen, you can't please everyone, and unfortunately these are the clips that I have to work with. So unless I had the skill set to actually mask over that logo, I think we'll survive. I think we'll just stick with this. So then we have some clips where we are on board, and I probably will start it a little bit later for when it starts to take off. So something like this. Probably won't show the zoom because it's too blurry, but just this point here where it takes off, and then we'll jump to a different part where there's a better visual. So maybe something like that. And then we do have more shots here to look through, so let's just drag these closer. So that'll be nice, again showing a little bit of the weather conditions that we're in. So the only thing I'm thinking about is, do I want to show this part here, or do I actually show it from this close-up and then as I'm going to try that. So let's switch over just to break up the monotony, if you will, of just having different kinds of shots. So then if we can make a shot like this work and end with this point here. There goes my cat. He's being a little bit noisy. I'm not sure for what reason. Yes, Kimbap? You got something to say? Yeah? You want to come up here? You want to come up? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. There you are. Good boy. What are you complaining about, buddy? What are you complaining about, huh? I mentioned before, but this dude sheds way too much. Way too much. So I end up having to vacuum all the time. And yeah, it gets a little bit, it's a bit much, yeah. But of course we love him nonetheless. We love him for all of his hairs and everything else. I'm sure he's got complaints about me as well. All right, so we have this shot zooming in, or kind of panning up to the logo, and then we can end with the landing shot. So let's take a smooth shot somewhere. So let's imagine we just take a quick pic here, and we can always change it up later, but let's just find it as it's clearly like we're landing. So maybe this looks nice because there's a lot going on in the background there to kind of convey motion, especially passing through this river and showing the descent. So I might even prioritize this over the other one. And then let's take something towards the end where clearly we've landed. So something like this. And then the rest of this we can dump to the bottom layer for now for potential disposal once we feel safe to dispose. All right. So let's just quickly look at it and think about timings and everything else. Oh wait, actually we got to start from here. So again, I'm not sure yet if I'll add some voiceover at this point. Might be on the plane, so once we transition there. So then here at this point I might start saying stuff. So blah blah blah. So the next day, something something. I don't know what I'll say. Yeah, what should I say? Something about, obviously, so the next day I boarded the plane to take a quick flight to get to our real destination, a place called Olgi, where I would meet the crew from Beck Travel to get started on the actual trip, something like that. And so then I end it roughly there, where at that point is when will show me landing. Maybe I'll have a little bit of a space again, so it might be like this to this, and then jump into me exiting. I'm not sure yet, but it could be like that. Because if I show it right away, it can look a little bit like... maybe it could work. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a softer transition here, but point is we've landed. Then I get out. I don't really need all of this, so same thing as before. Let's just find clippable sections. So maybe we don't need all of that from the beginning. So maybe just to there. Maybe roughly somewhere here. Maybe show off the logo again. Not that I'll ever be sponsored by this airline, but yeah, just to add a little bit of context. So it could just be this point here. And then I'm thinking, as you see me looking off into the distance, then we actually have it hop over to this. Okay. So it could be something like getting off the plane, you see me looking this way, and then as I look that way, then we switch over to the actual entrance. As you can imagine from what you're seeing here, this was the airport. It's not like behind this there's another massive building and everything else. This is basically the airport. So we are literally now entering into the middle of nowhere. I can see a world where I actually just showed this part. Let's see if that looks good or not. Yeah, the transition is a little bit weirder, but I do kind of like it when it does a bit of a side panning and then shows the building. So I think we'll keep that. We'll drop this down. All right, so then we get to meet the crew. All right. So this is Beck himself. So this is the guy who runs Beck Travel. So I don't remember all the details of the trip, but I think maybe there was some time where I spent with him in the very beginning before I went off fully into the trip. But obviously I don't think I'll show those points because that was more just like back end, just getting to meet the guy and talk through, you know, how to do these travels. Appreciate it, this guy, but at this point, anytime I see those things in the chats about like someone promoting some service about like growing your channel, getting subscribers in this way and that, I don't care too much about that right now. We're doing this for ourselves and then seeing if this is interesting to other people, and I'd rather try to grow this organically in due time, and not too quickly either, because I do need to iron out all the kinks of things that I'm doing incorrectly. But yeah, anyways, so we arrive. I'm just trying to find a good point because we don't need all of that. We just need something roughly around here, maybe, as you see the van at a distance. So that'll be a nice way to like kind of, again, we'll start from the distance. We'll cut out a lot of in the middle. So maybe just a quick moment there as you see Dogi turn his head. And then we'll jump to a closer point. So maybe something like this. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, I should probably listen to what I'm saying, because there might be some dialogue in here I need to keep. So yes, I will put my headphones on again. Let's actually listen. We are listening now. Okay, so I'll turn up the volume. Oh my god, you can hear how windy. Everything sounds so windy over there. Okay, let's see. It might not be usable, so we'll see. Oh, whoops, and then we have other clips that we don't want the audio for. So bear with me as I bring this out. It might be really quiet, because I did turn down the audio here, but let's just see if we can manually... This is really just to see if I say anything profound.
Yeah, how many guests can fit in there? Hi.
Okay, so the only thing profound that just happened is I said hi. So maybe we'll clip it from roughly here, just in case. But then again, you can hear the problem. Unfortunately, I stated this before, but on this trip, this is one of the first trips that I was actually treating myself like a vlogger, and you know, because before this, I had my Uganda series, then I had Tajikistan and India, and now this one. So I haven't had a lot of trips where I was thinking of myself as a YouTuber. So I didn't really know the importance of having good microphone, especially in areas where it's very windy. So yeah. So unfortunately, that whole section there is super windy.
What is it? Doggy?
But just in case, maybe I'll use this part here where you can hear me say hi. And then we'll get to the point here.
What is it?
We'll clip out this middle section.
What is it? Doggy? Dobby? Doggy. Doggy. And then Ibo. Yep. 7 seats, 7 seats, okay.
I was asking about the 7 seats because in the back of my mind, I am trying to think about if I end up doing a group tour, like if I take a workshop out here, if I advertise a trip like that, I just want to know what's the maximum number of people I can fit in one of their vehicles. Yeah, so basically I'm going these trips and I'm always trying to think about logistics. So, you know, do we need 2 vans? If we take 2 vans, then obviously that increases the cost. And so if this is a 7-seater, but then everyone's got their luggages, perhaps it can't necessarily fit 7. Maybe we'll have to organize a trip for like 4 people. But if we do 4 people, then the cost is higher because there's fewer people. But if there are fewer people, then it's more intimate of a trip and people are more... Yeah, so anyways, these are all kind of things that I'm trying to figure out behind the scenes.
What's so 7 people can be in here with including me, or
No, no.
7
There
total?
won't be 7 people, but
Yeah,
I mean number of seats.
I see.
So you're saying number of seats there. So none of that dialogue is needed. It's I was just curious to hear what I was saying. Then I might cut all this part out, but then this portion here where we introduce the van. So I'll be like, okay, so meet Dogi, our driver, meet Aibo, our guide, and also meet I don't know if I'll come up with a name for this, but you know, this is our vehicle, right? The Russian van. So I might keep this after I stabilize the footage. And this is a nice little segue potentially as you see the door close. So these are the potential usable clips that I will keep. And we do have more shots coming up where I think I do the whole looking. Yeah, okay. So what I'm thinking is maybe this shot will be at the end. We'll have this shot, this, and then continue on. All right, I'm going to put some music back on as we work on this. So, for instance, we're like, okay, meet Dogi, our driver. This is Aibo, and our vehicle for the entire trip, which is the Russian van. And as I introduce the van, obviously, then we can start jumping into the van. So maybe roughly like here. We can start showing the interior. Blah, blah, blah. And then maybe, let's see, maybe just a quick moment here. We don't really need much. Showing this, so we can promote Beck Travel. And then show that moment where the door closes. Here, let me cut it off at a better point. So something like this. And then as that door closes, we can basically fade to black essentially. Something like that. And then after like maybe a second, we'll have a second of silence essentially, or like a second of like this, and then jump into the next scene. Something like that. That's my current thoughts. We might change it up. And then I know I did introduce people in the van, so I'm just thinking in terms of when I would introduce the dialogue, right? So, and then I might add a little bit of fade. Same thing as before, I might also have the audio kick in a little bit earlier. Now here the audio shouldn't be unusable because we don't have the wind, so the windows are closed. So while it's a loud rumbling sound, I don't mind that. It's not, yeah, I don't mind it because there's something about that wind sound that really just, it hits your ears, right? And it just makes everything unusable. But for what we're doing here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to unlink the video from the audio. I'm going to just select the audio. And we're going to extend the audio a bit. And I'm going to have the audio fade in. But you can start hearing it before you see the visual. So this might be important. I'm not sure yet because we technically did a little bit of intro earlier, or I'll do the intro here. So similar to that Instagram story I showed earlier, I might even pause like a freeze frame, have a little text overlay that says this is Aibo, meet Aibo, our guide. I keep forgetting her name unfortunately, but we do have it somewhere. And then pause again. This was our chef. Um, yeah, it'll come to me. I'm really bad with names. But what can you do? We can't all be perfect. Dogi, our driver. I remember the name obviously because it sounds like doggy. So yeah, I could maybe do introductions here more formally, and then over there was more just kind of ambient sound as we're entering.
What is it? Doggy? Dobby? Doggy. And then Ibo. Yep.
Or I might even cut all this out, because unfortunately, like, or not unfortunate, but yeah, I have to be very, very. What's the word? I want to say judicious, but I need to be very ruthless almost in terms of cutting. Because I have to keep reminding myself this could be interesting to some people, but in the broader perspective of like a 15-minute video or whatever this ends up being, any moments that are fat that can be trimmed, I need to highlight that or get rid of it. Especially in these beginning parts where nobody's tuning in necessarily to watch the starting of the journey as opposed to the actual journey itself, like the adventure part. So as I look at this, I might end up, I might just keep a little bit of this as I add some voiceover. So I'll still say something maybe where, you know, so having landed in Ogi, I met up with the crew who I'd be spending all the next several days with, and then I can cut all this out by showing the van as well as the vehicle that we would use throughout the trip. That I grew fond of, the Russian van, and then we were off. And then I can say something like that, fades to black. And then here I can give a more formal introduction, so I can then say like, all right, so let's introduce the crew. This is you know, say, oh, let's introduce the crew. This is blah blah blah. I think her name was Bora. My God, it's in the. Okay, anyways, let's call her Bora for now. I apologize, Bora, if that's not your name. We'll get it correct soon. It'll be like something like, okay, let's introduce the crew. This is, and then I'll do a freeze frame here. Bora, our chef. This is Ibo. So same thing. I'll pause it. Like, and I think even in the short video I did on Instagram, I had a little ding sound just for fun. It's like ding. It's like this is Ibo, our my translator and guide, as well as last but not least, this is Dogi. Boom. Stop right there. Dogi, our driver. So I think that makes more sense to use as like a formal pause in the dialogue for me to introduce everyone. And then I'll cut it where probably just ending back with me. We don't need all this. And since we're on the topic of introductions, maybe what I'll then say, I might even say something like that, but so that, oh yeah, perfect. Okay, and this is where I need to write this down in this script area so I don't forget. Blah blah blah. Once we, let me just put this in brackets. Once we, let's see. After I do the introductions of everyone inside the van, I can segue. How do you spell segue? Is this the segue like the vehicle or segue? Segue. Perfect. Okay. Trust my instincts. I can segue into introducing my gear. So as a sample kind of dialogue, it might be saying something like, speaking of the crew, let me... Idora, no, you are incorrect. Let me correct you, my friend. It is segue like S-E-G-U-E. Or the one you spelled, I'm assuming then that must be those little scooters or whatever, right? Segway. Yeah. Segway with the W-A-Y is the cool, funky little... Are these even a thing anymore? I remember this is such a fad for a number of years. But I wonder if this is similar to those Google glasses where people just make fun of you if you had them back then. But no, it is actually Segway with a G-U-E. Oh, while we're on this topic of fancy gear, what were we talking about? Was it Ray-Bans? Camera, glasses. I actually do... I don't want to lose sight of this because there is a world where I do want to purchase this. Not anytime soon because I don't have any travels coming up, but I do... Is it the Ray-Ban Meta? Okay, you said it, yeah. Meta Ray-Bans. Let me just look at this real quick. Because that one video I saw looked insane. That's not it. Maybe the Ray-Ban... Okay, there we go. Ray-Ban Meta Wayfarer. And these look pretty dope too. You know, it's like kind of fits. $300. That's not bad. Wait, so I'm assuming these are all cameras, or maybe I'm looking at the wrong ones. Ray-Ban Meta Wayfarer has okay. Let's just check that one out real quick. Try it on. I just want to see the camera quality. Where does it say it? Wait, what the heck? Why wouldn't they talk about the actual quality of the camera? Oh, here we go. Oh, this is... I forget, Adora, if you were the one who mentioned this, or Philip or someone else, but you were saying this has a live translation. Oh my god, that is so cool. Assuming it works, because like... Oh, Mike, that would mean I could travel, because I am trying to organize my trip to Hokkaido, Japan, and I mentioned, but no one speaks English there, so there is a world where I'm trying to figure out, in order to cut on cost, if I were to organize a tour, ideally, I would I need to get my international driver's permit, and then I would just rent the van myself, so ultimately I'd be the driver, all the clients, guests would be in the back or whatever, but then I need a translator, because nobody speaks English. But if this thing actually worked, at least I could translate one way. I'm assuming it can't speak Japanese for me, but I see so much value in that. Idora, you said it's $2,000. $2,000? What the heck? Oh, this must be like add-ons then? $2,000? Get out of here. I mean, I guess it's somewhat reasonable. It's not really reasonable for me because I don't really wear sunglasses when I travel, especially when you imagine when you're actually taking photographs. Actually, but that would be such a cool, because right now what I do, I actually wonder if I should show it here. Dang it. It's hidden somewhere over there, but I do have those, what is it, Insta Go 3? Yeah, these guys are really dope. Because it's like with the casing, or like the actual full portion of it, it's the size of a GoPro, but then when you slot that out, or when you take it out, and you can put it on this magnet, you can clip it on your hat, anything magnetic, gives you that point of view. And I do have some footage like this for some of my future trips that we'll be editing, like Uganda. I wore that during the jungle trek, and it looks so cool. It's so cool, and I'm just waiting for the quality of these to improve. So imagine like if I can get some 4K nice resolution, like raw format, then we're really talking. But I ended up using this a lot for when I enter the plane, because it sometimes feels weird if you're holding your professional camera and filming, but then slapping this guy on, it's a bit more, would you say, inconspicuous? But yeah. Do they have new ones? Go 3S. No, I'm waiting for when it says Go 4. Then I know it's maybe worth purchasing the latest. But this one you're saying is actually $2,000. My god. But they're doing a shitty job of actually showcasing the tech side of this. Like, what the heck? Okay, yeah, it's like it's a little blurb here, but I had to like drill down to just get to this part. What the heck, man? Okay, so this is the quality. Hey Meta, take a video. I will not ever say that. If they will let me change that up, I'm not gonna say hey Meta. I'm not your slave. Okay, let's see the quality. Capture exactly what you see in here with the new ultra-wide 12-megapixel camera and 5 mic system. God dang. Take high-quality photo and immersive video and share it all. If I could live stream with this, that's another... Oh yeah, it read my thoughts. I didn't read the next sentence. Toggle between your phone and glasses camera when you video call or live stream so that everyone can experience your unique view of the world. Oh my god. This is basically what I wanted Google Glasses to be, and they just took their sweet ass time with it. Am I a fan of Meta / Facebook? Not really. I feel like I'm not a fan of, like, I don't know. I'm very much a lay person in many ways, and so my opinions probably follow the masses, but I haven't been a fan of how Zuckerberg kind of portrays himself. Clearly, there was the whole memes of him being very robotic. I didn't like the direction when Facebook turned into Meta and like focused so much on the virtual reality side of the world. I just didn't understand it. I still don't really see the value in it. I see more value in this, like augmented reality concepts in more lightweight medium, what do you call it, form factors, like glasses, as opposed to wearing these big ass headsets that, you know, if I can't even survive wearing this headset without my ear feeling a little bit weird after a few hours, why the heck would I ever walk around with a big ass headset? Right? I don't do that normally. This is cool. Alright, I'm taking a bit of a break from editing, so my bad. But I do think I might end up purchasing one of these before I go on my next trip. So assuming I don't travel for the rest of the year, maybe I'll make this purchase a few months from now. And that will be such a cool addition for whatever trip I do next. And that could be something in my YouTube video as well. I might even point out like, oh yeah, on this trip I'm actually testing out the Ray-Ban Meta for my travel vlogging purposes. So anyways, back to reality. Let's get into it. So I was going to say something as I do this transition. Speaking of the crew, let me introduce I don't know. I'm going to say more than I actually will. The unsung heroes of my trips. My camera gears. My camera gear. I probably won't end up saying that. It's a little too cheesy and too long. But basically, the point is I'm taking a note here that I'll have some kind of segue throwaway dialogue where I've introduced the crew, the people crew, and then that leads into the next shot, which is, speaking of crew, this is the gear that I'm going to be using for the trip, so let me introduce them. So it'd be like, this is my Nikon gear, of course, and this time I'm working with two Nikon Z9s, courtesy of Nikon Middle East Africa, so shout out to them. And in addition to that, I am also shooting with a smooth, and so maybe same thing, I might pause on these moments, I'm not sure if I can time it, the Zhiyun Smooth 5S for any shots I take on the iPhone, as well as, and then these, oh yeah, and actually here what I could say is like, oh no, never mind, because I have the iPhone here. I don't do this as much now, but I used to travel with two phones. Yeah, so you can see one of my iPhones here. I was going to say that I could use this when I flip it over to be like, including my iPhone, as you're seeing for the selfie mode, but technically I do show it right here, so there's no need for that, which is fine. We cut out a bunch of seconds that we don't need. Let's see, maybe I'll use this, but I'd rather just keep with some continuity of when we're on the drive. So maybe we'll put it down here. But then yeah, towards the end, then I'll also mention, and also the Insta360 X3 on a makeshift selfie stick that I attached. And I'll say something about how this is the first trip I'm ever using it, but you'll see me use it more often as we go forward. Okay, so there we go. That is our quick little like and you can see here I need to crop out some of this portion here. But yeah, something to this effect will be our introduction to the film crew. Maybe that's what I'll call them, film crew. Speaking of the crew, let me introduce something. Okay, I'll just put film crew question mark as potential wording. Otherwise, there we go. We have some semblance of a logical flow. So then after that, we can start jumping into more of the kind of casual B-roll shots of the road trip. I do have these kind of choco pie shots, but I don't think it really fits in the story as of now. And yeah, it kind of detracts from it. It's such a side comment, and I need to get on with the show. But for you guys watching right now, again, I love choco pie. I am Korean by ethnicity, although I don't really speak it well, nor do I know much of it. I grew up in the States, but I did definitely grow up with choco pie, and it is, as a kid, it's probably one of the most addictive things you could eat. And I didn't do this as much, but there was a thing where you can actually put them in the microwave and let it expand and heat up, and you know, that wasn't as much my thing, but yeah. Again, sorry. Anytime I see these messages, I appreciate it. Anyone who chats about helping me grow my stream or earn from it and stuff. I apologize, but I kind of view all of you in the same realm of like kind of, I'm assuming some kind of spammy thing about, you know, promoting your business and that. Those are bots. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I'm being so nice because just in case it is like people genuinely, I don't know, but I just don't know this community or like Twitch and Kick and all that too well. But I will stay a bit polite and say respectfully, I appreciate any of those offers, but that is not my not my jam, you know. So I am gonna block that. But cheers. Okay. So I apologize, Choco Pie, but you will not make it onto the video. And then now let's look through some of these kind of road shots to see which ones to keep. And in terms of what I prioritize, obviously cinematic shots, I need to look for stable footage. So anytime it gets very, very shaky, then obviously I want to disincentivize it. And I'm thinking in terms of how I break this up, I probably need some road shots. Then I'll mention this part here where we saw some camels. We made a quick pit stop. You might see some clips here I might keep to show I was testing out the new gear that I had. They're not the best shots, but whatever. It's just to show that we're trying different things. And then it can turn into showing me as I got closer to the camels. And then we'll just show some of these camel shots. And then maybe I'll add some dialogue at the very end about like, all right, so after, you know, enjoying my first time seeing these double humped camels, we hopped back in our trusty little Russian van and continued on our way. And then, yeah, I guess this one clip is enough because I don't think I can use the other clips because the passage of time. Because obviously here is turning darker, so it makes more sense, but it will like fade out. And then we start chapter 3 over where? The problem is if I started here, it's kind of like broad daylight. Dang it! I'm running into the same problem again of like, how did I end up here? I don't remember my own... Oh, the reason is... Okay. I think I did arrive late in the evening at the homestay, and this was definitely just the following day when I left and I was just filming stuff. So unfortunately, I don't think I have like footages that fit in with the evening concept. So maybe it's just all in my head where it's fine, but whatever. I guess it's okay. Alright, so anyways, let's start dragging these ones closer to the beginning. Let me drag these guys out. I'm gonna take my headphones off. And let's see. I'm gonna turn down this audio because it's probably gonna be shitty anyways. I think those moments are good if I can stabilize it. So let's see, roughly here. Probably the end of this shot looks decent. So let's stabilize. It's probably not this part, but right after here. So something like this. And probably not all of it. But yeah, let's keep cropping and stabilizing further. Okay, let's see what else to use. I wish I had this in reverse, because we were showing the interior of the vehicle, looking at all my camera stuff, and then to show like from interior looking out, it would make a little bit more sense. But yeah. And also I realized I didn't watch any of these ones in the front, so let's check it out from here. Okay, so this shot at least is very smooth, but the quality is maybe not as good. So I'm okay not using it. Now this one's obviously more shaky because this is off my big camera gear, but we do have the luxury of trying to stabilize it. So let's try that first. We just need a few seconds, so let's see if we can find. That's a little way too shaky. Let's maybe just this part here. Let's see. Yeah, so maybe up until it does that little bounce. Okay, so this is a potential clip. This could be nice if I find a stable moment. Oh, and the good thing is this one I also shot it at 60 frames. The one we were just looking at, it looks like I filmed it at 24 frames, unless I mislabeled it. Let's quickly check. Yeah, this was originally at 24 frames, so I can't really slow it down much at all. So maybe this shot, if I can slow it down. And I guess I could slow down, let me see if I can slow all of these. 60, 60, 60, 60. Alright, technically all of these I shot at 60 frames, which means I can actually just grab all of them. I'll grab it all from here towards the beginning of where we were. And what I'm going to do is then I can just bulk edit, change clip speed, I'll ripple the timeline and make this 40%. So because I shot in 60 frames and because this timeline is a 24 frames per second video, I can stretch out those 60 frames per second into 24 frames by going at 0.4x speed, or 40% of the original speed, which makes each clip longer, but it makes each clip slower and still smooth, which gives me more time to find potential clips that last long enough. So obviously in between these shakes. So I think there was a point in the beginning that seemed okay, like this part right there. So let's cut that. We'll drag it, oops. We'll drag this over. Let's keep looking. At this point, the vehicle is too far away and like covered by the dust, so I think we're fine with that section we used. It's probably the best section we can use. Let's stabilize it. Yeah, that part's good. Okay. Let me drop this down. Let's delete. Okay, another potential. Very, very shaky and blurry, but if from here, if we can just find one good moment. Okay, so there are some moments there. Let's say from here. Let's see if this section can work. I'm gonna stabilize. It kind of works, but it's a little bit less visible. The problem here is obviously I was a bit too shaky for that portion. Just bear in mind, as part of this trip, we were not on an actual road, really. It was like just kind of like dirt paths. So it just meant everything was bouncing up and down. So yeah. You just gotta make do. I don't travel with the gimbal usually. I mean, for this trip you can see I had that gimbal for the iPhone because it's a little bit more portable. But generally speaking, I don't travel with the gimbal. It's just so much effort in terms of taking up space in your bags, the weight, the setup time. Generally, for travel shoots, it's just easier to have 2 cameras on the go, ready to go. Yeah. Unless it's like a preset understanding of what you're going to be filming, then sure, bring the gimbal, but not so good for these kind of vlogging concepts. So what's good about this is it could be a nice transition as you see it wipe like left to right. So there's a portion here that could be used just for that alone. So I'm going to save this just in case. Otherwise, I think the shot itself is not the best, so I'm okay not using it if needed. If not needed, I guess. I guess we could add a little bit of this towards the middle, but this one I probably need to put somewhere in the front because we're still kind of in civilization, right? You can see, I'm assuming we were even on like an actual road. So maybe we'll use this shot somewhere towards the beginning. Same with this one maybe because we're on the road. So all the road shots until here, for instance. So these two probably belong somewhere towards the beginning of this montage, just to make sense in terms of we're moving basically in a single direction, which is going away from civilization. So all of these, for instance, are road. These are all like dirt road shots. So timeline-wise, I think we start with "Give me civilization." So it could be like this. Maybe starting with our little statue man over there. Yeah, all of these are later. Okay, yeah. So basically it's statue man followed by technically this, but I don't think I'm going to use it. So maybe these two. Let's cut this guy up. And I should technically, I thought I had a footage of the goats, right? Did I lose it somewhere? Okay, whatever. Well, it's not that important. So the only thing I'm thinking about now is if I should speed this shot up a bit, because it might be a little too slow for our needs. Yeah, so my current thought is I'm actually going to change this guy back to normal speed. So we'll switch this back to 100%. That way also those little shaky moments in between, it goes by faster, so it's not as like noticeable in a bad way. So then we don't need all that time. It's probably just like, just enough. So we can split this in half maybe. That's probably good enough time to show that. But we will stabilize again. So then we got that shot. As we leave civilization, now we're hitting more of the highway. Same thing, we don't need to show much of this at all. It's just more trying to show motion. So maybe roughly here when it's a bit focused. Let's call it like here. Not too long. Let's delete the rest. Let's also stabilize it. And the lengths of this will also change up, because definitely this section will need its own soundtrack. So once we kind of clip this up a bit, our next assignment is essentially let's find a good soundtrack that can work. But for now, I do know that whatever soundtrack, either way, we do know we're not going to use this much time on it. So I do want to spend a little bit of time just trying to clip this to shorter bits, so we don't have to worry later. And we might not even use that one, but because now I want to show the passage of our journey as we step off the main road and start entering into dirt road territory. And that's obviously where the fun begins. So all of this here. So really any of this section probably works. And I think, you know what, I'm gonna speed this guy back up. I think maybe it's better to show fast speed. I could be wrong. Let me just drag these guys out of the way. Alright, so let's look at that again. So something from here could work. Let's cut the rest of this out. Now this is nice because now we're starting to get some cool, or like some kind of funky nature colors, or more distinct ones, right? So if I can just find a moment where it's not too crazy. And this one I might have to do slow motion. Let's block this guy. Maybe something like here. And we'll fine tune later. So let me just drag this guy for now. Delete the rest. Oh, there it is. This is what I was talking about, where we had the goats. But it was on the dirt road, so. Okay, and then I say obviously, but definitely I do want to include some of this where we see now the road is essentially just like, you can see the wind kicking up all the snow on the ground. So you don't really have a road at this point. It's really just a bit of a pathway, if that. Maybe this can work for slow motion, but let's just keep going for now. Actually, let me drop it down. But yeah, definitely this would have been nice to have a gimbal, but ain't no way I'm traveling with a gimbal in my bag. My bags are already technically over capacity if they were to ever weigh them. It's always a touch and go when I go to the airports. You're just kind of like crossing your fingers and hoping they don't actually weigh your carry-on backpacks. Because mine, I think they're like, sometimes they weigh more than other people's check-in bags. So I assume there's no airline folks watching this stream that will report me. So alright, let's try taking a clip from when it's close up. and we'll work later on stabilizing it. And we'll take a clip from towards the beginning where we get a little bit of far away shot. We got 4 more to look at. And then after this, I think it's a good time to switch gears and try to find the right soundtrack. So any moment from here is probably good. It's possibly good as well. I might pair it up with one of the shots from earlier. This could be a nice moment. Last but not least, this mountain shot. So let's say it's really just a placeholder. So I'm just going to crop a bit from this, delete the rest. And then I think we're good to focus on soundtrack. Raid and Leap, Penicillin Bomb. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Penicillin Bomb. I'm nervous to even Google what that might be. But thanks for chatting that regardless. If you are just tuning in, we are working on my YouTube video that I will publish in hopefully 5 days. That is what the countdown is for. Yeah, this is day, what are we on? Day 10 of my live streaming journey. Am I a filmmaker, Raiden? Technically, that is a label that I'm applying to myself, but I don't feel like I've necessarily earned it in the way that I think of a filmmaker. I think of filmmakers obviously from like a Hollywood standpoint, or like, you know, long form documentaries, things like that. I gotta manifest it, or yeah, exactly. I am manifesting it, but I just want to put that little asterisk that to your question, Raiden, I do make films. But I do them more in the amateurish way, but I do feel proud of the films that I'm making, and we are always constantly improving. So maybe this is a good time as we take a pause. We're going to start from the very beginning, and Raiden, I'm assuming you just tuned in. I'm going to show you the trailer that we created in the past 10 days, and hopefully you like it, but it is something that it was a labor of love. I appreciate people who in the chat who had helped throughout this process, but let's go ahead and show you. This is the opening trailer for my upcoming Mongolia vlog, episode 1. Oh, and also, let me turn up the volume a bit. Okay, there we go. So the title's not actually the right title. There's a few things we're going to still change. And yesterday we finished chapter 1, the rough cut of it, where we have the clips, we have the soundtrack, we still need to add the voiceover, we have to refine each of the actual clips that you see. But generally speaking, chapter 1 is fairly well done, I think, in the sense that we're fine with the cohesion and the flow, let's say. But thank you very much, Raiden, for following me on Twitch. I very much appreciate it. As I've said, this is a new journey for me. We've started live streaming 9-10 days ago. This is day 10, and I essentially committed to streaming every day. I am a professional photographer and videographer, and I will say professional, but it's just everything is with asterisks and air quotes. But I have been doing this full time. It started as a hobby and a passion, but then I jumped into this more professionally about a year and a half ago, and I left the corporate world, and I've been traveling nonstop for the past year and a half. I've been home now from all the travels for the past 2 to 3 months, and I've been using that time now to catch up on all the trips and build up my YouTube channel. And so I have about 12 trips, over 100 terabytes worth of footages that we need to go through. And I figured if I'm going to be working on these videos anyways, and I'm not going to travel for the rest of the year, I can use this time to edit them. And then I have all the gear to live stream, so I figured I would love to show people the behind the scenes of how do I make these videos, and then also learn from people. So I think, Raiden, you mentioned you're a screenwriter. I'm definitely not a screenwriter. This is how I'm writing my dialogue, through the help of ChatGPT, and I'm using Notion, where we're going to start doing this exercise of starting to write down any thoughts I have about potential voiceover dialogue that I need to include. This is it. This is the crudest form, but the hope is, as I continue doing this live stream, and as hopefully I meet people like yourself, Raiden, who find this interesting and who have different perspectives or experience that you guys feel inclined to share with me, that we can learn from each other. Hopefully that's what the point of the stream will be, is you're watching the makings of what I do for a living now. But yeah, but thank you very much for the compliment. And you said you could trick me into thinking that's a film. Awesome. That I'm happy to hear that. It's amazing, especially the sound. I appreciate that in particular, because the sound part of it, it's something I was paying more attention to more recently, as I was learning more about what does it take to have compelling long form content, because obviously you're now engaging a lot of the senses, not just visual, which is mainly when I was only a photographer. You just focus on the visual for the most part. So I see the importance of having a good soundtrack, but then also I haven't applied it in this trailer yet, but also applying some sound effects. So we were saying maybe as we go back into this later, I'll want to add in some sound effects of maybe the sound of the wind or the hoof beats and stuff like that. Raiden, you said you wouldn't call yourself Tarantino, but you're pretty good at dialogue. Awesome. Yeah, and that is a huge skill set, you know, to be a good communicator, to be able to tell good stories, keep people engaged throughout. So if you happen to find this stream interesting, and if you end up tuning in at different points, by all means, I do appreciate any feedback, suggestions. I mentioned this yesterday, that one of my aspirations definitely would be to get into Hollywood in that sense. Like, I would love to be a part of filmmaking and making stories come to life in whatever form. So I was like, oh yeah, it'd be fun if I could take a couple years and like even just shadow someone in that industry that's willing to, you know, show me around. And so I can see all the behind the scenes of how does someone like film this, what gear do they use, what is the actual technical process, and the people in between. Yeah, all of it's so fascinating to me. So Raiden, you said, yeah, definitely pay attention to the sound. The more movies you watch, you realize that sound is so much more important than we realize. Yeah. Too many moments to really count, but it's something I started to dabble in when I was starting to get the video. It's been only about it's been around 2 years, let's say, that I started doing DaVinci and like doing longer form video edits. Before that, I was working on like Instagram Reels from around, like, say 2020 to 2023. So I was doing more short form stuff, and it's been fun. And for that, soundtrack makes a big difference. So I do spend an inordinate amount of time listening to different viral soundtracks and then trying to think if any of my travel footage could fit into the moments, and then fine tuning it. But it's been very fun. So if you'd like to see more of my content, I will point you to 2 places. One is my Instagram at YoBellPrize. You will be able to get a good sense of my portfolio. How do I do photos? How do I do videos from a short form perspective? And then you can also see my YouTube channel, which is about a year and a half old, but it's something now I'm dedicating more of my time and priority towards. And there you can see some of my previous vlogs that I've created, some of those cinematic trailers on its own, and just a bunch of other types of videos that I've been trying to improve. Raiden, you said, bad sound can throw off a viewer. Bad even if they don't pick it up, they'll just say it's a bad film. Yeah, and you'll kind of pick that up with me as well, where I don't know any, like, again, I didn't necessarily go to school for this. It's more just from watching YouTube videos or from just practicing on my own, or some level of quote-unquote intuition maybe. But yeah, sometimes I'll be explaining something and I don't know the technical terms, and I'm like scratching at the surface of saying like something about this feels off, and I don't know why. It could be this or that. So yeah, it's the same thing you're saying, like someone will notice it's a bad film and it could have been the sound, but they can't pinpoint it, and they'll just end up saying it's a bad film. I'm kind of in that camp. I would love to keep learning the technical reasons why things are good and things are bad. So we'll see. And you said, yeah, and I wish the best for you. I have a similar dream, so maybe we can be in the same room together one day. Absolutely. Yeah, we have Idora in the chat as well, and it's been fun as I'm going through this stream, because yeah, like it was a big question for me that if I do these live streams, so right now I'm on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, so I am multi-streaming across all 3. And the question was like, are there people interested in this line of field? Is this like a niche that people enjoy around photography, videography, all that? And Idora, as well as a few others that have hopped in and out, there does seem to be a number of professional photographers, videographers, who are all around. So it's been fun to get to hear from them. So Idora is one of those, and yeah, at some point I would love to do more collaborations and like IRL or even just through these streams with other professionals in this kind of line of work. So Raiden, you mentioned, and let me just go full screen for a bit as we're in talking mode. Unique connections, I promise, it's the most important thing you can do. You can be so great and never make it because you don't have connections. Yeah. I think this is a good argument for university. So I don't think university's for everyone, and I do see the value in some people. Maybe it's better to go into more like vocational schools or technical schools, pick up some like tangible skill sets that can be applied right away. University, for instance, for me, I went to university, I studied economics. I think even saying 1% might be overselling how much I've retained from all the classes, the lectures, the exams, and all of that. So in that sense, like, I don't think university has made me smarter from the knowledge that I gained from the courses. There's just a handful of courses that I might say. But the real value was the connections, the networking, meeting people who would become lifelong friends, people a lot of them I still view as like my closest friends, and meeting like-minded people, meeting intelligent people, people who are going to be successful no matter what, because they're ambitious, they have the right mentality. And yeah, it's cool to have those types of friends because they keep you inspired and motivated. But also, yeah, it's just nice to have successful people around. Because it's just a nice, it's that connection thing, and then they might know other people that can point you in the right direction. So long-winded way of saying I agree. Raiden said, I wouldn't say I have super great connections, but the closest to Hollywood I got was Andy Samberg. Andy Samberg, is that the guy who does Lonely Islands and stuff, the comedic I was gonna call him a musician, but I don't know what. Actor, musician, is that are we talking same person? That name seems so familiar. Andy Samberg. Okay. Andy Samberg. Jake from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I haven't watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine yet. It's on my list. Right now, what am I watching? I was watching a show called Adults on FX, technically, I think it is. I do love Community. I got into Community during lockdowns because I think it was on Netflix at the time. But yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I've heard so many good things. Same thing with Parks and Recreation. So that kind of whatever niche of genre, that is, I need to catch up on that. But aka the guy who acted as Mark Zuckerberg, I know Andy Samberg as the Lonely Island guy, right? The ones from like back in the SNL days where he the one who did all the collabs with like Justin Timberlake. Whatever it was, man, he was so hilarious. Like that kind of stuff was cool. That's cool that you know the guy. That's awesome. But yeah, so I assume you work in Hollywood then, Raiden. But yeah, if you stick around through the stream, I might pick your brains here and there. I would love to know more about what it takes to be a screenwriter. I have so many ideas, right? I'm sure everyone says that. I have a bunch of ideas, and I keep track of them in my little note tracking thing. And my hope is that in the future, I can turn some of those ideas into something like a film, a story in whatever medium. And one thing I like to do, I don't always do this, but oftentimes when I go watch movies or TV shows, if there's a moment that like really hits, like the emotions, something about it is like such a hit to me emotionally, I try to write that down. And like write down what about it, like was it that music that hit at that point, was it this kind of a story structure of like when this thing gets revealed, was it it could be anything, right, technically speaking or story speaking, whatever. And I'll try to keep a whole tab on this so that if at some point I do try to make my own films, I can like look back at this kind of like the best parts of all these best examples of good movies and the moments that really made me like tugs at your heartstrings or draws out emotions, and I can use that as a way, as like a cheat code or a short list of like, how do I replicate that? So I don't know if that made sense, but yeah, I like doing that. Absolutely not. I don't work in Hollywood yet. I'm not that close either, but I'm working towards it. Yeah, absolutely, man. You gotta have goals, right? So I'm curious if you studied screenwriting like formally or not, but yeah, it is something I'm very very interested in. So, but yeah, so what you're watching me do right now is we had finished the trailer, I think 2 days ago. The general gist of it, like I said, there's a lot that we will continue to tweak. We finished chapter 1. And this first yeah, so anyways, we finished chapter 1 in terms of the storyline and a number of the clips that we'll show. So let me go ahead and play it if you haven't seen it. So, and while I'm playing, let me read what you're saying. You're still in high school? Damn, I'm so jealous. I am so jealous. Sorry, you also had another comment there. Let me see. I was about to get to that. You should write down every good idea you think of and get to working on it. A good idea can be taken by someone else at any time, and even Michael Jackson talked about it when he would call his producer at 3 a.m. and rush to make music, saying Prince would make it first. Yeah, I guess in some ways it's good competition and like get to have a fire under your ass essentially. But I kind of think of it the other way, where it's like I don't think the concept of like an original idea is so rare and not necessarily necessary. Every idea is like some kind of rendition of someone else's idea, and so oftentimes I think trying to strive for having the most novel thing that no one's thought of before, it's like almost a fool's errand because of the amount of time that you might have to spend trying to get to it. Whereas like if you see people doing something really well, why not learn how to copy their way of doing it, and then eventually you'll find your own style. But at least you're getting somewhere and you see something tangible that you can work off of. So that tends to be how I do things. I try to find other, like, you know, I look at some of the bigger YouTubers or photographers, videographers, see what they do really well and see if I can replicate parts of that, and then continue from there. But yeah, I am very jealous that you're still in high school, man. We had a conversation yesterday about, like, I imagine I don't know if you're considered Gen Z or if there's a new thing that's come after that. I think someone said Gen Alpha. I don't know if that's the right one. But whatever bucket you're in, I imagine in the new generation with like the short attention span, which I don't think is necessarily a good thing, but like with TikToks and all this technology and like the massive amounts of media that you can potentially consume, and everyone's demanding your attention, and you only have 2 to 3 seconds maybe to catch someone's attention. On the flip side, if you are someone creating content, I imagine your skills have, you know, compared to some of the older generations like myself, you probably pick up all these crazy technical skills because now you have to find a way to condense in a matter of seconds a way to compel someone to be interested. So you're learning how to have really engaging content in a really, really short time frame. Whereas maybe in past generations, having long form and drawing things out works because people had longer attentions for it, or there wasn't as much competition to have to fight for. So anyways, I imagine if you're a video editor, if you're a screenwriter, if you're anything now in this kind of creative space, the good and the bad, but the good could be that you end up picking up these crazy technical skills because you're forced to, because of, you know, how fast technology moves. Raiden, you said, I don't think original ideas exist. It is just two ideas mixed together, making a new one. Yeah, exactly. Unless you were the first human being, if you were Mr. Adam, you know, or Eve, like, come on, like everything, you're inspired by others, whether you know it or not, right? So some things we pick up subconsciously as well. So yeah. Edora, you feel like Forrest Gump was original? Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, for sure, there are those like, yeah, there's really novel concepts. It's just the chances of you having the novel concept, it's like wishful thinking is what I'm saying. Like, I wish I was the one who came up with everything everywhere all at once, right? That, to me, that was like crazy original. Yeah, like stuff like that, where it's like, yeah, at Forrest Gump, yeah, it's been a while since I saw it, but yeah, same thing. You know, Saving Private Ryan, there's a lot of crazy original shots that everyone looks to this, you know, these days. Or whatever was the first time someone filmed a movie all in one take, you know, like that was probably at the time, it still is, right? But like at the time that was very, very original. But yeah, it's just, I guess what I'm saying is like, statistically speaking, or just on average, most likely the chances are you will not be the one that comes with the novel concept, but that shouldn't stop you from striving towards that. And I think a more realistic goal is to copy from other people that the styles that you like, and then at least what you can do is start tweaking things to make it still your own DNA, but knowing that whatever 80% of it could have been inspired by someone else, but at least you're going somewhere, you're moving in the right direction. Raiden, you said you're Gen Z. Okay, good to know. I don't know where that cutoff is, or if there is a. I think I heard someone say Gen Alpha, so I don't know if that means not high school, but right after. That's why I don't scroll. The only things I do in my day is go out, play basketball, write, watch Twitch, and sleep. That's all. That's good, man. Listen, that's more productive than, I say productive, but that's more active than what I'm doing. So now that I'm on the, I mean, not to say it's only started as I started this kind of streaming thing, but now it's like as a grown ass man, doing my thing. I'm very active when I'm traveling, but then now that I'm sitting at home now, it's like I'm just sitting. Like I'm in front of this computer 8-9 hours a day or longer. Thankfully, I've got 2 cats that keep me company. I do have friends. I'm very independent, so I can catch up with friends just sporadically. But it's good that you're doing what you're doing. I think definitely go outside. If I could play basketball, I definitely would. I don't know if your school has wrestling, but that was my sport for my entire childhood up until graduation. But any active sport, especially team sports like basketball, is probably really. I wish I did more team sport. Wrestling was very much individualistic, but with team sports, obviously, it's a little bit more it's very much more collaborative, sociable in a sense of like teaching different types of social skills that I think is only helpful and probably more challenging in your generation than it was for mine. Writing is also good. I love, when I was in high school, all I did was like read. I didn't have cable back then, so that was my escape, was reading and playing music. Like, guitar was like my instrument of choice. So finding these kind of creative outlets is good. And if you can do creative outlets that are active, that's even better. So like, yeah, basketball. Watching Twitch, I won't tell you not to, because clearly you're watching me right now. So I very much advocate for that, and you should be doing this every day and telling your friends to do that as well. But yeah, like having a good balance is good. And sleep, hells yeah. Especially when you're young. That's something I neglected and is so unhealthy. Definitely get your sleep. I'm pretty sure it's 2000 to 2009 is what Gen Alpha. Jeez. Wait, no, that can't be right. 2000 means you'd be 25 right now? Well, whatever, I don't know. It's so hard to keep track of these things. Raiden, I always wanted to wrestle. I did karate. Nice. So you did karate for a while. You competed for a couple years. That's really cool. My dad was a martial arts instructor not his whole life, but like he was a martial arts instructor. He did everything: taekwondo, aikido, judo. Basically, he just did like essentially he was doing mixed martial arts before it really was hitting, and then his main thing was wrestling. So when he was young, he was an Olympic wrestler. It's something as something he was very passionate about, and it translated into his full career. And so then he taught myself and my brother since we were young. But karate, yeah, doing competitions is always good. We had a whole thing yesterday talking about, because I was talking about my childhood, and a lot of it was doing competitions for wrestling since like the age of, I think like maybe like 6, 7 or so until basically end of graduation of high school. But when you're competing at a young age, I don't think it's healthy. It's very traumatic. It's not something, unless you're really passionate about it as a kid, but like, what do you know? You're a kid, right? So most of the times you're doing these competitions as a child, it's because your parents have essentially influenced you in different ways to do it. It's not really your own passions, right? So going back to that conversation we were having, Edora, as well, about like what's original. It's like even the thought, if you're a child saying like, I really love ballet or karate, wrestling, blah, 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 and you want to compete in it, it's probably not your own real idea or not a real fleshed out one. But yeah, it's good to do competitions. Karate is great. It's good. It's a lot about like understanding hip motion and balance. And I think any of those things, and discipline, of course. Most sports is about discipline. And I do think that's something that if you don't get to do, especially at a young age, it probably doesn't set you up for success in some ways, because I think having that level of discipline, having the level of being uncomfortable, whether that's like training your body physically, like going to the gym essentially, or learning new techniques, and like having to do the really monotonous stuff of like doing a technique over and over and over and over again, and having the discipline to want to do that instead of doing the more exciting things like playing video games and whatever else. Yeah, I think having sports is a really good cheat code to teach all the right lessons that will only help you once you're like a full-on adult in the adult world of like having to do things you don't want to do all the time, like being in a corporate world or whatever else. So 2009 is Gen Z. Okay, fair enough. I didn't know that. You stopped doing, you started playing basketball instead. Yeah, I think that's a good transition. Basketball is obviously a lot more popular. It's a lot more translatable, I think, in terms of social, like meeting people and whatever else you might end up doing in life. Basketball, you have more opportunities to get into it because, yeah, it's just popular. So the only sports I watch these days is WNBA. I don't watch it. It's just I don't have the time, nor do I have the access to it. But I follow the whole drama of Caitlin Clark and the rest of the WNBA. It seems like I'm all for drama. I think Caitlin Clark is a badass. She is like she's very inspirational. She has her head screwed on straight. She doesn't talk smack and like do all these controversial things. She just does her business, stays out of drama herself, but then ends up in it. And I think a lot of it comes from probably jealousy. And I'm here for it. I love seeing people rile up against her for random reasons. Luka went to the Lakers. I have no idea who. Actually, I heard. Oh wait, no, I did hear about that briefly. Luka is the one dude who just got traded very, very quickly. Something to do with LeBron James is on the Lakers now, right? Or was for some time. I don't know. I think I did hear some of that drama. It must have been like 2 months ago or something. Caitlin Clark with the tongue sticking out. I don't know if that's meant to be a bit sensual, but I'll leave that to you. But yeah, she is a badass. I was correct? Okay, yeah, Luka. I felt like I heard that before. Alright, I'm taking the headphones off again because it's just so annoying. I might need to invest in those bone conduction. Now, if you told me the Ray-Ban Meta glasses also had audio, like headphones, now we're really talking. Okay, so what we're watching, I'm just reviewing again Chapter 1. I haven't worked on the script for this yet, but this will be where we just talk about landing, the context of what we're about to see, talking about how well, I guess in Chapter 1 it's me heading into the main capital for a day, so just doing some mini exploration before we rest for the night to prepare for our next flight to go into the heart of Mongolia. So actually, as I say that, let me just put some note here about maybe like heart of Mongolia. Maybe ending about heading back to rest and prepare for the next day's flight, heading into the heart of Mongolia. So usually what I do is I'll just write these notes, and then I rely on ChatGPT heavily, where I will then talk to ChatGPT being like, hey, so here's the concept, here's blah, 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 here's all my notes. Can you help me refine the script a bit? Can you also help me with chapter titles? So then that becomes a new starting point for me. We are very lucky in some ways, maybe not so much in others, but I feel very fortunate that I have the technology like ChatGPT to help me with areas that I'm not an expert at, nor do I plan to be anytime soon. So yeah, I'm all for using AI to be productive. Raiden, you said from Mavericks to LA and they traded him for old and injured Anthony Davis. Does Anthony Davis live stream? I thought I saw something where he was like on somebody's live stream or something like that, but I think I know who Anthony Davis is, roughly. I don't know much. I knew Steph Curry back in the day from living in San Francisco for a number of years. So obviously everyone was cheering on Golden State Warriors. So I knew about Steph Curry and oh my god, what's his name? The dude that essentially acts as like the he like takes on everyone's hatred because he's kind of a douchebag maybe. But Draymond Green. And maybe it's just because I didn't know so much about him, but I kind of liked him and his attitude because he seemed like you needed someone like him to draw the anger, and he would kind of fight for his teammates a bit and all that because maybe Steph gets bullied a bit more. But yeah, so I used to watch a little bit just because the Golden State Warriors were always winning. And man, Steph Curry is just way too fun to watch. That's kind of why I like Caitlin Clark. It's like she's way too fun to watch doing those crazy shots. Like clearly very technically gifted and all that. But yeah. Raiden, you said something about Bridge. I missed a. Okay, you said he streamed GTA. Oh, Ray. Sorry, I'm catching. I lose track of what we're talking about. Anthony Davis streamed GTA and shot Steph Curry off a bridge in the game. What is off a bridge? You don't mean physically, right? So you must mean, is bridge like playing horse? Shot Steph Curry off a bridge. That sounds too wild to me as a sentence. I'm not getting the lingo. I mean, shot Steph Curry off a bride is also equally confusing, I guess, and wild. But no, like a bridge, like the thing cars go over. It was in the game, not IRL. Okay, got it. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant when you used the word shot, I thought you meant like shooting, like in basketball. So I got a little confused. So I thought you made me like, oh, he beat Steph Curry in a game of horse or something, and maybe bridge was like anyways. My God, that sentence threw me for 1,000 loops. Fun fact, Adora, you said my brother-in-law opened a restaurant in SF with Steph Curry. Oh wait, I might have heard about this restaurant then. If you're talking, was it Steph Curry, some kind of restaurant? Oh, with Draymond. Okay. I thought I remember hearing something about an athlete doing a restaurant type thing. And okay, what's the name of the restaurant? No, he's talking about Draymond. Okay. Creators boost QM. Again, I appreciate your attempt at getting me to pay for some service, but we shall block you. Steph wife has a restaurant. Mesky. I mean, what kind of cuisine is that? Man, I'm getting hungry. So yeah, like I've been consistent with this, which I don't know if I should change or not. But since I've been streaming, I have not been eating until the end of the day. So I'm having one meal a day, and it's at like 9 or 10 p.m. In the evening. And then I'll have a little bit of acai. Oh, it's Ethiopian. I've had Ethiopian food a few times. It's so good. Yeah, I love anything that's like meat and rice. Sign me up. Cream of some young. You almost got me there. I'm assuming that. Wait, unless I'm now being culturally insensitive, but some young guy. Cream of, that's great. You can't get me with those, or like what is it? The ligmas and the. I'm old, but I'm not that old. What's the one people used to do, like dragon? Dragon and what was the other one? Anyways, I see you, Raiden. I know what you're doing. But it's Ethiopian. Nice. Raiden, you said a girl got so pissed at me because I told her to try to try. You almost got me because that some young guy sounds like something Korean, and I'm ethnically Korean. But then I was like, wait, it sounds Korean, but I've never heard of it. And then I had a little moment of like, okay, my suspicion kicked in there. But yeah, listen, I'm in my early mid 30s, I'm in my early 30s, but my maturity is still flexible. I am maturity fluid, as you might say. So I definitely enjoy my fair share of very immature, whatever you want to call it, fart joke related stuff. But I can turn on the serious mode as well. Something Wong, yes, exactly. Way too low. What was it? You're too young to know this, aren't you, Raiden? You might be too young. Or maybe you've watched it later, but there was that thing, must have been like, what, 10 years back? Of the, the Bing Dang Ow. Raiden, is that what you're referring to when you say something Wong? Because there's a whole thing where there was a plane crash that was not the most positive of news, but then it was viral, and when a news reporter was reading the doing the broadcast, an intern had written like, here are the casualties of like the plane crash, and you know, it's like some Asian flight or whatever. So then she listed out what the intern wrote in the script or whatever, and it was like something Wong, what was it? Ding, Bing, Dang, Ow, and Way Too Low. I was like, man, how did you not? That was like such an Anchorman moment of like, man, do you not like process what you're about to read, or are you just so unfamiliar with like Asian names that you didn't want to presume and you just said it? But my God, that was one of the best TV news moments ever. I felt it's probably a fireable offense for sure. I say probably. It definitely is a fireable offense. But if I could hire that intern for something else, I would. But yeah, good times. I miss those kind of memes. I do want to, at some point, as I get more familiar with streaming, I would love to be able to show other people's content more often. I'm just so nervous because I got copyright struck like 3 days in a row with like random music that I might play. So I'm trying my best to just rely on only my own content for now. And then as we feel a bit better about things, I'm going to switch it up. Raiden, wait, let's see. Idori said that was around when YouTube was in its earliest stages. Yeah, man, I wish I had been a YouTuber back then. Obviously, it's like people saying, like, oh, I wish I got into Bitcoin, you know, at early, you know, when it was like in the pennies or whatever. Yeah, I wish I'd done YouTube earlier, even just a few years earlier. Or same thing, I wish I got into video editing earlier. It's such a good useful skill set in this day and age. Raiden, We Too Low. Yeah, that's what it was. We Too Low was the funniest but messed up. Yeah. Especially in this day and age. I feel like, not this day and age, this year. I don't know if it's one of those, what do they call it? Like the Chinese bank robber fallacy, where maybe the number of plane crashes is still pretty consistent with every past year, but it's just being highlighted as of now. But it feels like at the start of this year, every week there was another plane crash. Actually, even, was it last night? I think maybe a day ago, if that. I might have seen 2 news stories. Oh, no, it wasn't a plane crash. It was like a ferry. So I think there was a cruise ship that crashed in Indonesia, and then there was a cruise ship that, I say crashed, a cruise ship that sunk in Indonesia recently, and then one sunk in Vietnam, in Ho Chi Minh, or no, not Ho Chi Minh, in Ha Long Bay, I think. Raiden, yeah, there's so many plane crashes this year. Yeah, it's a little mental right now, but technically speaking, or statistically, I think it is still true that the chances of you dying on a plane are much lower than, like, you know, walking outside or definitely, you know, being in a vehicle like a car. So, and speaking as someone who travels, you know, I've lost count how many flights I've ever been on in my life. At this point, it might be. It's definitely in the hundreds, but yeah, the miles that I've traveled, it's crazy. So yeah, it's always safe-ish. Actually, the most dangerous are the ones like the domestic flights. But yeah. Yeah, chance of a plane crash is super low, exactly. And you know what? If there's a way to go, I don't mind. Do I mind? Okay. I'm not necessarily... you know, it's like, listen, Raiden, you're too young to understand this. Idora, you might get it, but at a certain age, you have this moment where you're like, you know what? Dying is not that scary. Once you've had enough life experiences and you check off enough things in your life of like, okay, this, and that, at some point you just have this moment where you're like, you know what? I've had a good life. Also, then it's like when you have a lot of stresses in your life and you're like, okay, whatever. If I have to go, at least I don't have to worry about, you know, taking care of this later on, whatever. But anyways, I've definitely had a point in my life where I'm very happy with what I've done. If I have to go, it's the time to go. And if I go in an epic way, like in a plane crash, at least it'll be quick. Or the hope is that it'll be quick and painless. Or very, yeah, as quick as possible. And then, yeah, you move on. The only reason I would not want to die in a plane crash is because I know I would feel it depends on the trip I was on, but the last thoughts I probably would have is feeling regret that, or I hope that my memory card survives the crash so that the photos and videos I took would survive. Because ideally, people can see whatever I took on that trip. That's the actual thoughts that I have, more than the dying. Raiden. I mean, I still find it scary, but I feel like I accepted that it's gonna happen anyway, so there's no point in worrying when. True, but man, I shouldn't even bring this up because you're way too young to like have these kind of thoughts. I feel like just live your life, don't worry about it, you know. But it's also something you shouldn't let stop you from exploring life and doing very very like creative things or ambitious things. I don't think getting elderly is all that fun. Give me like 60 years tops. I used to think about that. It's like, man, do I really want to live at an age where like you just feel every ache in your body, you're barely mobile, you need someone to take care of you? I guess it would suck, but man, there's so much good Netflix and movies and shows that I want to keep watching. That's the only other reason that I would want to live forever. Not the only reason, but it'd be a good reason for me. It's like, man, I want to be able to live long enough to consume every interesting story that will ever exist in humanity. I want to be able to watch I want to watch the movies from the next Quentin Tarantino, the next, you know, like Raiden, whenever you get into that level of Hollywood. Yeah, like there's like generation of like cool stories, unique novel ideas and all that. And that's like part of like the value of living for me, is being able to consume all of that. So that would be the thing that I would regret, being like, oh damn it, I didn't get to watch the last season of The Bear or whatever is coming out or something. I'm like, god dang it. It's like, yeah. Anyways, that would be the last thoughts I would have as I'm crashing on a plane. Give you like 60 years, fair enough, man. Give me the rest of your years then. So yeah. Raiden, just YOLO. Listen, you can't say YOLO. That is our word. That is a millennial term, I believe. You guys have too many other terms that you laugh when we say skibbity toilet. How dare you say YOLO? You know, that's. I believe the cutoff was us. I could be wrong, actually. Maybe that was a Gen Z thing, and we've age appropriated it. YOLO, skibbity toilet, and on God and cap. Unless you're in love with your waifu robot, yeah, man. What is the one called? Sesame something. I want to say Open Sesame. That can't be it. But there is that one AI where it's got like the voices that sound very very human-like. Like they stutter, they add different inflections in their voice. I'm pretty sure it's like something Sesame, and so the technology is getting insane. So I can imagine now, if you make it like your girlfriend or a wife or something, I do worry about our future. Where will people stop like having physical like relationships with people, like meeting new friends and stuff, and instead you're just like only chatting with AI 1, 2, and 3. That's a possibility. Rain said, well, AI says YOLO was made popular by Drake in the motto. So that was 2011, so you could call it Gen Z. No, you can't call it that, because Drake, if Drake is the one who created it, or made it popular, let's say, is he Gen... I'm assuming he's like in his mid-30s, right? How old is Drake? Drake age 38. Yeah. So he is squarely in the spectrum of millennial. So if anything, you guys have co-opted him, because Drake is definitely of my era or my generation. So not that I was ever a big Drake fan. I never really followed that kind of stuff. I was an Eminem guy. I loved those kind of like lyrically creative and like witty soundtracks, and yeah, the lyrics were insane for that. I was never like, for instance, all my generation, everyone loved Kanye, but I never like understood I never really understood that kind of level of fascination with his music. Everyone always points to like, oh, his album of this and this back in the day, whichever one had like the Gold Digger song in it. And like I would listen to it growing up, but it would never like hit me in the way that Eminem did, or like Linkin Park or Limp Bizkit, those guys. Yeah, exactly. Hey yo, where my snare? Yeah, I do like Joyner Lucas. I think I liked all the things that nerdy people liked, maybe like the ones you laugh about, like, oh, this dude. I like the Joyner Lucas NF. I like NF. I haven't listened to music in a number of years just because I haven't had time as I'm like editing videos and stuff, but NF was a good one. Yeah, I kept hearing people talk about the College Dropout. But yeah, I don't pretend to be like someone who understood a lot of those. I never went deep into music albums and lyrics and stuff. But yeah. All right, let me just quickly talk about what I'm doing here. So now that we're on chapter 2, we have roughly the right clips. I was taking a break for my ears' sake because the headphones were feeling a little bit uncomfortable. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to listen to a few soundtracks. We want to see if we can find a soundtrack that could work for chapter 2. And up front, I would say what I'm looking for is going to be a little bit of the kind of adventurous and still more like upbeat type of soundtrack. So it can be somewhat similar to the soundtrack we used in chapter 1, but maybe slightly more adventurous as we've now, you know, arrived at our destination and there's this feeling of like our adventure is now just starting. So now that we've met the crew, we get inside this crazy looking van and off we go. So I want that kind of a vibe. Like, here we go, off we go, boom, boom, boom. And the music will probably kick in sort of later in this chapter. And definitely it should be kicking in as we're on the road. So I'll just need to find a good starting point. But yeah, let's listen to some soundtracks and see if we can make it fit with what we got. Okay. In the meantime, what do you say? Raiden, yeah, so the College Dropout was the most famous. And Late Registration is the one with Gold Digger. Yeah, see, you know way more than I do about that. So, oh, let me introduce you to my cat as he's made his little entrance over here, wanting to say hi. So this is my second of 2 cats. I don't think I've shown Nala yet. She's been kind of just wandering, doing her own thing. Kimbap likes to be chilling on this little cat bed. So, like I said, this stream is really not about me. It's about my cats. I just live in their world, essentially. So anytime they demand attention, I will switch over to whatever camera shows them. So this is Kimbap. He's a good boy. And what did you say, Adora? You said, I have some of the craziest memories with Kanye playing in the background. Yeah, listen, this is not a knock on Kanye. It's a knock on me. And like, I wasn't like so deeply involved in like music, I guess, growing up. Partially, I don't think I had good access to music. Like someone gave me a mixtape. Like that was the first time, like, yeah, I didn't know how to make tapes. It had like Limp Bizkit on it. You just listen to whatever's on the radio. So yeah. Yeah, Kanye's clearly gone off the deep end as of recent. I think his mind has straight up rotted to his soul, kind of a thing. But that's my opinion. But yeah. All right, so what are we doing here? Get off my screen, cat. We are now going to focus on audio. So we did find a few soundtracks that we thought were potentials for the not for the opening trailer, for the chapter 1. And we did also put stuff in the upbeat. So let me look at this upbeat. We have 3 in here. Let's check this out first and see if any of these kind of fit for like a driving scene. If I had to take a priority, since we made this choice for the other 2 soundtracks so far, if we can find all music that sounds somewhat Mongolian, like in the sense of like those kind of throat singing or the types of instruments that are being used, like more stringed instruments or things like that, more like, there must be a term for this, but like more like native sounding. Native's the wrong word, but like less like modern, I guess. Those might be the priorities, just to keep like a consistent theme and sound to the whole series. That would be the ideal goal, but also I don't know if I have enough Mongolian sounding music to really stretch across, you know, however many episodes we're going to make for this. Raiden, you said, oh wait, no, sorry. Idora, you said when he came out with Power. You're speaking a different language to me, man. I don't know what Power has in it, but this is what I'm saying. Like, everyone talks about all his albums because clearly he was like one of these generational talents and all that. But I think maybe the thing I got hung up over was like when I would listen to his stuff, I think maybe at the time when I was thinking of what is considered rap and stuff, I thought it was all about the lyrics. And like, I was very much hung up over like Eminem and like his style, where it was more nerdy-ish, of like how he would clearly do these play on words and somehow find a way to make things tie back together from, you know, this portion of this verse to that verse, and like there's some, and there was a bit more comedic, so I think I like that kind of humorous thing, like the Andy Samberg kind of concept of like these more like parody style feels to it while still being catchy. So yeah, I don't think I appreciated enough of, I guess, maybe his ability to compose and everything else that I guess Kanye does. But yeah, it's not a knock on him. I just didn't understand that world or pay attention to it. Raiden, you said his recent stuff isn't that bad. It's just not Kanye level anymore. His best that actually felt like Kanye was Burn. Sorry, I'm laughing because like I'm looking at the. I don't know if that's like a name of an album or something, but it's like. So you're saying he's got an album called Power and an album called Burn? Like this guy. The Gen Z artist you would hear at school was Little Uzi. I've heard that word. I know everyone uses Little, but even that, I feel like isn't that something taken away from our? I don't know if that was actually a millennial. Isn't Lil Wayne? He might be a slightly older, but did Lil Wayne start the whole concept of using little? I don't know, but I do know obviously there's a lot of littles in like the more younger generation of rap. Is there a Little Tay? I don't know. I remember when he dropped Eternal Atake. He dropped an album called Eternal Atake while everyone was in school with no notice, and it was crazy. I'm assuming. Wait, what actually is that second word you were trying to say? Eternal stake? Eternal take? Let's look this up. Kanye West Eternal Take. No, Atake. Oh wait, am I not? Was that? I was just making fun of you, but wait, is that actually what it was called? Eternal Take? Wow, Little Uzi Vert's album. Eternal. What the heck is this word? A take is the way you say it. Okay, I see. I thought you misspelled, and I was just going with it, but I guess if I could figure out what a take means, but it's Little Uzi Eternal a take. A take. I mean, I'm all for it. It sounds cool. No. Okay. If you are a Kanye fan or of whatever, if you miss the old Kanye, as they say, what's your opinions? Both also for Eudora, but Little Dicky. That's a little that I like. I like Little Dicky. Yeah. So whatever that category of bucket that puts me in, I was the type of person that liked either more humorous / like lyrically focused. Which I guess means I should be liking, what's that one guy's name? Kendrick Lamar? But I don't know. I guess for some reason I didn't really get into Kendrick. But I have heard that he's like a really lyrically gifted artist. But I was very much like Eminem. I just like storytelling. At the end of the day, I like storytelling. So I liked how Eminem's soundtracks, his songs were, a lot of them were kind of taking you from point A to Z of like some random moment in time of some story he wants to tell. Same thing with Joyner Lucas. And, you know, I don't watch a lot of music videos, but I also appreciated his music videos as well as Eminem's for some of those stories. I like Little Dicky for the exact same reason. More humorous, but then still it's a concept of telling a story. And the more random the story, the more I appreciate. So he had a song called, I almost feel weird saying it's a song, but the one called Pillow Talk, which was like, I think like 10 minutes long. And it was like somehow turning a pillow talk conversation with very little melody to it into something that was, I guess, technically considered a song, right? So stuff like that I really like. NF. Now NF, I felt like I really like. He felt more emo to me, but I liked his ability to make really catchy beats and soundtracks. So to me, NF was like what I thought was the progression of Eminem, or like he would be like the next generation's Eminem, where Eminem tends to either have a humorous feel, but then he started going to more like shouting, yelling, angry kind of feel for a lot of his soundtrack, which I'm not opposed to. Whereas NF was going more towards like the emo route, but the lyrics were great. The melody was always like it hits really well. So I was very much that. So yeah, but I think people laugh at the type of. I think people generally speaking, laugh at someone like me and my my appreciation of what you might consider quote unquote rap or hip hop. So yeah, that was like my jam, was that kind of stuff. Idora, you said yeah. I think you were saying that for maybe Little Dicky. The show Little. Oh yeah, because you said the show. Oh, was there a show called The Little Dicky? I didn't know that. I should add that to the list of things to watch. Raiden, you said I really like Kendrick. I personally think J. Cole. Oh yeah, I like J. Cole. I wouldn't be able to tell you any of his songs, but I do remember at some time when I used to listen to a lot more music on Spotify and stuff. I used to have a lot of J. Cole soundtracks bookmarked. So for whatever reason, I think it must have been because I thought his melody was more catchy for what I like, but his lyrics were also, it felt intelligent. Like it felt like he wasn't just slurring words. Not to make fun of your generation too much of like the whatever you call that kind of style. But yeah, I liked him. J. Cole is a lot better because his storytelling, but Kendrick has super good concepts. Okay. Yeah, I should listen to some more Kendrick. Idora, when he was in bed with that chick. Exactly, yeah, pillow talk was just, it's so crazy. These are the things that I wish I could do. Not that specifically, but I would love to be in that world. I would love to have my name being in that same vein of like, oh, this guy is, he creates wacky things, or he creates things, but it's somehow interesting and engaging to watch. That would be like the nice holy grail of like saying you do something novel, a little bit out there, but you do it very well and in a way that people can be like, nobody's really doing it that way. And it's absurd, but somehow it's absurdly good. And so yeah, that's how I view Lil Dicky. And then he was in prison. I don't know if I saw that one. Idori, do you know there are more subways in the world? Even more. Oh, is that like a lyric from I haven't seen it. Okay. Dang, I have to add some stuff. That's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately, but when I moved to Dubai and as I got more into like photography, and especially in the past few years where I was getting more into like doing video edits, I haven't had enough time to watch or listen to music, because now I also multitask. I'm watching either YouTube videos or podcast kind of stuff or live streams, or I'm listening to a movie. I'm watching a movie, or now as I edit videos, I'm listening to like copyright free music, so I can't really listen to the cool music out there that exists. So yeah, I'm so out of the loop on a lot of music related stuff, including Little Dicky and the rest. So like the last time I was super into music, I think was like when Eminem came out with was it called Kamikaze? I was definitely there for it when the whole phase of him getting into a rap battle with Machine Gun Kelly, and I would consume every bit of all those kind of like react channels on YouTube where people would dissect every lyric of Eminem's tracks, and then they would dissect all of Machine Gun Kelly's or whoever else wanted to kind of get into a battle with the goats, right? And I was watching all of that. So that was the last time I got super nerdy and like into some kind of music related thing, was Eminem, Joyner Lucas, and NF. It's called Dave. Okay, I need to. Is that a TV show or is that one of his latest music videos? But either way, I do need to check that out. It's a series. Okay. All right, I'll add it to my list. All right, I mentioned at some point that I think I started getting sick from just like one day of interaction with humanity, and I felt it right away. So I am feeling a little bit stuffy, which it might be reflected in how my voice sounds, but yeah. Okay, let's stay serious for a second. I got 3 potential soundtracks in this upbeat section. Let's go ahead and listen to it. And let me remind myself, what did we use? What was the name of the first soundtrack? We used a soundtrack called Hans Johnson Blessings. So now, let's listen to our boy Sir. No, we'll go in order. So Hans Johnson, let's hear your sound. Let me turn down. Let me see if the audio is too loud. It's not bad. Let me blow my nose real quick. Oh my god, you guys missed everything I was saying. Okay. This was bound to happen. I think I might have done this before. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. Basically I started by saying the soundtrack's great, especially the beginning part with the kind of the horse sounding thing. This part here. The only hesitation I have is that this sounds like it could also work for a future part of my video where you see me going on horseback. Because again, this kind of like the cadence of this could sound like being on horseback. So that's my only hesitation from using this one. Then I was kind of reading. I was saying welcome, Philip. So I was saying welcome back, Philip. Good to hear from you. And then I was reading your comment where you said you had an intern here in the studio, and the 16-year-old was obsessed with Eminem. And what I had said, and I'll repeat it, is that if anything, that makes me think more about this 16-year-old in a positive way. I'm glad to see that the new generation still Fs with Eminem. And I don't know if I'm allowed to curse on these streams, so until I get a good answer about that, I will try to censor myself. But then I was also saying that I think Eminem is good for all ages, whether you are on your deathbed or whether you're a toddler or even if you're in the womb. And you know, I would definitely play Eminem to a fetus. Even it's good for all ages. It makes you better, I'm sure. But yeah, good to hear from you, Philip. And anyway, so that was the soundtrack. Hopefully your studio session, or I don't know what project you're working on, but hopefully it went well. Oh, and we have a new guest. I say guest, but she really is the host. We got Nala in the room. Nala, good girl. There you go. We get to hear from Nala. Nala, is the mic on? It is? Good to know. So Nala is a very, very talkative cat. She's also very needy, but she is the definition of a diva. It took a long time for her to accept kimbap in the house, but yeah, she is a bit spoiled. So yeah, but she's the firstborn, let's say. So what can you do? Philip, you said, haha, no, I was not impressed. It's a 45-year-old man. Wait, who's a 45-year-old? You're saying Eminem? We had an intern. Oh, the intern. Oh, wait. I was mixing. I thought you were saying the intern was 16 years old. Maybe I'm just mixing things up. Now I don't. I was also listening to him when I was 15. We even bootlegged the Slim Shady EP and sold it at school. Nice. So you're entrepreneurial at a young age. I never had. I don't think I ever had any bootleg stuff, but I did have. I was mentioning I had like someone gave us a mixtape with a bunch of Limp Bizkit songs on it. And that was back in the day. Raiden, again, you were way too young for this, but there was a time when your car would have a cassette player. I don't even know if I think CD players are also too outdated for Gen Z, but there was a time that you would insert a cassette tape. I don't know if you know what that is. Go ahead and Google cassette tape, but we had to punch a cassette tape in to listen to music. So yeah, time flies. Philip, you said, but that was in 95. Oh, okay, yeah. Back in the day. Idori said, it's funny because at the rate I'm going, when I'm 30, I'll be the only person in the nursing home flirting. Yeah. Oh, you meant 55 years old as in Eminem? Yeah, Eminem is definitely... He's too old to try to act young and hip, unfortunately. Although he does look young for his age. So it is unfortunate. I think at some point you do have to... you know, what do you call it? You have to retire, essentially. And so he probably should. Or it's not that he should, but he probably... I don't know how his music videos are these days, but change up the tone maybe. Like, don't be as angry and energetic. Maybe try to find a new way to voice your music without trying to stay consistent with who you used to be. It would be my... Who am I to give any critique to Eminem? But yeah. Yeah, like Will Smith, exactly. I haven't listened really to that new song of his, the one that's like, I Like Pretty Girls or whatever. But yeah, even that feels just so bizarre to me because it's like, man, I just don't understand your personality anymore. Obviously he went through a bit of controversies and drama and stuff, but like, yeah, I think he's trying a little too much to act young. But I do want to see him in more movies. I don't know why he stopped, but... Not saying you can't be 55 making music, for sure. But honestly, I feel Eminem was great, is decent, but is he so great or is he so white? I think he is so great, and he is definitely so white. Yeah, he was the kind of person I would get really fascinated by growing up. So, but yeah, Will Smith, man, he was like the legend back in the day. I, Robot. Oh yeah, Joyner Lucas made a song right about Will Smith, which I really liked. But yeah, he's easy to hate now because he's very cringy. He has some very cringe moments, and the new generation just don't appreciate his old work because it's too old now. But like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was like, man, who didn't love that growing up? That was probably one of the best kind of shows to watch growing up. Actually, the best for me was Malcolm in the Middle. But yeah. Okay, let me listen to the next song. And let me turn it down a little bit. I Am Legend. Yeah. I heard there's a new I Am Legend in the works. So I'm excited for that. Okay, this soundtrack could work as well. Okay, I think this could work. Some portion of this could definitely work. And while I still prefer the one we listened to before, I think that one I want to, if possible, reserve it for one of the outdoor adventures when we're like on horseback. So that's my internal. This is my thought process. Philip, you said what I found embarrassing was when I was in India and was interviewing all these up and coming rappers, and their favorite rapper was always Eminem. Like, what the f? I didn't know he was big in India. Obviously, he's big everywhere, but I'm trying to think. Is the Indian language like rapid fire, as in like? Because I think when I think Filipino, when I think of the Filipino language, I don't know what you would say for that. When I think of Japanese a bit, and slightly Korean as well, but some of these languages are very, very rapid fire. Like I imagine if you have rappers from those countries, they can probably rap super fast, right? Is that the same in India? I don't know. And for instance, like in the opposite end, I don't think of Chinese speaking as very fast. To me, when I think of Chinese, I think of more like slurred language, like not like so ticky-tacky. That's the way to describe it. But yeah. Or Spanish. Spanish is fast, right? Like when you hear someone say, oh yeah, Vietnamese. Yeah, exactly. I think Vietnamese, Spanish, it's just like rapid fire. So when I think of like Spanish music, I can think of it being super, super fast. And like I imagine Spanish rappers probably is like at the level of an Eminem. I would love to hear a Vietnamese rapper. Okay, so let's listen to the third song called Optical Illusion. Oh, this is that Tableau one that we talked about yesterday. Okay, I think I'm leaning towards option 3, unless anyone in chat feels strongly about the other options. I'll give my reasonings and then I'm happy for pushback, but I think my current thought is that this, the Tableau one, let's say, it doesn't have any vocals, so it just kind of sticks to having some instrumentals, at least for this section that we listened to. The instruments are quite soft, but still upbeat, but very distinct sounding, because, yeah, like whatever instruments they're using. So it can easily work in the background, and it shouldn't necessarily drown out my voice or anything else. So yeah, it feels more neutral as a soundtrack, whereas the first one, like we said, let me play it a little bit of again. This part, just because of that, I don't know what you call it, but that kind of like the cadence of this triple beat feels like it can fit better with my horse riding, or kind of like this kind of horse riding feel to it, like a galloping moment. And then obviously as you hear the vocal of the throat singing, I think I want to take a pause from that for a little bit, because I think we do have that for the past 2 soundtracks. And then for the one in the middle that we listened to, which also I think I like, let me just listen to it again. Yeah, this one, same thing. This gives really good epic vibes. Clearly it's like meant to be an adrenaline rush. But it might be a little bit too epic for what we're showing, because like right now, what are we watching? It's not like the most epic. It's we're boarding a plane, we're flying. Oh, not this part. Here, we're boarding a plane. We're watching it take off, landing, meeting crew, and then driving. So like as far as like reserving the more adrenaline rush type sounding soundtracks, I think I'll reserve it for later in our episodes, where we're now seeing the eagles, the hunters, the racing moments, the outdoors, which are much later in our journey, like starting here. So these points, right, where I'm like on horseback, I can see maybe as we make a montage quick like cut of these kinds of shots, that's when we'll use this soundtrack. And then maybe some other point of like epicness, we'll use the other one. But I think that's my thought process. Hopefully it made sense for you guys listening. But with that in mind, I think what I'll do is I'm just going to drop that soundtrack in there. I am trying to be a bit faster about that. So like there's a world where I would listen to I think at this point I have like hundreds of soundtracks that I've downloaded from the different platforms I use. And I'd be listening to every single one and start putting it in different folders. And then listening to all of them for each moment. But for this one, at least the thing that simplified it for me is that we said, let's try to only select music for this episode that are very Mongolian themed. So that obviously cuts down on a lot of the soundtracks that I have to use. Okay, so we said we want optical illusion. I'm going to drop it into the soundtrack track. And then let's just play around with the kind of the positioning of it. So let's see. As a reminder, we ended with this soundtrack here. Oh yeah, and we said we don't want to start with the music right away, so actually we'll probably extend it somewhere later. So it'll go from this soundtrack. It dies down. And also I think that cut was a little too strong. Let me listen to that again. Yeah, I think I'm going to actually let the song go a little bit longer, but still fade it out where we did. So there should be a little bit more of an overlap in the soundtrack. Let's see. Yeah, slightly better, and then I think I just need to increase this soundtrack a bit more. And let's keep doing that. So it could be like that. Maybe I do need a soundtrack early on. Oof, I'm trying to think. Because the sound, the ambient sound here may not necessarily work. But also maybe it's good enough as background noise as I include my voice over here. So it'd be something like... So early next morning, I headed back to the airport for our final flight to get to our destination, to get to blah blah blah, a place called Olgi. So I guess as I'm talking, even with that background noise, I guess it could potentially work. So there's a world where we won't start the soundtrack yet. But then maybe once we get to the plane part, we do want soundtrack, because clearly here, it'll be a little bit boring otherwise. So with that thought process in mind, let's try. And we might even start earlier, but let's just see, maybe from the moment we board, so somewhere around here. And then obviously we'll cut up these clips so they won't be as long, and it'll work for the rest. And the other thing I want to test out is, what if we start the soundtrack fairly quickly? So what if it even starts with a little bit of overlap? Let me turn that down. Oh no, I just got to put it in. Actually, I think I don't mind it starting early on. Let's see. Yeah, I like this. So far, so good. Obviously, these clips are too long, but I was just trying to see how the rest of the soundtrack works, because ideally, we'll now start clipping up these moments, matching to the kind of the how the soundtrack is going, and then I need to find a good place to end it. And do I want to? Let's see. So we're at currently at 1 minute 40 seconds. The soundtrack ends at 4 minutes and 10 seconds. That's way too long to be spending on just arriving. At most, maybe we want to, let's say from 1 minute 40, we should be spending maybe like 1 minute. So let's say our current, let's put our current goal to say that this section should end roughly around here. So we got to condense all these shots to there. And we might need to condense it even more, because then we got to figure out how to insert the camel shots and all that. But that one, maybe we're okay saying, so if at this point, if we are at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, if at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, what do we end up with? We end up with all the shots of nature on the road. We met the crew. Oh wait, that might need a little bit more time. Okay, so roughly here, let's say somehow I need to get through arriving. So boarding the flight, arriving, meeting the crew, introducing my camera gear, and then also showing a bit more of being on the road. And then we need to be able to show our first little quick pit stop where we saw some of the camels and proceed. Alternatively, if we do need to cut stuff out, it could be this entire section here of like even the voiceover of me saying like, oh, we took a pit stop, we saw some of these crazy camels, and then showing me set up with this gear and showing the behind the scenes. I might even just end up cutting all this out, and just maybe as part of the B-roll of these kind of car shots, I need to intersperse with between these kind of car shots are some of these camel shots. And it could just be either I add it slightly into the voiceover about like, so after a whatever, let's call it 3-hour drive and a few different sightseeing, including these camels, we eventually made it to our final destination, blah, blah, blah. And then it will end with that. I think that's probably the direction I want to go, to keep this section short and sweet. Because like we said, we do know there's going to be some really epic stuff that we haven't even gotten to yet, which would be like these sections. All this, I want to give it ample time. So, okay. I have answered my own question here. Now let's test it out. So that section, can I make it any faster? Let's see. So we're going to fine tune a little bit. I think I'm okay with it. It's just more the sound, the sound cuts, and I prefer just a single one from here. So. Ooh, okay, I might go with the soundtrack where it's like one, so it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So it goes. So maybe I extend this guy a bit. And then it goes this to this. And it might be too short, but we'll see. So it goes. So it'll go like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's see. Yeah, and then the last one a little bit longer to just kind of transition out. I like it. I think anytime we can condense and it still works, I'm happy, because that means I'm doing the right thing, or I'm trying to train myself to keep doing this to trim the fat. So now it's just a little bit of the audio. And so I might even just extend one of the existing audio, or just completely, let's see. This is much better. And then we have now timed it where when this, oh, now let's be careful. She's been doing this thing where she kind of walks her way over to stand on top of Kimbap. Be careful, buddy. Good girl. Good girl. This is my ideal, is if both of them love each other so much that they can be in the same bed and just be cuddle buddies and not yell at each other. But the problem is this bed right now is a smaller one, so they don't really have enough space for that. Peace and love, both of you. Okay, so I got to keep an eye out, because I'm like 65% positive they're gonna start fighting and not loving. So, it is what it is. Don't tell me I don't know about parenting, because I'm living it. Okay, but anyways, I really like what we've done here. I think we've cut down on a lot of the fat, and I think it ended up working with the music, where not only do we time it with the beat, but I think there's a moment here. Let's listen to it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. Right there. So then here they play this like a little bit of a higher note, and that's a nice transition where now we switch gears, where we're actually not showing the sequence of the same kind of thing of like my point of view entering the plane. We're now seeing the plane in action essentially. So let's keep going. Same thing, we'll cut this one a bit. And then we'll stabilize and do all the other stuff later. I just want to right now I'm focusing more on the duration of each clip to match the mood. And also I want to see which section of this works best. So maybe I'll start a little bit later in the clip, but still use the same duration. So it'd be like 1, 2 to there. All right, let's see. I like it. We're making strides. Hey, would you look at that? They are being loving. So right now she's grooming the little one. But there's always a moment where she goes from like cleaning my second cat to then biting the shit out of him. And I don't know where that switch happens, but it always happens. But yeah, right now it seems like they're doing okay. If I switch to this camera, you guys probably won't be able to see. And I'm too nervous to reach over to them. But I don't want to disturb the little bit of peace and love that they are showing. Carefully, I'm trying to take this camera. There's just not enough space for her. I don't know what she's thinking, but it's not going to end well. But look at these cuties. They are adorable. These two definitely makes it much easier for me to do what I'm doing, in the sense of like being very independent and not socializing. But yeah, Idori said he claims that little area. Yeah, basically, and you can see it. Well, you can't see it right now, but he leaves all of his fur on that little. It's like a nest at this point. For her, she just kind of moves around too much, so she jumps around to other areas. She likes jumping on my lap. I do have a second bed here, if I can show it, the one that's down there, and that one is like almost twice the size of this, but they don't seem to like to use it as much. I think they want to be a bit closer to me. Listen, I'm okay with that. Clearly I am someone people want to be around, including cats. So alright, I think that's enough, but let's put this camera back. Good boy, good girl. Good girl, yeah. Alright. Words of affirmation, hopefully, that they will not fight each other. Alright, so I think this is coming along nicely. Let me pause this music. Let's kind of full screen this guy, see how it's shaping up. Yep, so far, so good. Oh, you guys couldn't see it at all. Just trust me, it's turning out okay. So the only thing I want to do now is start clipping up the end here. So probably I can maybe cut this one a bit. So it goes this, 1, 2. So we might make it roughly the same length. So let's trim this guy to be about the same, so that we can jump to the next one. Maybe we'll do the same for all of these. We'll try to see what it looks like if these are all equal lengths. Oh wait, this one has to be a bit longer because it is a panning over one, so. Good girl. Good boy. Mm-hmm. So I do need to cut this one a little bit sooner, maybe roughly around here. And I think we can speed it up even more. So it goes this, 1. Let's see if we can cut this in half almost. So it'd be like 1, so roughly here. And then this one we need to give a bit more space, so we'll see. Yeah, it's better, and I definitely think we don't want to spend too much time with the plane ride, so shorter being better. Maybe same thing here, we don't need all the full-on clips, maybe could be something like that. Okay, let's make this the final visual. So it'll be like this: 1, 2. So roughly like here. Okay, so it'll be like this. Let's drag in the next one. And then the landing. Okay, so now what I'm trying to pay attention to, I'm kind of surprised. Both of them are just chilling there. They have found, somehow she has found a little pocket in his area, and they've got a little bit of an is it called an armistice? Or they've got some level of a truce going on here. So, good girl. You want to say something? Yeah. What you guys don't get to see on camera often is these guys will never shut up. They will go on and on. As much as I talk, they will talk back. So, and I'm here for it. I like it. So, okay, let's jump back. Okay, so where were we? We got 2 more clips to try to figure out. So what I want to pay attention to now is if there's a nice moment in the soundtrack where it seems like it's a good gear shift. Okay. That part there where they introduce, I don't know what you call it, but like kind of a harmony or like 2 notes simultaneously. So it goes from this. So that part there. Oh, here comes the fighting. Kimbap is not happy. So Nala, I'm gonna kick you out, okay? It's a little bit of first come first serve type thing. Let's take you out of there. That's my coffee. Let's try to put you in the other bed. Good girl. Alright, crisis averted. Let's get back here. Okay, so there is a good marking. There's a good end roughly here. So now I need to cut it down further. Okay, so now that we clipped one of these sections to be shorter, it's not as impactful. Like this one here. Because you don't get to see as much of the landscape. But then again... But I do like this sequence where you're kind of seeing very, very quickly different layers, right? So if you think about it, it goes from outside the plane, closer but still outside, inside the plane, now zooming in, and then zooming in, right? So it's like here you almost don't even see the window at times. It's a little bit clear. So I do kind of like this feeling of like you're constantly zooming, zoom. So maybe... So then maybe I just need to focus on only the section where it's somewhat centered and forget about the landscape portion for now. Let's see if we can just find a clean... So it goes 1, 2, 3... It does feel like there should be a 4th thing there, but let's see. Okay, so if I stick to this, technically I feel like there should be one more beat inside of here. But maybe instead what I can do is I can just make this one a little bit longer. So it could be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this one could be longer. Yeah, so maybe something like this. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. boom, and then when we hit this part, that's when we switch gears. So we go 1, and I might even do a time lapse at this point. So maybe from here. I want this one to last 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Okay, so I need this to last about half of this. So I'm going to change the clip speed, and I'm assuming I should hit like 200% then. I might have to do a little bit more. That's good enough probably. Let's try a little bit more just to see. Maybe like 250. I think that technically works on the money. And then same thing here. I don't think we need to speed this up because it's already somewhat landing. So let's just see how it looks. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. And then here. And then when that change in the music is now where we're done with this, and we reintroduce myself into the picture, and we continue on with the journey. So same thing, we'll cut it up to 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. And then what's next? Let's draw these guys closer. I hope what I'm doing makes some semblance of logical sense, but either way, I think it's coming together. My cat is putting her paw on me because she wants to jump up. Okay, little girl. Okay, little girl. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. As I said, she's the vocal one if I give her enough time. Okay, where were we? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So then same thing, I'll end it roughly here, but we'd want to use a better part of the track. Something like that. Okay, and then the music changes up again, which is nice because we're also things are syncing nicely right now. And a little bit is luck that we just happen to have the right number of clips and we're cutting it in the right portions, and we're moving along in the storyline and timing it with the music, which is also slightly changing in terms of how I perceive the storyline in the audio. And then a lot of this we can start cutting, but let's see. Maybe just briefly. So okay, so we'll only show for a little bit, just showing them from a distance. 1, 2, and maybe we'll keep with the same formula. So each of these should be like the other one, right? Not bad. Yes, Nala. Okay, and this is where it's important I think through what the dialogue will be. But based on the marker we had set, which was roughly at the 240 mark was right here, we are doing well. Because we want to get all this done roughly here. Then it gives us this amount of space to do some of the road shots, nature shots. No, yeah, I think we can hit this mark where we talk about the camera, the gear that we're using, before we jump into the actual road scenes and camel scenes. And ideally we can finish it roughly at the 3.5 minute mark maximum. Because then now it's still okay. If you think about it from a macro lens, okay, if we look at it from a macro lens, we've gotten through the opening trailer, chapter 1, and then the part of chapter 2 where we're heading off to the start of our trip. And if that's all done in the first 3.5 minutes, that doesn't sound too bad. That doesn't sound like, oh my god, we're 10 minutes into the video and you haven't even made it to the destination you're going to spend all your time in. That's obviously an extreme. 3.5 could be cutting it right towards the edge, but it's doable if you're assuming that we have a 15-minute video. And so then to say the first 3 to 4 minutes of a 15-minute video is on just arriving, to have whatever, like 11 minutes, 10 minutes remaining dedicated to the adventures while on site, I think that's fine. So that's a good milestone or that's a good area to try to cut all this into. All right, let's look at it again. So if we start from here. Okay, let's start cutting this part up. Okay, almost there. Somewhere around here, maybe. Around here. Yes, Kimbap. Nice. I think there's a little bit of that instrument kind of, something happened right at the end, just by coincidence. Okay. Which means then we can drag in these guys and see how it looks. And I might even at this point we can see if we want to change something else up. But let me see real quick. Because now I want to see if I can cut the actual soundtrack. We'll pick up the soundtrack again, but let me see how this works. Bota, that was her name, Bota. I think I called her Bora, so I do apologize. But her name is Bota, Aibo, and then Doggy. It hit me. Alright, so let's take a quick step back again, see the progress, see if it makes sense. And you know what? I think all of that works without any voiceover, which makes my life easier, obviously, so I don't have to keep working on a script. But I do like if there are times where I just let it play with good music and good timing and without any other additional elements, right? And I think that whole section there was pretty good on its own. And I think as long as we kind of fine tune and make sure everything goes with those beats, it's very upbeat, it's very fast. There's no real need to tell a story because it tells a story for you. Like, do you really need to hear my voice telling you, like, hey, I'm about to board a plane to get to the next area? Not really. It's pretty clear based on the sequence of clips. That's exactly what we're doing. I've already kind of prefaced it in the prior chapter where I said, like, hey, after a half day of just kind of exploring, I turned in to get ready for to head over to our final destination, blah, blah, blah. So I guess I already kind of prefaced it here. So then in this area where it's like a moment of silence, if you will, or just let the music hang with the visuals, it can be a nice reprieve from hearing my voice. You're welcome. But then it becomes its own little music video, if you will, and let the audience fill in the gap. And then so we had the preface, we have the section, and then once we have this little pause, so this whole section here, and then you're letting the ambient sound kick in, then here I think is proper for my voice to kind of be inserted, where I'll say like, and then I'll time it with like meeting the crew. So I might even jump right into that, be like, I want you to meet the crew. So it could be something to that effect. Let's test that out. I'm gonna like voice over as I do it a bit. I want you to meet the crew, starting with so then I'll pause it, show Bota, blah blah blah. Starting with Bota, who was our chef for the duration of the trip, blah blah blah, and then freeze here. Aibo, who is my translator and guide, and last but not least, Ding, Dogi, our driver, and the one who kept us alive, blah 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 blah. Continue on. I think that works. I think. Yeah, and then obviously I'll say, speaking of crew, last but not least, really is my film crew, my gear, and so then here's where I start introducing the gear that I'm using, starting with the Nikon gear, of course, this, as well as the Insta360. There was a weird gap there, I think. Let me see if it was just me. Yeah, okay, so there's a weird glitch there, which we'll cut out as we get, we'll fine tune anyways, but. Yeah, and then I'll say, yep, and then this is the Insta360, and this is the first trip that I took it on, but you should be seeing more of these kind of cameras as we go. Excuse me. And then the question becomes, when do I want to reintroduce the soundtrack? Probably because it'll be quieter because my voice is going through. I don't mind it, and it's very, very, it's like good background music anyways. So let's see where's a good spot, and obviously I'll tone it down here. I want you to meet the crew, starting with Bota, Ding, who is our chef, blah blah blah. Here's Aibo, Ding, he was my translator and guide. Last but not least, Dogi, Ding, this. Okay, and then let's a little fade in and keep it quiet, and maybe we'll have it when I show the camera. So it's like this. Yeah, this is fun times. Yeah, okay, perfect. And then we'll start out the music again as I'm showing the second part of the crew, which is the camera gear. And the volume might be a little bit quieter going forward, but then, yeah, this becomes a nice little progression, if you will. And we've met our goal, kind of. I put a marker right here. Well, no, we definitely met our goal because I haven't cut these sections yet. Obviously, we'll cut up parts of this. We don't need the whole thing. So yes, we will meet our goal that right at this mark, kind of. Right now it's at 250 now, but because I clipped this audio. But roughly around 2 minutes and 50 seconds, we have finished showing all of the kind of, crew shots. And then we can spend the next maybe 30 seconds showing some of the nature like the road shots, as well as some of the camel shots over here. And we will cut out all of these shots, unfortunately. But so let's find from roughly here We're going to find a way to insert all these guys and give it some space that it works, but obviously we don't want to have all of this space here. All right, I want to take a quick pause. Let's start from the very beginning. Let's see it start to finish. And as we're watching this, I'm going to also think in my head. You might hear my voice as I think about different dialogue, but generally speaking, I think we have a good sequence. So let's figure out the volume. And got from the beginning. We'll go full screen. And then let's play it. So here's where I'm doing the whole explaining. Welcome back to my journeys. Follow me on my channel. And then I'll talk about like, so why am I going to Mongolia? For these reasons. Or I might do it after this section here. Let me see. So maybe here I can say, so why am I going to Mongolia? Blah, blah, blah. It's for these reasons. Mentioned I had a day in the capital, so I decided to go out, enjoy the weather, see the sights before I turn in for the night, as we have one more flight to get to our final destination, Olgi. And then the rest of it, we just let it play. Then I'll add the voiceover here, saying Bota, Aibo, and Dogi, pausing obviously for each one. And then the music will kick in when I say, speaking of the crew, let's not forget about my film crew, my gear. And then I'll say, hey, starting with my Nikon Z9, as well as a second Z9, thank courtesy of Nikon Middle East Africa, who lent it to me, as well as this Insta360, blah, 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 which will allow me to capture some really cool moments I normally would miss, as well as the Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal for my smartphone. So we'll have a lot of fun shooting with different formats throughout this journey. Blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, so okay, so I think it does fit in fairly well. One thing I do have to factor in is those kind of freeze frame moments. But the good news is the whole freeze frame moments, I don't have any soundtrack there. So technically we can worry about that later in terms of how long the length is. We're picking up the soundtrack once the camera section comes out anyways. So really I just need to focus a little bit of time to make sure I have enough time speaking to cover all the gear that I got. So here I think we said, like, for instance, speaking of crew, let's not forget about my film crew, my camera gear, starting with the Nikon Z9, including a second Z9, which I'm borrowing courtesy of Nikon Middle East and Africa. I've also got the Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal from for my smartphone. So that part cuts out a little too soon. So let's see if I have, give me a little bit more space to work with. Tell me I have more. Perfect. But not really, because I move away from the camera. But let's see, I might be able, no, I can't do much. Maybe there's some space in the front of the clip. There is not. Okay. We'll see if we can make do with this, because there's a bit of a hard cut to this section before I'm ready to talk about it. Well, let's see if we can make it work. So it'd be something like I'm saying, let's start from here. Film crew, blah, blah, blah. And then I go, speaking of crew, let's not forget about my film crew, my camera gear, starting with my Nikon Z9, including a second Z9 body, courtesy of Nikon Middle East Africa, who graciously let me borrow it. I've also got the Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal for the iPhone, as well as the Insta360 X3 for some more 360 shots, something, and it should be fun to use. And then here we go, we kick into this mode. Okay, I think it's making sense. Now we just got to figure out how much of these clips to keep, and where can we start showing more of the camel shots, as the camels will be our first kind of quasi wildlife moment. Obviously they're not, I say obviously, but they're not actually wild. Most likely I believe all of them are domesticated in some sense, but a comment I had made prior is that they're somewhat domesticated, but the owner, like the farmer, whomever, I don't know what you call them, they don't really do much with the camels. They let the camels roam free every day. The only times the camels tend to be used is when they're going to migrate. So if the owners are going to now migrate to their summer home or whatever, then they'll pack up their belongings, either ride the camel or they'll put their belongings on the camel. So that's the only times that it seems like they use it, generally speaking. Otherwise, the camels just kind of chill. They do their own thing. Okay, I'm just jumping these guys up closer. Let me start scooting some of the clips at the bottom layer away from this, as it gets a little bit messy. So a reminder, the bottom layer clips are the ones that I'm probably going to throw away. I've deprioritized them either because it won't work or there's better shots that I'm using instead. But I do feel a little bit nervous about deleting them too soon. So I usually will hold on to them until I'm fairly certain that we've got what we want, and then we can completely cut all that. Okay, so I'm just trying to think what is a good cutoff in terms of how much or how long this section should last. I think initially we said maybe around 3 minutes and 30 seconds seems like okay to say that all the clips related to heading to our actual destination ends in the first 3.5 minutes of our video, which leaves us anywhere from, let's say, 11 minutes to, yeah, roughly 11 more minutes if we're going to try to hit somewhere around the 15-minute mark. I think that's reasonable. So let me set a marker right there. Let's get rid of this marker. So our goal is to somehow condense all of these shots that I've highlighted here into that section right there. It is doable because a lot of these, are not, like, we're not going to really use all of this section. So yeah, once we start clipping through, we'll have a better sense. So let's see. And we got to listen to the music as well. So actually, let me let it play up until the 3 minute 30 second mark to see if that is even a good place to cut the video. Okay, actually, now that we played it through, I feel like that's definitely way too long. So, if anything, I won't use up all the way to 3 minutes 30 seconds. There is a world where I think I should be able to get all the relevant clips done in maybe like a third of that time. So let me just listen to it again and imagine. Because here we're finishing explaining the gear we're using, and then I'll have some time where I mention, So with that, let's let's head on to our destination. So it'd be like, and the Insta360 X3, which will allow me to get some 360 shots, just to add a bit of spice. All right, let's continue heading to our destination. Yeah, I think we can get it done in maybe half the time, potentially. Let's aim for that, and at least we know where the absolute longest we should go, which is 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the video. So, how much of this can we clip? Let me see if I need a... Oh, and this one I did film in 60 frames per second, it looks like. So that actually helps me because I was rushing a little bit with my speech. So let me go ahead and slow this guy down. So we can slow this to 40%, let's say. And then we'll start it at a little bit more motion, so somewhere around here. And the Insta360 X3, which will allow me to get some nice... Let me think about the lyrics there, or not the lyrics. And the Insta360 X3 camera, which will allow me to get some 360-degree action shots for the trip. Should be fun, but otherwise we're on our way to get to our destination in Olgi, something, something, something. Let's try again. And the Insta360 X3 camera, which will allow me to get some 360-degree action shots throughout the trip. So with all of that, we are ready to make it to our destination. So maybe somewhere like here should be good enough. And then let's listen a little bit more carefully to the music to see if there's a nice beat. This part seems a little bit like a... How would I describe it? This part in the soundtrack doesn't feel like it has really clean beats anymore. It's a bit more like messy almost. So I have to listen a little bit better. Alright, let's see. Let me zoom out here. Yeah, it gets a little bit wonky for me. It's hard for me to kind of figure out what's a good... Let's keep going. It's a little tough. Maybe I'll do it right here. I think that's right. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone listening, but it just felt like they did something different in that last section here, where it's not as clean in terms of where the beats are. Not to say it's bad with the music, it just means it's harder for me to track it. So someone with a better ear can follow along better, but we are dealing with my limitations, and I think this might be a good cutoff point. So then from here, we can start showing a little bit more of the road shots. Let's put some music back on in the background. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, now we want to do shorter, so it goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And the question is, do I want to use that section or the section towards the end. Let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's try this section, and we'll cut it from there. Hey, whoops. Keksise. I think at this point I'm going to just intentionally mispronounce everything because, you know, it's better than trying and always failing anyways. So Keksise, thank you very much for the follow on Kick. I appreciate it, especially on Kick because I think that's the one I have the least amount of progress. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, I appreciate it. I am multi-streaming across YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. I am on day 10 of doing whatever this is, but it's day 10 of me streaming in a row. I'm very new to this, but it is something that I've been enjoying. And basically what you get to watch is me creating my content. I am a travel photographer and videographer, aspiring filmmaker, if you will. You can find my content on Yobel Prize on Instagram, as well as my YouTube channel at Yobel Prize. YouTube is a journey that I started about a year and a half ago, and it's been really fun for me, and I've been traveling nonstop. So I figured I'm not traveling for the rest of the year, so while I'm at home, I might as well live stream the process of me editing all of my videos, and hopefully people can find value in that, because you get to watch an empty canvas essentially turn and like kind of shape into something interesting. So I will take this moment to replay maybe the trailer section, because that is the part that we worked on the most in the past 9 days. So I'll just play it here as we go through it. This is the trailer for my next YouTube video, which is going to be on a trip to Mongolia I went on February last year. Right now we are on chapter 2 of that episode. Most likely we will end up with maybe 2 or 3 episodes is what we'll have. So right now we're trying to finish episode 1 in 5 days. So I have a little countdown going. I had set a goal when I started my streaming journey that for the next 2 weeks I want to work every day on completing my next YouTube video. So we are on day 10. We've made decent progress. We spent a lot of time on that trailer, but that's normal because I wanted to make sure the trailer was as epic as possible. It is the hook. It is what will convince someone to continue watching for minutes on end. So we did go with a fine-tooth comb over everything. It's not finalized yet, but we've made big progress on it. And then so far, track record, we finished 1 chapter per day. Small sample size because we've only had 1 day of this, but we did finish 1 chapter yesterday. And we started chapter 2 today, and there is a world that I think we can finish chapter 3 as well. So hey, Maple Glades, good to see you again. I appreciate it. I was mentioning you earlier. I think I mentioned you every day so far. So, you know, shout out to you. I very much appreciate, you know, your support throughout all this. I'm letting my cat kind of navigate her way over to our little cat camera over here. So she's just going to chill over there for a bit. But Maple, thank you very much. The edits are going very well. Yes, we've made good progress. So I don't know where you tuned in, but as I said, the trailer is done, 95%. We got chapter 1, 85% done. I'll say like maybe we're like 75%. We still need to figure out the scripting, and I will still need to color grade and make sure all the clips that we got actually are the ones we want. But in terms of the kind of spacing of it all, we finished that. And then we are on chapter 3. Oh, sorry, chapter 2. We started chapter 2, and I've made good progress there. And now we are technically, so we're finishing up chapter 2, but it's been good progress. So yeah. Let me know when you want to hop on a call too. Yeah, absolutely. And I apologize. The time that I'm ending my stream with my time zone usually ends up being like 9 p.m., 10 p.m., something like that. And so when I hop off stream, I need some time to kind of not just detox, but I have to like turn everything off and like try to figure out things I still need to do. and then I have to eat my first meal of the day at 9 or 10 p.m. And then, yeah, just kind of do the detox. So it's been a little bit tough for me to catch up with you in those kind of final hours. So, yeah, maybe I might cut the stream sooner. Let's say if I do end up finishing chapter 2 in the next, like, whatever. Right now it's about 6 p.m. my time. If I can get through all this in the next hour or so and then edit a few photos, and if I do end up ending sooner, then if you're available, I might hop on with you if that works. Otherwise, just bear with me as I kind of figure out the best routine. Right now, it's been around 1 p.m. is when I start, 1 to 2 p.m. really, until 9. I'm trying to see if maybe I can wake up earlier and start earlier. And then another thought process we were chatting with the chat was around if I maybe want to dedicate a couple streams to US hours. So trying to do like, I don't know, something like 5 a.m. possibly. On like a Wednesday or one other day. So all of it is open, but yeah, haven't figured it out. But yeah, wind down and treat yourself. Exactly. It's like, it's not easy doing this, but it's easy. It's like something weird, right? Is it really that difficult to be sitting in one spot for hours on end? Probably not, at least not physically. But it is exhausting in other ways. So I do need to detox after the trip. But yeah, I would love to hop on a call. We are on day 10, so I have made a lot of progress in terms of the video for sure, but then also in terms of my own personal feelings about can I do this long term? Can I live stream across these things in a competent manner? There are a few things that I mentioned that I still need to work on, including the audio level, like the audio, I guess, just make sure the quality is properly set up. I would love to figure out the emotes and make sure I can figure out, I can learn how to create my own emotes. That would be cool. So that's a lower priority, but that would be nice to learn. I would like to make sure I'm setting up my Discord properly. So I do have a Discord, and someone yesterday reminded me to promote it and like try to build out a Discord. So yeah, just kind of generally understanding the hygienes of a good Discord community. It'd be nice to learn. Or even doing these kind of Discord calls. I know Maple, you had mentioned that with your photo community, you guys will hop on streams or like do video or voice calls for each other. I think that'd be really cool. I appreciate you teaching me about how to do raids. I haven't done one since, just because one, it's like, you know, I'm still a very, very small channel anyways. But yeah, I would love to, as I get to know more, you know, live streamers, especially in this kind of space, to be able to do the rating and stuff as well. So yeah, there's a lot that I still need to figure out, fine tune, and so on. But in the general gist of, do I feel comfortable doing these types of live streams, talking for hours on end? Yeah, it's been good. It's been a very, very good 10 days. And thankfully I have been productive. So I don't feel like I'm wasting time. I am actually moving towards my goals of, you know, creating more consistent content for my YouTube channel, as well as doing this kind of stream stuff. All right, so as I'm on chapter 2, I just wanted to rewind a bit. I think the decision we made today is that for chapter 2, at least for this entire beginning section here, I will not actually have any voiceover. We've included a little bit of voiceover at this end of chapter 1, where I give some of the context of what's happening, add a little preface. So then let's see again if we can listen to it start to finish and see if it sounds good without any voiceover, if the context makes sense. So. And then from here on, I start adding the voice again, introduce the characters, essentially, of the story, the crew, if you will. So here's the travel crew. And then, as we said, then we'll segue into here, where I'll say, speaking of crew, here's my film crew, my gear, starting with my Nikon Z9, as well as the second Z9, borrowed courtesy of Nikon Middle East Africa. as well as a Xeon Smooth 5S from my smartphone gimbal and the Insta360 X3, so I can capture some 360 action shots throughout the trip. Otherwise, we head on our way to our final destination. And then here we now need to start cutting up the road shots and just finding key elements. So maybe we'll keep with this kind of timing. So like however many beats, I think it's like 2 beats maybe. Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And we'll just kind of stick with that until it gets too redundant. Alright, so let's do that. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's try to see. I don't have the answer yet in terms of how many of these clips we should use. And then this clip, it might be too slow compared to some of the other stuff. So maybe I won't use this one, even though this is a clean shot. Or you know what? Actually, if I add some zoom and stuff, we could rescue it a bit in terms of the flow. Okay, so then from this to this. So probably let's try the first portion of it for now. It's good enough. Another thing I have to think about is if I mix in slow motion footage with the normal speed, maybe it'll look weird. I'm not sure yet. So. This one, let's try stabilizing the full clip just to kind of get a sense. Probably towards the end of this. Edora, guess who's back? Back again. Was that actually originally an Eminem song? Or why am I thinking something else? What am I thinking of? The thing that came to my mind was something about like NSYNC or something. Guess who's back? Oh, no. Okay, maybe I'm mixing it up. But the guess who's... I know that there's like the Eminem version, right? What am I mixing up right now? My God. Guess who's back? Right. So this one I know. Yeah, Without Me. Oh, yeah, that's the one. But I was thinking something else, right? Why was I thinking like NSYNC or something? NSYNC? Oh, no, Backstreet's Back. That's what it was, right? Oh my God. Backstreet's Back. All right. Everybody. Oh, the band was called Backstreet Boys. Backstreet. Oh my God. Okay. I didn't pay enough attention to like music growing up, so don't judge me by my lack of knowledge there. Guess who's back again? Shady's back. Tell a friend. Yes. If I could just listen to Eminem music without getting copyright struck, I might. There's a world where I would do that nonstop. No. Eminem, Joyner Lucas, NF, and what did I say? J. Cole, yes, makes the list. And one more. But good to see you back, Eudora. We made some progress in your absence, I think. Right now, I'm just trying to cut up some of the road shots where I don't want to use too much of it because I am mindful of time. And so, but for now, I'm trying to cut up all of the potential ones into the same duration, and then we can do an extra level of filtering from there. Because we have a current goal of trying to somehow fitting all the road shots on our way to our final destination, including those camel shots, should all happen in this empty space here. Until right now, our current tracker is set to 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the video. But really, I want it to end sooner, because I think even this is way too long to just be showing a montage of driving and camel shots. So to get there though, the first thing I'm doing is I'm just trying to cut up the clips a little bit more into like equal chunks, and then I can better prioritize which of these clips are actually money shots, you know? So like I think these shots for sure should make it, this like nature shot. So in some ways that should be a bit more prioritized. And then I can cut out some of the fluff in the middle. That was way shaky. Let's just drop these down. Maybe one of these moments. Let me see. 1, 2. And let's see if we can fix the shakiness without slowing down the clip. It's not bad. Let's try matching the duration. I could potentially slow down the clip as well, but there's something off about because what I was gonna say, I like this shot right here because it's like at this weird angle, so it kind of gives a not like a dizzy vibe, but it's just a little bit a funkier vibe as it rotates. But then when it does the rotate, I have this weird moment where it crops in. So alternatively, I can slow down the clip, but then you might not be able to capture as much of the motion. So let's see. Yeah, because now it's like way too slow. So maybe I just got to find a more usable clip. So maybe after this weird jump happens, let's see if it's usable from here. In terms of stabilizing it. It's not really, because it's doing this weird shaking thing, because the shakiness of the shot, you're seeing the lighting kind of go from light to dark on the vignette corners. So let's see if we can find a different section. Worst case, we just need a slow motion this guy. Okay, we'll start from earlier. Nice. Oh, I'm starting to get hungry. getting hungry. Let's see. There we go. Okay. I just wanted a moment where it's smooth. So that's all that matters for now. Alright, so then let's continue. Alright, there we go. So these are all the ones that we've currently selected for road shots. And then we can move on to camel shots. But before we move on to camel shots, let's see how many of the road shots we can get rid of. So here I'm just going to let it play through and just kind of, this is just an eyeball thing. I don't know what's the equivalent of saying eyeball, but I'm going to earball it. All right. I'm going to ear, whatever. We're just going to listen to it and trust our senses to see if like, what is the right duration of showing a bunch of these road shots before it gets too stale. So, but let me rewind it a little bit. So, alright, so here we mentioned I would pause the video at times to introduce each of the travel crew before the music kicks in, and then I do introduction of the camera. So speaking of the camera gear, blah blah blah, Nikon Z9, and an extra one thanks to Nikon Middle East Africa, as well as the Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal from my phone, and the Insta360 X3 for these, and as well as the GoPro for some more action shots. And then with that, we're gonna continue heading our way to start off our journey in Ogi, blah blah blah. Then here, we'll probably just have no voiceover, just let it play. Okay, so I feel like there's maybe just a few clips too long. Like I think maybe, let's see. It wasn't bad, but I think we can probably remove maybe like 2 or 3 at the very least. Well, let's see. 2, 3. So in terms of the beats, this is one spot where I think if I now transition to the camel shots, it can work. So that's about like 8 shots. So it's like 8 beats. So we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then camel shots. Boom. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then, yeah, so if I do half and half, this is a potential area where we can kind of close it off. I'll just put a marker here for now. I don't know how to use markers properly because it's like marking. Oh, okay. Let's try that again. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is where my OCD picks in, because the reason the timing goes off is I didn't trim it to the same lengths as the other ones. And it seemed like what we had before was somewhat on time. So let me just do that now. I'm getting really, really hungry. Alright. So it should be like 8 and 8 is what we're going for. 8 beats per. So it goes 1, 2, 3. Somewhere like right here. So we'll use that as kind of our little guide now, which I'm happy with because that means we're ending this whole sequence at 3 minutes and 12 seconds, which is obviously still better than 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So we shaved off almost 20 seconds that we believe is unnecessary, which means we are trimming the fat. Okay, so which of these road shots do we want to keep? This one for sure we want to keep. And like I said, we still want to keep a little bit of an order to this, in the sense that we start in civilization, actual roads, then all of a sudden you see the roads are starting to turn less developed, and then out of nowhere we are now just kind of off-roading it a bit. So I want that feeling to stay there. And then some of these are somewhat repetitive, so let's just kind of start over. This one, yes. Let's look at my cat. That's how she asks for my attention. She extends her paw and like taps at my... Yes, Nala? It's hard to say no to her when she does that, but watch me say no. I can't say it. Alright, let's keep going. Until she tells me exactly what she wants. So this one maybe, I mean, it does tell a story because now we're seeing a bit of snow. We got this interesting landscape, so maybe I'll keep it. This one probably could go. So I'll just drop it down for now. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Technically that means out of this I can only keep one. That's not enough. So I want to keep this one. I want to keep one of these. It's a question of maybe once I stabilize it, does it look good? So let's stabilize. It's a little too shaky still, but let's see. I think I want to keep one of these. The problem is this one's way too shaky, and you can kind of see it when it, like, I don't know what you call it, warbles or wobbles a bit. So let's deprioritize that one for now. And then I think we want one of these shots, so maybe this one. So that means we have to cut what? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have to cut 2 out of the 10. So let's see. We know we want this one. We're ambivalent to this one, but what we have going for it is that it's showing a bit of the road shots, so it helps with the transition. Nala is acting up again. What is it that you want, Nala? You want to say something to the mic? You want to come up here? Yeah. Okay. You want to come on the lap? Come to the lap. This might not be what she wants. She probably just wants food, but... Okay, both my cats are demanding something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed them. So if you will allow me, I'm going to go be right back. And as I've mentioned before, when I go away, I have set up a scene so that it will play some clips from my former YouTube videos. So hopefully it'll leave you with something entertaining in my stead. So I'll be right back just for a few minutes.
On how to operate the exits, please have a read. The water is at the back. Help yourselves. And we had mints. Still comes. Oh, they're here. Oh, yay. Please help yourselves. And Kathy with me, Albert. Enjoy the flight.
Alright.
Albert.
Oh yeah, we got Albert in here as well. Alright, so we just landed safely in Entebbe. These are the two awesome pilots here. If you can introduce yourselves.
Kathy.
Albert here.
Alright, so these two got us in epic time in this Aerolink flight here, you can see. So yeah, we're excited. We just got to Entebbe, so we're off to our next adventure. But again, appreciating you guys. It's been amazing. Alright, take care guys.
Everyone's hard work paid off as we had our best snow leopard sighting of the trip. A mother leopard resting on a cliff with her two cubs, enjoying the sunset. My final evening was spent enjoying scenes of locals playing hockey and relaxing on the frozen lake. Reflecting on my time here, I appreciated the breathtaking scenery, the professionalism of the crew, and of course, the wildlife. While the challenging weather conditions made sightings tough, Leh is definitely a place I'm looking forward to revisiting, to spend more time in the wild, but also with the people of this beautiful place. Like kids playing ice hockey on a frozen lake, life is best when you chase the little moments, losing yourself fully in the spaces in between. And that's what my time in Leh reminded me. As we reach the grand finale, the question still looms. Can the 400mm lens dramatically outshine the iPhone 15 Pro's zoom capabilities? Let's take a look. Here's the unedited raw footage. After some creative adjustments, cinematic. While our focus is zoom, the prowess of the camera files and the lens's clarity can't be ignored. It's not just about bringing distant objects closer, it's about capturing each moment with artistic finesse. Consider how the Jeep remains sharply in focus even from afar, and notice the bokeh effect, making the sand kicked up into the air appear as a smooth cascade, all while the Jeep is sharply defined against this soft backdrop. There are of course trade-offs. The heft of the camera and lens combo challenges steady handheld shots. And with the fixed lens as opposed to the iPhone's variable zoom, once the subject gets too close, I'm constrained by the frame. But these constraints can spur creativity, like in this shot, where I zeroed in on just the Jeep's front tire. It reveals the art of motion in the sand, capturing the tire's intricate dance across the dunes, each grain of sand part of the performance. And while the iPhone offers a versatile dance partner, the 400mm lens invites us to a ballet, where every detail is part of the choreography. So as we wrap up this section, remember, cameras are tools, but vision is the true artist. rain, but we were hot on the trail of a lion couple spotted hunting in the area the previous evening. And our persistence paid off as they emerged from hiding to relax on the plains before, spoiler alert, they chose to come over and say hello. Here are those moments. In what was the highlight of this morning, we stumbled upon a lion pride with 4 incredibly young and playful cubs. It led to some magical moments, including one climbing a tree, or at least attempting to. I will share those moments with you now as I experienced it through my lens. Please enjoy. I miss? What I miss? Nothing. Laundry time. It was needed. And also, it's probably healthy for me because I got a little bit of sun. So, vitamin D and all. Alright, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that break. Hopefully the clips that we're playing give a good taste of the type of content that I create and what I try to create going forward. But let's get back to it. My cats should be happy. They got some food in them. I want to return to finishing this chapter. So where we were was at the end of the road shots, I believe. No, we need to cut 2 more. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we need to remove 2. We want to keep that. We want to keep this. This one's nice. Nice for the colors in the mountains. That one could potentially go. So let's check. So this one, okay, I think I have my answer. I think I might shave this one off and this one off. Because I think the other ones can hold on its own a bit better. And then let's kind of rework each of these to fit the actual music. So I think this one was fine. So these are okay. Okay, so far so good. This one starts to get a little bit off, so let's see. Okay, so this one needs to be a little bit longer. Oh, and I guess there is a strategy where I just do a machine gun effect towards the end. But do I have enough kind of good clips to do that? Not really. I mean, not enough to really warrant it. So I think we're okay with this. So it goes 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess another strategy is we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're done. So it goes 1, 2. Well, that would mean we cut our 8 into 5 video clips. But it does mean we save time. So let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. I might do that because I want to shave as much as possible. So it goes 1, 2. So then we probably will remove this clip. Just because it doesn't tell as much of a story. It's still close to civilization. This one maybe, but it's a bit shaky of a shot. I do know I want, maybe this one is better because there's some kind of crazy, well, it's a little bit of a tracking shot and we see a car in the distance racing off in the dirt. So that could work. This one could work because it's more colorful. This one for the snowy road. But then that means we have to cut one of these, which I wanted to keep both. So it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. So that means I would have to cut one of these, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess we could do 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So then let's think about, well, we still want to go in order, so we have to go with civilization, 1. But then from here, I guess none of this really matters in terms of ordering, because they're all kind of off-road-esque. So maybe I'll start with this one next, because I want to set the scene a little bit that we're like, you know, off-road. And then from here, now we start going fast mode. So it goes 1, 2, 2, 3. So we cut this 3, 4. So yeah, it's gonna be like roughly like this. I hope this works. 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, we'll put this one first, because the rest are like kind of mountain shots, so then this one doesn't fit with the rest. So let's say if we go with that first. And then last one. Maybe somewhere in the middle of all that. Okay, ballpark. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Almost. 3. I think each of these need to be slightly longer. 3, 4. 3, 4, 5. So it goes. Okay. All right. Look at that. I feel proud of myself. We went from like however many clips to then we trimmed it down to saying we need to choose 8, and now we've gone ahead with 6. And I think with the 6, that's good enough to tell a journey of we are progressing deep into the heart of Mongolia without wasting much time. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, boom. And then let's now work on some of the camel shots. And technically the same rule could apply, but if there's a way to extend the time on the camels, I'm open to that, because the camels are a little bit more exciting compared to just road driving shots, right? So, and we have a shit ton of camel shots to go through now. So, okay, let's see what is another clean break if we do camels now. So it goes 1. Nope, not here. So then from here. Yeah, so it could just be this entire section here. I can see how we can shorten it even more. So either way, let's start kind of checking out our camels. And let's see if we need to... I like to start chronologically first. So let's just go by what happened in order of time, and then we'll go by the best shots. So at a quick glance, I believe this is correct. So obviously you can see we're at a distance here first. Then we got a little bit closer. We got a little sneaky shot here. Now we're at eye level, but still far away, but getting closer and closer until we're fairly aligned. And then this one is a little bit misleading because now it's walking to us. But we do know we want a shot from this. And then this one is probably the one we end with, because that moment when the camel looks back and looks at us. So we know for sure 2 shots we will use. And then the question is, do I want to show these 2 at the very end of it and like mention something about with, you know, like as a little bit of voiceover maybe at the end where I said, okay, after a brief stop to check out the double humped camels, we continued to eventually reaching our destination. Something like that, and scene, fade to black, and then kick off chapter number 3. I think that makes sense. Let me drag all these guys down below. We're gonna put all this in a bucket over here. And then this is technically... Oh yeah, what did we say? Did we say we wanted that as the same chapter? I completely forgot. So this is entering the Wild Wild East. We land. Technically this could be another chapter. So it could be entering, it could be meet the crew. Alright, let's do that for now. I don't mind shorter chapters if each one serves a purpose. So in this case, this is where we get to meet the crew. So people could technically fast forward to this section. So meet the crew. And one thing I also need to figure out is I need to make everything, what's the word? Uniform. Either I capitalize every letter or don't, or whatever the I don't know. Let's try it. Let's keep it lowercase except for the first word. Edora, you said boom. I forget. I don't know which part of the boom it is, but I feel the boom as well. We made some good progress there. I think this is our new challenge now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 11 camel shots and maybe 2 ending scene shots of the van and the drive. And we need to fit it into a tight space. So we'll see. But I was also trying to think in terms of what do I need to add. So I think we're going to say this is chapter 2, where we're entering the Wild Wild East. And it's a short chapter. It starts at 1 minute 39 and ends at 2 minutes 14 seconds. Chapter 3 will then be meet the crew. And here's where we add a little bit of the voiceover, blah, blah, blah. We also meet the film crew, or the, my camera gear. And then the question is, do we add all the camel stuff here as well? Or do we cut it off here? So then, I guess, yeah, we can add all this into the tail end of that chapter. So chapter 3 will be essentially meet the crew, but it also includes some of those clips as we're on our way to our final destinations, including the camel shots. And then closing off with the final remarks about something, something here to show that we continue on our way, I think. So yeah, I don't have the answer just yet, but maybe this is chapter 3. And then the next chapter is all the way over here. So then all of this section here. So let me start to drag this forward. All right. We're making progress. And then let me just drag all of these to the back end of the timeline. I'm going to lift all these guys up one layer so it's a bit more obvious. All right. Where were we? It's chapter 2. Or no, sorry, chapter 3. Meet the crew. Camel stuff, and we need the camel stuff to end by this marker potentially. So let's see. Same thing, I'm just going to start by clipping it at its shortest length, which I believe also let me switch this to slow motion. So this is the shortest length potentially, or sorry, I say shortest. This is the longest length that we're gonna make any of the clips, potentially for now. So just be like going with the music, so. And then the next one we got. It's a bit similar, so honestly, we can just choose from one of these. Whatever, this is good enough, the one that we chose. So let me just delete that. Now we're going to see from different angles as we get closer. So we got this. And let's find a stable shot of this. And see if we have a part of it focused. Because it looks like I focused on the bush in front of it. Okay, so focus really is just at the very beginning of the clip. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see up until when is the clip actually sharp. So until there. I'm going to cut that, and then we will slow motion this bad boy. And then we'll trim the fat. And then we'll stabilize it later, but let's just kind of go through. Next clip, should we use it? Let's see. It's not the best, you know, camel's a bit obstructed, out of focus. So let's go ahead and delete that. This one might be a little bit more in focus, but what's going for this one is that there's a slight amount of wind, which kind of adds a little bit to it. It's eye level, camel staring at us, and the sky behind it isn't just one color. It's got a little bit of texture and lighting. So, but we are trying to trim, so I'm going to drop this one down for now. And this one looks much better of a shot. So let's slide these forward. Now we're getting some action. Now we get the camel doing its thing, munching away. So maybe from here. And then we're getting to a point where I think some of these clips will have to be longer now if we want to do some of it justice, which I'm okay with. Let's just kind of see if we can find some ideal moments. So like here, we can see the camel starts off staring at the camera-ish, or it's facing more towards us. Okay, so maybe starting from roughly here. And then it makes a little bit of a face. You can see it chewing. It's a nice angle on the camera, on the on the camel and the humps. Okay, that's nice right here. So technically there was a moment where maybe from there until it bites whatever and then looks at the camera here. Boom. So that's technically a good moment out of all these moments that might be best to use. This one's another one, so just up until here somewhere. Alright, so these are probably the top 3 moments from the clip so far. So let me go ahead and safely delete these 2. Let's look at this part now. The only thing here is obviously the motion as the camel's moving, but it's moving more to the side. It doesn't really say much. Unless it ties, I was about to say, unless it ties to the next clip. In this clip, it is moving in the same direction, so it could kind of work hand in hand. Okay, so if we end up using it, it's really just to show a transition to the next scene, which is where it's walking to the left. And we don't need all of this, we just need enough of this kind of walking. And then when it starts turning around, we don't need any of that. And here's where it's peeing at the camera, so we don't need any of that. If I keep some of this, it's more just to show there's a group of them, so you just see a bunch of these humps everywhere. I should play the Black Eyed Peas song here for the camels. Well, I do have one more Mongolia trip that we need to edit, which is later on in the year. And that one we saw a ton of camels. So if somehow I don't get copyright struck, maybe we'll add that, my humps song. Here's a nice moment. Idora, I've never seen that emote before. I thought it was like a South Park character for a second. Okay, maybe I have to check it on Twitch. Okay, so on Twitch, does it tell me toxic K-bun oof? That's the name of that emote. I don't know if that was in reference to what, but thank you for the toxic K. What did I say? Thank you for the toxic K-bun oof. And how do I do an emote? If I just type that in, does that work? So let me just copy that over. If I type in toxic, come on, let me do it. Toxic. Whoops, what am I doing here? Nah, because I'm a subscriber. LOL. Okay. What? They should give me access, right? If I'm the streamer, shouldn't I have the same thing you get? What? But yeah, like I said, Maple was on earlier, and I do need to chat with him. I do want to do emotes at some point. If I do emotes, I definitely want to do an emote of a camel, because I have a number of camel shots, and camels are the most ridiculously goofy, emotive animals, I think. They're one of them. Giraffes as well. Okay, this moment here, where it's walking, and then it looks at the camera. Okay, so maybe slightly earlier. So something like this, where it's not looking at the camera, moving, and then boom, stares at the camera out here. So there are some decent shots to pull from. So the challenge will be the same, where we need to filter. Idora, you can have your own emotes. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So what was I doing? I was editing some of my photos, and then Maple had noticed some of the photos that I have of the shoebill stork, which is like also a very, very emotive animal. And so he was the one who told me like, oh, you should be able to create your own emotes and use your own photos, and yeah, as part of the community. So I would love to do that. You know, anytime I can add a little bit more of a personal branding or whatever, all the better. So, but the thing is, Adora, I don't know how to do it yet. So I'm acting like I'm some kind of helpless child or whatever. Obviously, I have the internet. I could research this, but my brain kind of is shutting off to focus on the things I'm focusing on. And researching emotes is not currently at the top of that list yet. So again, it's a me problem. But yes, I do hope that within some time frame, let's call it 1 to 2 weeks from now, I would love to be able to start building up my own emotes. Like, look at this camel. It's like one of the goofiest looking animals, but... Okay, so I'm just trying to clip potential moments that we can essentially choose from. Maybe this walking shot, because it's a clean shot, so somewhere around here. It's a bit too obstructed, hard to see. And then yeah, the final one we mentioned would be like this side shot. So maybe let's see. Maybe we can do a clip of the first camel and then transition to the second camel stopping. So something like this. And that's it. Okay. All right, we've done our first kind of pass over the potentials. So the next is we're going to do another pass through and another and another. That's the name of the game, essentially. There's no shortcut to it for me, at least. I just have to keep going one rinse at a time, and each time hope that I'm filtering out the bad stuff. Or I shouldn't say bad, but yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, So I was just letting them mostly play in full so that I could see if some look too repetitive. So there's 2 here, obviously that looks very much the same. So we can probably get rid of this one. Alright, so that's the first fat to trim. I think we'll keep these 2 just because they're so peculiar. It starts with the camel staring at us from a distance, slightly closer, and it's a funny framing here. But then by the 3rd clip, it's ignoring us. So, you know, curiosity, curiosity, and then it just stops caring about us. And I'm okay with that. 1, 2. So I can see a world where this could work. So it's like, okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 1. Yeah. So that could work, and then we'll see if it doesn't, but because then let's see, how many more can we do from there? It'd be like 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 1. So if we want to equal it, it's roughly here that we stop. And is that enough camels for us? Okay, let's try something. So maybe, because I do like the way it's, you know, it's eating it sideways, and you can see the 2 humps, and it's got like such a weird look on its face. The lips are just weird looking for these camels. So let's see if we can keep that part. Oops. We'll make it roughly the same length as the prior one. So we'll just do equal sections. And then we can still maintain when it does the head turn at the end. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's good. What comes next? Some of these are not as good of shots, so for now I'm going to deprioritize those, which leaves us 5 shots here to look through. So we got another looking at the camera. We got looking at the camera from that angle. Maybe I'll do this one first, because the camel's a little bit farther away in terms of the framing. So we'll do suppose 1, 2, and then we end with those. So 1, 2, 3. Let's see. 1, 2, 1. So maybe this one we won't use, but let's see real quick. Okay, let's see. So we'll just do a little bit of refining. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. So cut here. Done it, done it, done it, done it. Done it, done it, done it, done it, done it, done it. Okay, and then maybe this last clip will let it extend a bit longer as we fade to black. So if we see if there's a better part to use. And we can keep zooming in as we go. Okay, so then it goes like this. So roughly here. Alright, bear with me. Hear me out. Let's see. Because then I want to start fading out the music. Even more so. Okay. Let's take a quick look. Obviously these clips are not necessarily properly edited yet, but it's more I just want to see if the sequence of shots, the cadence and the timing all work, and if it needs to be trimmed even more. But let's see. So then from here, actually let's take a step back. Where were we? Let's start from the beginning of that chapter. So here. Blah blah blah, voiceover, pause here, explain or introduce the crew up until Dogi, the driver. Then boom, I'll say something about speaking of the crew. Here's my film crew, my camera gear, starting with my Nikon Z9, as well as a second Nikon Z9, courtesy of Nikon Middle East Africa. Thank you very much. We're also shooting with our Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal for the phone, as well as the Insta360 X3 and the GoPro for some epic action camera shots. With all that gear, we're ready to make it to our destination in Ulgi. Something like that. Then we jump into the shots here. Okay, it works. Generally speaking, I like to change up that cadence a bit. So as you can see in this section, we went with like 2 beats for the first 2, and then we made shorter ones. So it goes like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Whereas here, everything's uniform. So in that sense, I don't necessarily like it. So nothing's stopping me from changing it. So let's see. 1. So I could apply the same principle and just do 2 longer clips, and then so like this, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then end with maybe, let's see, okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Okay, I can do that, which leaves me, what did I say? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. So like 8 shots. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So we just need to sacrifice 1. We will sacrifice 1 to the fat trimming god. Which one will it be? Which of you lucky folk will never see the light of day? I think we need to keep these first 2 because it kind of sets the scenes of like we're having a staring contest from a distance, and then we're subtly getting closer and closer. So 1, 2. Okay, so let's start trying to trim it. Let's see if we can make it from here. 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. And we have to cut 1. Which one of you? Let's just see if this works or not. Oh wait, did I do something wrong? No, we're good. So it goes 1, 2. Okay. So of these, I think I can probably cut this one just because it's so similar to the one before it. So let's try. Let's see. If I do 1, 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. Okay, in terms of ordering, I think this one comes first. Because we see that same camel from a distance, and then we see it walking towards us, and then we end up with some closer shots. And these two kind of look like they're walking in the same pace, so I might want to keep that. Okay, that's my rationale. And then what do? We need one more shot to bring forward, like this one maybe. And let's just choose the right moment. Two, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not bad. We can probably refine it a little bit more later. And then for the last two shots, we let it hang. So we'll let each of these be a little bit longer until the appropriate cutoff point. So it goes. So let's start from here again. All right, so it goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Okay, so I think I'll maybe make each of the clips around this length. So it could go like 1, 2, and then it ends around here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Beautiful. Look at that. We don't know if it's actually beautiful yet, but I think at least this will hopefully be more aligned with what I like, which is, again, I didn't want the same uniform. Each one is on the same beat for the same duration for too long. And so being able to mix up a few like shorter with longer clips, I tend to appreciate if I can make it work. And then the only thing we need to do now is find a good point for the soundtrack to start to close off. So something like this. I like it. I like it. Okay, so let's listen to it one more time from the beginning of that section, and then we're going to start to stabilize, you know, do all the rest of the editing to make sure they all kind of fit. And as a quick reminder, most likely we are not going to color grade, like we're not going to do additional color grading on each of the clips until probably towards the final step. I know we kind of broke the rule there for the trailer. For the trailer, we did spend the time to color grade everything into a certain style. But like I said, I think the trailer I wanted to dedicate as much time to see start to finish and get it as close to the finish mark, because it acts, one, as a nice motivation for me. So if it looks good, it will hype me up to keep being inspired to keep working on this. Yeah, and it is a trailer, so I think, yeah, actually that's the main reason why we did actually spend the time to color grade as much as possible to be the final form. But then for these parts, it's so many moving parts as of now. We haven't even really touched on the dialogue, the scripting. So I think I'm more hesitant to go too deep into editing each of the clips in its final form, let's say, until some of the other things are fleshed out, or at least we're a few chapters beyond where we feel comfortable with it. So with that kind of thought, we're just gonna kind of work on the final color scheme at the end. Idora, you're asking, are we ahead of schedule, Captain? I feel much better today than I did yesterday, because what are we on? Well, okay, we did split up some of the chapters, but we did get through. Yesterday we did chapter 1, and then today we did this chapter 2. So chapter 2, but then we split into chapter 3. And so even just looking at the length of the sections we worked on, we're already exceeding slightly, but we are exceeding the length of the amount we worked on for the prior chapter. And I do feel like we're starting to get to a point where each chapter is faster. What are we on? Today's Tuesday. I'm going to work on this probably for the next hour. and then do some photo edits. But we are on Tuesday. Then we got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I can't look at the countdown, but we got roughly 4 days, 4 to 5 days. We are on chapter 3. I think there's about 4 more chapters to go. So if I keep, yeah, so we're not ahead of schedule, but we may be on time. Let's leave it at that. If we keep with this pattern of doing 1 to 2 chapters per day, if we do 1 to 2 chapters per day, we're good. If I do 1 chapter per day, we're still on time. So yeah. And also, we are shaving off time at the beginning of each stream where we say we're going to work on the YouTube shorts. Technically, I have a bunch of shorts that are already done that I worked on from, months back during the trip itself. So we can dedicate more time to this. And then it depends how much time my cats demand of me. Hello, Piyush. Good to see you again. I don't know if you're just tuning in. I'm curious your time zone because I do also want to keep working on what's the right time zone. But hello. Good to see you. Golden Book 80, thank you for the follow on Twitch, I believe. Yes, on Twitch. Thank you. I think I'm getting closer to my Twitch goal to make it to that next level, which what is called affiliate. I think I've hit all the marks for Twitch except for the followers. So I believe I need to hit I don't know, let's call it 30 followers in 30 days. Is that what it is? So yeah, I think, actually I don't know. Whatever the figure is, I still have a long ways to go on the following count, but it is doable. So I do appreciate you following me there. Oh, even better, that's your Piyush. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Anyone who follows me on multiple platforms, that's a huge appreciation because obviously you could just end it with one, but here you are supporting me across platforms. I think that is much appreciated. It's 8:50 p.m. your time. Okay, so you're about an hour and a half ahead of me. But yeah. But I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I think once we hit the follower count, then technically that means I should access different features on Twitch. Kick is a bit slower for me, but we're doing all 3 and seeing where we can go with all 3. And I don't see the reason why I shouldn't stream to all 3. Unless someone tells me there is this solid reason where if you only stream to one, it actually leads to this more optimal following and engagement and all that. But no, it's been fun. I've had a number of people across the Kick stream at times versus YouTube. People are hopping in and out, and so that's kind of fun for me. Okay, so yes, as you asked me, Adora, if we're ahead of schedule, and here I am, kind of distracting myself longer than I should have. But we're doing good. We're double timing some areas, and I've got the what would you say? I'm feeling good. Mentally I feel like we're ahead of schedule, so that's got to count for something. But yeah, and we are doing good work as well in the sense that I'm actually seeing this feel cohesive, and we have cut a lot. We've cut a lot, and cut some more, and so. That's been my biggest challenge with everything in life. I tend to ramble, extend, yeah. So there, we're doing faster clips, sticking with this kind of faster cadence, and then ending with 2 longer cadences. Oh, you know what? But I totally forgot. We have 2 more clips at the end, which I guess we don't necessarily need to show. But this could be an area where I can add some level of dialogue to transition into the next chapter. So let's see how that can work with the music. Oh wait, I think I deleted the wrong thing there. Okay. So we have 2 clips that can be used as transition. But I didn't really think this through, so let's figure this out. So we're not going to use all of this, of course, but it could be as we end the camel shots, as the music dies down, then I'm saying something like, after a quick pit stop to check out the double humped camels, which I've never seen in my life, we were ready to, and then yes, wherever that ends, then we kick this guy in. We continued on our way and eventually made it to our final destination. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I think something like that could work. My nervousness was more about like if I stop the soundtrack before the end of the chapter and then I add in voiceover, would it work seamlessly? I think this could work. So again, dialogue here, something about after a quick pit stop to check out the double humped camels, something, something, something. We continued on the drive and made it. We finally made it to our final destination. I'm saying too many words incorrectly, but you get the point. Once we refine the script, it'll be something to that effect. Blah blah blah. We made it to our destination. End scene. And then as that scene ends, so begins the next chapter. So now let me delete. Let's remove all these markers. And we are ahead of schedule in the sense of the timing of the video. So we have trimmed the fat enough that the end of this chapter is currently sitting at roughly, like, let's say 3 minutes and 22 seconds, give or take a few seconds depending on how long the dialogue is here. And now we're entering chapter 4, I think? Chapter 4? And hopefully for those of you who are just kind of casually tuning in at times, or anyone who comes in now, thankfully the next, well, definitely in the coming chapters, but even starting here now, I think, the video clips we're going to work with should start becoming more and more exciting. Because now we have reached our final destination. We're actually seeing a little bit of like stepping out of the vehicle and engaging, interacting with whatever's around us. So I'm hoping even that will start to become exciting to watch as I do this very, very tedious task of clipping things around. Okay, and that does mean we're done with the soundtrack. So thank you very much, Mr. Suraj Nepal, our boy. He has served us well for this soundtrack. So what I'm going to do, as usual, let's take a pause and just kind of watch from the beginning a little bit, just for fun, and also let our eyes rest a little bit from our minutia or granular editing details, and see how it's coming together. So let's go to the beginning. Let's zoom in. Let's make sure we don't destroy our eardrums. And I'm also going to take the headset off. Let's listen to this. Hello, welcome back, something something, on our next adventure to Mongolia. Why are we going to Mongolia? I've always wanted to go, blah blah blah, and after speaking to a few operators, we decided on an itinerary to spend time with the eagle hunters. Something like that. Boom, then here we go. And this is where I stay quiet. Maybe I'll add in something if I didn't, because I technically didn't say the whole thing about make sure to subscribe. I feel like that is always important to do as a YouTuber, so maybe I'll add that in. Otherwise, then I'll speak again here where I say I had a day to chill, so I kind of walked around, saw some of the sights, ate some food before calling it a night, as we had one more flight to go to reach our destination in Olgi. And what we decided is for this chapter, I might not have any dialogue. We'll just let the music and the visuals play. Voiceover kicks back in as I say, let me introduce you to the crew, starting with Pause, Bota, the chef, Aibo, the translator and guide, and Dogi, the driver. So obviously I'll pause it at relevant points to let me explain. Speaking of the crew, let me introduce you to the film crew, my cameras, my Nikon Z9, at the second one, courtesy of Nikon Middle East Africa for lending it to me, the Zhiyun Smooth 5S gimbal for my phone, as well as the Insta360 X3 and my GoPro for some action shots, which we'll have fun with. Otherwise, watch, blah blah blah, heading off to our destination. So I might even say like, once I need to look at it, maybe it's like a 3-hour drive, so I'll say like, and with a 3-hour drive ahead, we're off to our final destination. Camels pop in. Then final words about I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, I'll just recap, like, we made a pause, so I'll explain why we saw camels randomly before saying, we made it to our destination. Fade to black, end scene, and then the next chapter begins. So yeah, we've made good progress. I feel like I have good energy right now where I could keep going for quite some time. But I think one thing I will want to do, I'm not sure if this is the way, I don't know if this is the most effective way to work, but I do want to start cleaning up some of the clips we had before. Again, this might not be the most efficient, let's think about it, but what I mean is I think starting with chapter 1, I might want to start looking at these individual clips and start stabilizing the footages. What other things? Maybe the audio levels. Actually, we'll leave audio towards the end once we have the dialogue and stuff. But at the very least, maybe we'll just go one clip at a time and see if we need to stabilize the footages. So let's put some music back on. And then I do want to tighten it up a bit. So this one is a little too long, just by a hair. So let's try to extend it. Let's see. A little bit more. We'll try one more. Okay. I think it's better. The other thing we said we're going to do, but first let me start, I'm going to drag all these guys out now, because I believe we won't need it. Fingers crossed. I just want to drag it to the end of the timeline, I don't want to delete it. And that does remind me, I'm going to duplicate this timeline. So let's go ahead and duplicate. I have a feeling every time I duplicate, it is going to weigh down my DaVinci Resolve. But so far I haven't noticed anything in terms of performance level. So we'll keep doing it until it screams at us. What am I going to call this? We're going to call this finished chapters 2 and 3. Yeah, I think we finished chapters 2 and 3. Let's put that in the archive. Okay. Zooming back in. And I want to add a bit of zoom now. So the thing we mentioned was like, it would be cool, let's see if we can do it, is if I can match the last frame of this shot to kind of sync with the last or the first frame of the next shot. So if we can do that, that would be ideal. Before we do that though, I need to apply some stabilization to the clips as its final form essentially. And we'll do it on this one. Oops. And then let's start to kind of game plan how to make it work. Clearly, I'll need to zoom in on the first clip and start to get this a bit more centered. So let's see. Let me add a keyframe at the very beginning. It'll start off neutral, and then we'll start to zoom in towards the end. And the question is how much zoom? Well, enough zoom until they match. And I might zoom in on the second clip as well, just to try to make it work better. So I need to move this more to the left and down. And I need to zoom out a bit because the size doesn't match. So I need to zoom out a little bit. I mean, this is somewhat good enough, or it's in the right ballpark. So I'm going to zoom just ever so slightly. And it looks like I'll have to rotate one of these clips. So maybe I'll start with the first clip since we're on it already. But we'll need to rotate it slightly downwards, or like more at a clockwise direction. And the question is, how much more do I want to zoom out? That's probably good enough, right? Coldwater Productions. I think I remember your name, and I apologize if you're new and I'm mixing you up, but hey, thanks for chatting. What'd you say? Something I like to do is layer the clips on top of each other. Lower the... Oh, that's good. Lower the opacity on the top clip and match it that way. Brilliant. I think what you said is spot on, and I probably... yeah, I'm definitely going to do that going forward. So thank you very much for that suggestion. I'm definitely going to do it. So let's... I'm going to shift this one frame. That should do it. Let's see. Will that do it? Let's see. Trying to see if I can just do that little fade out effect, and if that will be enough. I might need to do a few more frames. Give me a second. Unless you can tell me the better way to do it. I'm just playing around to see. But what did I say? I wanted this. Let me just rewind again. Okay. Let me just extend this a bit. And then let's reduce the opacity. Where is Mr. Opacity? I see, I see. Now the trick is I have to remember which one is the top layer. I believe... Okay, so the one that's a bit more parallel to the horizon is the top layer, and there's also the one that's more on top. Okay, cool. So, thank you very much, Cole. This is super, super helpful. And that is part of why I wanted to stream, is in some ways I'm hoping people tune in because they're interested in what I'm creating, and hopefully they enjoy the journey of it as well as the final product. But also it's to learn from you guys. I would love to meet other creatives, video editors, photographers, everything in between, and get your suggestions, techniques, and everything in between on that as well. Including what you suggested here, and my god, this is already so beneficial. Oh, this is great. Okay. Now I do need to rotate this one a bit. But that's a little bit too much rotation to match. Maybe, okay, this is gonna get a little, this is where we learn how OCD and perfectionist am I. Everyone take a guess. But I might have to zoom in on both, because as you can see here, I'm getting some of the edge now because we're beyond the border of the actual shot. But why not? Let's see if we can get it as close to, whoops, the wrong one. Let's see how close we can get them to match. So if I get the angle down correct, I need to shift it this way. I think I need to zoom out a bit. Lift the Y. No, I think I have to zoom in more. And I have to keep in mind that it might not ever match perfectly, because I might have been using different focal lengths when I was filming this. I think this was from the iPhone. No, this is from the Z9. And also, I might have been further or closer from the camera, or from the window. Cole, you said, it's not always perfect, but it can help sometimes. No problem. I've been streaming some editing stuff as well. Love seeing others do the same. Awesome. You're on Twitch, so if I'm not following you already, let me make sure to do so. on mrtwitch.tv. Coal Water Productions. I think I might be following you. No. Wait, no, I am. Okay. Yeah, I think I followed you from earlier, and I apologize for not remembering. But yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it. You're watching me do exactly what you suggested, so. And Idora, you said, finally send the proofs. You're done for reals. All right, congrats. Congrats. Was there like a deadline for that? Like, as in you needed it done by tomorrow? Let me just keep looking at this guy. So I think I need to technically zoom in more. All right, let me go exaggerate it just so I can see my clip again. So right now, technically, I'm zoomed in too much, but I don't think I'll ever get it perfect because I was at a different distance from the camera from shot 1 and shot 2. So something's got to give, and I'm not sure what yet. Let me try to expand. Let me zoom in more. We'll try to get it to match here, even if it's not exact same size. Oh, maybe I should get the Turkish airline logo matching. And maybe that's good enough. Okay, something like this could work, but I'll have to remember to zoom in a bit more. Hopefully they don't email me back quickly so I can sleep, Idora. I don't know what time it is over wherever you are, but I wish the same for you. There's nothing worse than when you feel like you're done for the day, you want to crack open a beer or whatever, and then actually... Okay, so then the other thing I need to do is I probably need to zoom in on both. I wonder if I can just manually... If I select both, can I zoom in? No, I cannot. Okay. So let me try to zoom in on the first shot until the border disappears. And then let's zoom in on the second shot until we can match. Alright, might be good enough. Let's see. It's close. It's close. Now there is a jump because again, unfortunately, the sizing doesn't map up. But let me bring the opacity back. Oh, and I need to zoom in even more actually. Whoops. Oh yeah, because I rotated. Oh no, I just need to zoom in from the beginning. Okay. Let's play around with this a bit from this side. So if at the beginning of the clip we start off from here, hopefully that means we're good. Not bad. We can always add a little bit more, or maybe we'll do some dissolving later, but thank you very much, Cole. That was a wonderful suggestion, and yeah, I'm definitely going to do this going forward. It seems so obvious to me now that you said it, but yeah, it's like, oh yeah, why not change up the opacity instead of just jumping back and forth and adjusting. Okay, so how does that clip look? Oh yeah, I need to add in the fade again. So we'll fade in. Nice. And now, do we keep with the trend? Why not, right? But let's see if I can shorten this clip. So maybe when it goes like din, so somewhere here, if I jump this guy in, Chloe said, happy to help, looks great, thank you very much. We got a lot more improvement to go, but story-wise, I think it's there. Timing is there. It's just let's start hyper-selecting each of the clips and kind of making it look cleaner. Okay, now we're going to do the exact same thing. So I will adjust the opacity on the top layer just enough, and let's see if we can match it. So I'm going to zoom in a bit. We're going to drop it down, move it to the left a bit. We'll need to angle it a bit lower. And then let's see how else we can improve this. I think we need to zoom in slightly. Let's move it to the left. But the wings will not ever match up, it seems. Or to get it to match, it's a bit too zoomed in. But let's see. I want to see what it would look like if I try to match the wing, or the turbines, I guess, as opposed to the logo. Oh, I think this might be spot on. Let's see. Almost. There's just a little bit of rotation, maybe. I need to rotate it slightly up, it seems. Was I correct? I need to rotate it slightly up, I said. Am I going the right way? No, I'm going the wrong way. I need to bring it down, right? Okay, let's Ooh, much better. That's great. Okay, so it goes from this, so then I'll need to crop this guy. There goes this. Next clip. Okay, this might not be possible because it just looks like a completely different focal length. But it won't stop me from trying, so let's see. Alright, so let's zoom in, rotate, drop down. Oh yeah, this might not be possible, I guess, unless I add zoom. Yeah, I guess I could add zoom towards the end, because the only important thing was having the keyframe here match. And then if by the end here, if we add a keyframe to zoom in, let's see how much I need to zoom in, because I need to get rid of the border at the top there. Okay, so it looks like I don't have to zoom too much. I can see a little sliver here. So, like, roughly like this. So then let's zoom into this one, 2, 3, this. Okay, I think that could work. If I'm doing this correct, I could be completely butchering it, but okay, it's not bad. And then this last one, technically I have a better clip, I just forgot to use it. So let's go ahead and find, hopefully I didn't delete it because that'd be annoying to... I might have deleted it. I mean, it's not the worst thing, I can always find it, but... Because I had one of these clips where we're landing, and you can actually see that we're, you can even see the airport name. So ideally we can end with the clip where I've touched down, essentially. So where is it? Let's see if it's in one of my archive timelines. Not this one. Oh, what am I doing? I don't need these. I just need to open the Chapter 1 version 1. Okay. And it's one of these down there, so I think. Did I not have one? Oh, I'm an idiot. Haha. When in doubt, it is probably a user error. The clip was there, I just needed to extend the clip to show the part I was looking for. So where did I... Now I gotta find that clip again. There it is. Okay. So I believe it was maybe this one, assuming because it's at the end. And yeah, there we go. Okay. Derp-a-derp. So I just wanted to show that landing, and this is nice and colorful, so let's keep it roughly there. And we can even like time lapse it if needed, so something like that. Okay, let's bring that over. And let's bring it to the beginning, wherever it's supposed to be, somewhere here, I believe. No, even earlier. Okay. So. Oops. Okay, that looks nice. So then if I bring these guys over, how would it look? All right. I think this could work. I think, right? Okay, let's listen to the pacing of this one again. Okay. Only thing I might want to do is for this clip. Let me see if I can reduce a bit of the highlights here. Oh, I'm affecting the wrong thing. I do not want to affect that. Where is my timeline? I made some changes, so now I can't see the clips as I wanted to. How do I do this? I don't want to change that one, I want to change this guy. What did I do? Lightbox? Nope. There it is. There it is. Alright. I just wanted to, because it was unfortunately choosing the wrong layer. I wanted it to this one. And I'm creating a separate node, and I wanted to just reduce the highlights a bit, or the gains, I guess. Because it is a little bit overly bright. So if I can drop it a bit, that'd be great. Now, I know I mentioned before I have these nodes, generally speaking, and they're all in separate buckets for unique edits. But right now, I mean, this is mostly color graded anyways. I'm just doing some last minute touches. So I'm okay just randomly creating boxes and changing things up. But usually I'd be a little bit more organized about it. But yeah. Okay, all of this is pretty decent. Maybe I will add a little bit of zoom on this one. So I'm just adding some keyframe in the beginning. And I don't think anyone will ever be able to read the airport, but like the name of the airport, but let's just see. And then let's see if we can stabilize the footage. Okay, there we go. Just to add a little motion to keep it from looking too boring, you know, when you're on the same frame too long. And then here, I don't mind it being shaky because it kind of gives off that feel, you know, a little bit more like a personal feel kind of. But if I can, let's see how much of the shake I could potentially remove without doing that crazy crop like we just saw. Might not be possible because there's a lot of shake there, so. Yeah, if I can't get it, I think it's okay with some level of shake like this. This one I should be able to stabilize a little bit better though, so let's just and then let's try to match up a bit more. Maybe just starting when I'm looking one direction only. There we go. Same exercise. Let's. And every time I finish one of these clips, I'll just drag it down one layer, and then what started as the base layer should now be the primary layer. So these are the ones that we've essentially said we're good to go. Okay. The only thing I might do different is maybe I'll just extend this so it'll be like this. I'm okay with that. Sometimes having too much of that machine gun effect can be jarring, and yeah, so let's try this. But we will start stabilizing things, so, and possibly adding a bit of zoom. All right, let's see. Now the footage is a bit shaky there. Okay, so I could change this speed to 80% because this is a 30 frames per second video on a 24 frames timeline. So let's try 80%. Just to help get a bit more stable shot. And then let's see if there's a better version of this, or a better section of this that's less shaky. Like that, yeah, that was much better. Okay, and then I'm gonna increase the duration of it slightly. I think it was maybe slightly too soon, the beat. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Now let's find a more interesting part of this clip. I'm acting a fool a bit as I'm Oh wait, what are we doing here? What's going on here? What did I... Oh, it's because it was this long. I see, I see. Okay, so we don't need that long of a clip, so we can go... Maybe we... cut this to like here. And then we'll start this clip there. And then we just gotta find the right moment. Probably not any of that. Okay, let's see how this looks. So it goes like this. That's not bad, I think. Alright, so then we're going to drag all these down to the base layer. I'm going to zoom in a little bit because we can see part of the black border is showing up at the end, the top left section. So let's try adding some subtle zoom, start to finish. And let's see if it fixes it. Yep, okay. Alright, next step. Stabilize. We're gonna stabilize some more. I think it's fine as is. I don't think I need to add any zoom. There's a bit of like motion from right to left, right to left. I'll hit stabilize on this just in, yeah, it's okay. And then this one maybe I'll add a little bit of zoom and stabilize. So we'll add a keyframe at the very beginning. Keyframe at the end, and just enough to make it slightly noticeable. And then these two, I remember we did try to stabilize, but then that ended up making the shot look glitchy. So we're just gonna leave this as is. Those are fine. So same thing, let's start dropping down these clips. Actually, yeah, maybe we'll add some zoom on these guys. So keyframe at the beginning and the end, and let's try 1.09. Let's see. Yeah, that's good. So we'll do the exact same thing. They're about the same duration, so 1.09x or 1.09 for the zoom. And this one I'm thinking maybe we'll do the opposite. What if we do a little zoom in the beginning and it's about twice the length? Let's try like 1.18, and then we're going to zoom out to back to 1 at the end. Let's see if it looks good. It's not bad, right? Obi-Wan Kenobi, yes, Idora. I think you mentioned that, or you might have typed that somewhere in the Discord thing, but it will not surprise you to know you're not the first one to come up with that. I've heard every combination of my name growing up. What were some of the ones I heard more? After college, there was someone came up with like Yobel Bottoms, For Whom Yobel Tolls, Obi-Wan Kenobi, I've heard that. I've heard Yo Ding Ding, like literally just instead of a bell, the sound of a bell. Yo Quiero Taco Bell, back in the Taco Bell days with the Chihuahua. I've never heard the one you just said, Yobi Trice? Yobi Trice, what is that? I don't get the reference for that one. Yobi Trice. Real name, no gimmicks. Are you asking me? Well, yeah, Yobel is my real name, if that's what you're asking. Yobel Prize is not my real name. Eminem Obi Trice. I don't know the reference. Damn, I should Google that. Obi Trice. Obi Trice. Oh, he's a rapper. Okay. I might have heard of this. I'm assuming if he's like famous and stuff, but not by name. But yes, Obi-Wan Kenobi was a good one. Yoshi, I think. Yo Balls, not so good. Yeah, it's all been said. I used to, every time I go to Starbucks, I used to have a whole thing of like collecting all the names I get, because those Starbucks baristas, they don't give up. They just like whatever they think they hear, and they don't even ask for clarification. They just right away. All right, it's everything's shaping up nicely. So we're just trying to refine a bit of the shakiness or add some zooms here and there. Nothing crazy. I think these all look decent, but we'll just add a slight touch of stabilization. All right. So now I do feel a little bit, I think this is a necessary step to do in my workflow because it helps me feel a bit better about saying like this chapter is quote unquote done so that I can move on. Adora, you're asking, am I bringing up trauma? Not at all. Believe me, when it comes to my name, that's nowhere near any trauma. The trauma was the actual physical trauma of sports at a young age and all the other things I was mentioning about, you know, the wrestling competitions and all that fun stuff. Although I would say growing up, I definitely wished I had a more American sounding name because as you can imagine, as a kid, being different, you always feel like you want to be the same up until maybe part of high school and definitely university, then everything switches and now it's like being the same is bad. You want to stand out. So part of me always wanted to be more American. And then once I hit university, then I was like, oh yeah, I have a cool name. You know, nobody else has it. And then now that I'm doing things more professionally, it also helped me be able to like secure a brand. So yeah. Cauliflower. Yeah, I have cauliflower on my left ear, but it's not that severe. You can imagine my dad has some crazy ones, but on my left ear I had a bit of trauma physically. So it's just slightly warped on the mold of the inner ear to the point where like I can't fit earbuds in properly. So I usually always have to wear those over-ear headphones or the ones that kind of hook on. Like AirPods. I could use them, but I would always be nervous that with any bit of motion it's gonna fall out. So okay. Look at that. Look how clean it looks now too. Well, we'll color code a bit better, but what I'm saying is that all of these on the base layer, that makes me feel satisfied. I feel good. But what we will do is now I'm gonna color code the trailer section to be all the same. So let's color code this all to be navy like the rest. And then all of this will color code to, I'm trying to avoid orange actually because it kind of matches a little bit with some of the editing colors I think. Okay, let's just make it apricot. Then all of this is chapter 2, which will be teal. And then these we will change to, let's try olive. It is shaping up nicely. You said, sucks, is your hearing affected? Nope, nope, it's just a very superficial thing. Well, I mean, maybe there's, I assume like the shape of your ear is there for a reason. So I imagine maybe there is something like, you know, the equivalent of saying like aerodynamic for hearing. Maybe there is something about that particular shape on average is supposed to be better. But if there is some effect to the hearing, it's not noticeable for me. So. while we're on here, I might as well try to change this real quick. I think I want to, if it's easy, I want to make my name line up with the title. It might be better this way to have it staggered, but I just want to see if it looks better if I have it on the same line. So let's see how to do that. Oh, easy. We'll keep it like that for now. It just feels a bit more how it should be, maybe. But let's see. What is up, William? Tuning in for 15 minutes. That's all you're giving me, huh? I see how it is. All right. Well, Will, since you're here, I'm going to play this from the beginning, so you'll see the progress we made. So today we worked on chapters 2 and 3. Yesterday we finished chapter 1. Finished as in we got all the clips in order. We still need to add my voiceover and a few other things. But let's go ahead and check this out from here. I'm not going to full screen. I won't full screen because I want to. You'll see as I add in some voiceover here. All right. So in that first 10 seconds, I will add some voiceover. This part, I'm not sure yet. There is no chest sound effects that I've downloaded yet. Alright, so we'll change the title here as well, so it won't be called Eagle Hunters in the Wild. Then we got the chapter 1. I need to figure out the script, but I'll say my usual, like, hello, welcome to the channel. And then, who helped me out? Cole, thank you very much for the suggestion. So we did figure out a way to transition these nicely. So I give my spiel about why I'm going to Mongolia. And then here we go. Switching into the next phase. And then I'll probably start speaking here again, just giving the context that I had a half a day to explore. So I checked out the main square, ate some good food before calling it a night for one more flight to get to our final destination. So I'll fit that in somewhere here. And then we're going to leave this chapter with no voiceover. Will asks a very important question. Is there a way to do the video without us having to see or hear you? Yeah, just I'll put a big blur anytime I pop up, and then I'll distort my voice. Just for you, man. I appreciate that. Oh, and then here I'll have the voice. I explain the crew. I pause at the key moments when I explain, when I introduce them. Then I'll talk about the camera crew that I got, essentially the gear. So we explain the Nikons, the gimbals, the action cameras, and so on. And then ending with something about, and then we continue 3 hours to reach our destination. Something to that effect, and then move on. And I'll need to turn up the volume here, I think, for the music. And then the final thoughts, or final things about, you know, how we stopped for those double-humped camels and continued on our way. And that should be end of chapter, what is that? 1, 2, and this is end of chapter 3. And then we haven't worked on chapter 4 yet. but essentially, I think we're in a good spot. Story-wise, it makes sense as of now. We did trim the fat quite a bit, so a lot of the fluff is gone. And then we just need to do some final, like, finishing touches on some aspects of it, as well as, yeah, doing some stabilization and all the other stuff that you can imagine we're doing right now. But yeah, so what we got? We got these names are also placeholders, but let's assume this is touchdown in Mongolia, going to, what is it? Something about entering the Wild Wild East. Then we go into meet the crew. And then chapter 4 will then be, it feels weird to say meet again, but essentially that's when we meet Arduk, the eagle hunter. So yeah, I'll have to figure that out. But let me go ahead and copy that chapter overlay over. So as that closes off, then we go into chapter 4. What do we call this one? Maybe I'll just say Arduk, the eagle hunter. But I'll lowercase everything. Cool. So then this is when we finally reach our destination. It's already 8:20 over here, so I'm thinking I'm done with the edits for today when it comes to the video. But let me just kind of quickly see what we're working with. So probably for tomorrow then, we're on chapter 4. Chapter 4 will be showing a bit of the terrain where we are. I hang out with the dog and the horse. Maybe this might come first actually. Let's introduce Arduk. Then it'll show me going back, maybe me going outside to meet the rest of see all the animals. Yeah, so I think it'll be people and food stuff first. Then it'll be all this kind of daytime stuff. So maybe what I'll make it seem like is that we arrived late at night. I met Arduk, and then the next day we went out, and I went out exploring. So technically it should be starting with this clip. So as it fades to black, then we'll fade to black in here. So something like this, for example. I'll add some voiceover saying like meet Arduk, blah blah blah, and his wife, who I forgot his name. I'll give a bit of context of who he is as an eagle hunter, what we're gonna do, and then call it a night. Showing, no, this will come, no, we can delete this because it's a vertical format. No, we want this. Something like that. Probably we can delete these unless it's necessary, so let me just drop it to the bottom layer for now. Chances are we won't use it. And then we hop into the next morning. So then I'll fade to black, fade in this section. So it'll be like this. And then voiceover will either, I'll just say explicitly, like the next day, I woke up and checked out the surroundings, yada yada, met the family dog and the horse, blah blah blah. And then we prepared for our first outing out in the wild. Something like that. And then boom, that's where we go on our first adventure in this next chapter. And this is where I think that soundtrack we were looking at earlier would actually work potentially, because you see, we even see Arduk hop on the horse, wherever that was. Yeah. So now we get like a little bit of that feeling of we're about to go horseback riding. We got a soundtrack that kind of mimics it. And then yeah, so all of this we're gonna work on tomorrow. And probably that chapter will end with it'll end with some of the more epic scenes. So that's where we'll have the eagle in flight, as well as when it lands on the hunter. 1 second, let me just play some of this as I read. Will, you're saying, curious if for more personal settings like the meal, it feels weird to have the big camera out. Is that when you switch to iPhone? Oh, like actually, what it what it's like in the moment. Man, these people just get used to it right away. I mean, I already look weird enough, personally, physically, but then with all the camera gears I got, that just takes the first few moments of getting to know me, and then they just tune that part out. So no issues so far. The only time I switch to iPhone is more just because I'm lazy, and sometimes the iPhone is just a little bit easier to get the shots for the food stuff. Partially it's also because I don't really know how to do food photography. So yeah, I just capture however I can. I think for these ones, for instance, where was it? I'm pretty sure I just shot this with the iPhone. Yeah, these are all, let's see how I labeled it. These are all iPhone clips. And sometimes I shoot with iPhone in this moment because it's too dark to shoot with my big camera, because of the lighting conditions. I mean, I guess now with some of the camera gear that I use, they can shoot really good in low light situations as well. But yeah, so ideally I would never use my iPhone. I could just use my pro cameras the whole time, but sometimes it's just convenience, sometimes it's the lighting situation, because you can also tell the quality drops significantly. Like when you see these clips compared to some of the food shots from earlier at a restaurant. Oh, if you were asking about at a restaurant, my bad, I thought you were talking about at the home. Like the meal, if it feels weird to have the big camera out. Okay, I was misreading the actual point you're talking about, which was here. Yeah, I definitely stand out. Yeah. Answer is yes. But I feel no shame from doing it, so I just do whatever I want. So then these shots were a mix, I think. Yeah, so for instance, this is shot with the Z, my professional camera. So you can kind of tell the quality is better. It's a bit more of that kind of bokeh, so it's got a little bit more hyper focus on what's considered in focus. This was shot with the iPhone, and it's still decent, but the way iPhone usually will capture, it's like very, very rich in colors. Everything is a bit more poppy, so it's not as like isolated in terms of what I want focused. Same thing here, everything is somewhat kind of sharp, and yeah, so these are two from the iPhone, and then this was with my professional camera. So again, you get a lot more blur, but then it makes it feel a bit more cinematic. All right, man, Will, appreciate it, man. I will talk to you later. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. Alright, so all of this is fine. So, whoops, let's go back. I think we're at a good spot. Let me zoom all the way out to see how much more work we got. So today's Tuesday. Wednesday we'll be able to finish, let's say, chapter 4. And that will include all of this. So all these shots. And actually, that's like, if we get through chapter 4 and that's it tomorrow, that's actually not a bad thing, because chapter 4, as of now, the way I'm dictating chapter 4, is the longest number of clips to use. So if we are ambitious and get this done tomorrow, that means Thursday we work on chapter 5, which will be the ice fishing. Friday will be chapter 6, which is the blizzard scenes, and probably just this aftermath. Which then leaves us Saturday to do all the final touches, review everything, you know, touch things up. Maybe between Friday and Saturday, I'll also then spend some time to record the voiceovers that I have to do off stream. And maybe that whole section, yeah, so maybe I'll record all the voiceovers off stream, which then means on Saturday, we'll spend the whole time, well, not the whole time, but as much time where you'll actually see me cutting up the voiceovers to match each moment and adjust the audio. So then Saturday, if we are on schedule, Saturday we can dedicate to the audio mixing and just making sure all the sound levels of everything is fine, introduce a bit of the sound effects where necessary, and then we're done. So there is a theoretical situation where I will actually accomplish everything based on our original timer, which currently says what, 4 days and 30 minutes. So yeah. So back to your question earlier, if I'm feeling like I'm on track, how are we doing, Captain, etc. It's the what is it? Balls in my court, right? It's up to me, but it is definitely possible, unless I completely botch it somehow. If I get really sick, you know, whatever. But an act of God, let's say. But as I stay disciplined, I think we're good. So let's pause on this, and I want to quickly switch gears to photo mode. It's light work, you said, Adora? Light work? Oh, sorry, I'm thinking Lightroom right now. It's light work. It's getting easier and easier for sure. I think and this is thankfully the trend so far. The toughest part always is that kind of trailer section, and sometimes the first chapter, just to set things up. But then as I get a few of those chapters done, everything else kind of starts to fall in place. So, because it's like you're starting to also feel the mood and the timing of everything. Because then as you get the timing of how long the first chapter and second chapter is, then it kind of helps you understand if chapter 3 needs to be shorter to match or not. So far, that's been the trend. So, cool. All right, so where we landed yesterday, we edited these 3. And I mentioned how we were starting to introduce a lot more grain into the shot intentionally, just from like a bit of like a vintage look to it. I liked it so far. I might just extend it as long as I can, just to keep getting practice. Maybe I should create that preset that we've been talking about. But yeah. Eudora, you said, do you have a certain follower target for YouTube? That's a good question. I wouldn't say follower counts, because I don't know what that actually means. I don't know, like, for instance, if YouTube treats you differently if you hit, let's say, 15,000 versus 50,000 versus 100,000. And, like, are there actual numbers that YouTube will start boosting or promoting your channel more? If there is that, obviously I would like to reach that target. So I want to get to a point where my channel is big enough that people will not disregard my videos if it pops up somewhere. And unfortunately it's like with all the social medias, right? But I do need to have, oh, sorry. I just realized I wasn't showing you guys earlier what I was working with. But anyways, let's just jump back to full screen as I talk about that. I would like to be at a number where if any average person sees my video pop up, whether it's an informational video, an educational type thing, or an entertainment video like these vlogs, that they're like, oh, okay, he's got X thousand followers. That must mean this video should be worth watching. And that's just the way of the world, right? People all do this. So yeah, whatever that number is. And you're asking, how exactly do I measure success with YouTube? Because it's so new. The first way I was measuring it was just to reach monetization. And so thankfully we did hit that monetization goal. Now it's not so much the followers, it's more the views on each video. So I mean, that's more important anyways, right? If you think about it, it's not like you don't get paid for how many followers you have on YouTube. Maybe you get one of those plaques, whatever, but the real important thing is, are people actually watching your videos? So to me, how do I measure success? Part of it is, do I constantly see growth? Do I consistently see that if I'm publishing consistently, that each of those videos seem to be on an upwards trend in terms of viewership and engagement, all that? One thing I would love to keep as a measurement is that engagement level. Like, are people actually commenting on these videos and leaving whatever comments and just like having that deeper level of engagement? That would be a really cool, that's probably the best measurement I hope to, or like the best metric that I hope I can achieve, is having people who actually care enough to constantly leave comments in videos, as opposed to being like silent viewers, let's say. But yeah, it's not necessarily a number besides what you would imagine is more reasonable. I would love if all my videos are at least hitting like, in my current metric, it might be like, for long form videos, if I can start hitting the low 10,000 number kind of thing. Like, let's say if my videos could actually start hitting 5,000 to 10,000 views per video, that's great. That's good progress for me. And then, yeah, if videos are reasonably hitting, like, you know, in the tens of thousands, that's like insane to me to think that if I can get that level of viewership on all my videos. But yeah, to be honest with you, I haven't really been thinking about that so much. I've been trying to think more about what is my actual strategy with the types of content I'm creating, because I haven't fully fleshed it out yet. Like I said, there's a whole talking head type video I haven't done yet where I'm sharing knowledge in different ways. And so that is in the back of my mind. I have created a few of them, but I need to figure out a strategy to create them more consistently and often. Okay, so we are on Mongolia. And I'm looking at these photos, and I think we're actually coming towards the end of our Mongolia photos, at least of the ones that we may want to work on, because then a lot of these shots are going to be somewhat the same. So as I'm looking at these photos, I can see that we can spend some time editing a few more of these kind of close-up shots of the eagle. Maybe a few more of the horses, all like the eagle hunters all gathered together and charging. Maybe some of these portraits, but I'm not like, you know, this is not my best work. But yeah, we can maybe take a look at them. So for instance, this one, let's see what would happen if I start changing some things up slightly. Yeah, so we can have some fun with some of the portraits maybe. But otherwise, I think like we're coming up towards the end of all the like key shots, which is not unusual because, you know, on these, especially on these past trips, I've been spending more time on video mode versus photo mode. So because like I said, I've been switching gears more towards YouTube. So as I just kind of look at this at a high level, I guess we can work on these horse shots. All right, let's look at this. Let's work on the horse shots for today. Or at least we'll do maybe we'll do one of the horse shots and then do the dog shot that's like mimicking the same pose. That was a nice shot. I need to share this with Arctic. Yeah, we'll work on some of these random ones. They're not necessarily like, they don't scream Mongolia, but you know, they are photos that I will want to share as part of the montage. So let's start with, let's look through these. Eudora, I don't know how you measure success, but yeah, I guess most people would say success would mainly come from an income level. There's an answer around there. The other one could just be around notoriety or like popularity. And maybe the other one is more self-fulfillment, like you feel like you've learned key things that you didn't before. Get a sponsor. Hells yeah, that would be a good milestone. But I don't actually understand the world of sponsorships as of now. Because like, let's say, I don't know what that actually means. Because like, for instance, I have affiliate links to the Epidemic Sound, and you'll see a lot of YouTube videos where people talk about like Squarespace, you know, blah, blah, blah. Now, is Squarespace actually tied up with each of those YouTubers, or are they just saying like, oh, use my affiliate link and get this whatever discount? And then they're saying, thank you, Squarespace. But it's not like Squarespace directly reached out to them saying, hey, we'll give you this like cool deal. So I don't know if that's considered a kind of quote unquote adding a sponsorship to your video, where it's just like, if you have any access to some affiliate links, you should be doing that. And then like treating it as if you're sponsored by them in some way. Or is a sponsorship more of like that direct relationship where they have reached out to you or you reached out to them, and there is some level of contractual obligation of like, we will pay you X amount flat, or based on people who click on this thing or whatever, or how many views your video gets. I don't really know. I've kind of put that in the back burner because my channel's not big enough yet to even think about that. But I think we're slowly getting there, you know? And like, I think the quality of my videos, I do stand by. I'm very proud of it. It's just now can I consistently hit different types of engagement, viewership metrics. Now this shot, it is a bit blurry on the eye. I think I have it more on the face here. So yeah. Dory said, I gotta manifest it. The manifestation is in action. Yeah, yeah. I don't like actively do any kind of manifesting, let's say. But I guess I do it in practice in the sense that I'm here in front of the computer every day, and I stay committed to, yeah, to keep doing, right? So if that's considered manifesting, then there we go. All right, let's look for a nice framing. Same thing, I think the focus is not necessarily on the eye. Oh, here's a good example. I was talking earlier from like a photo lesson perspective, so I might save this for, well, this is a little too gruesome, but this is a good example of when I was saying like the positioning and the perspective or the angle of how you're shooting your subject can make a big difference. Because obviously here we're standing above the horse looking down, and by doing so, this shot looks like we have a tiny horse here. Right? It changes it skews the perception because you're shooting from a top down, looking down at the animal or the subject. It can give off a feeling like the subject is tiny, when in reality this thing is massive. And then when you look at maybe other photos, we see it in the video that we have later. When I'm angled downwards, or even I guess in one of these shots, it's not like all of a sudden the horse looks large, but it can start feeling more like a normal sized horse. Like even this, right? Now you can, especially with the depth, like the thickness, but this feels more like, okay, I can see the relative size of it. It's, you know, but then this angle here just makes it look like a toy almost. So yeah, like kind of the angles of how you shoot makes a big difference. Same thing with this dog. Now that I'm trying my best to be a little bit more eye level, it doesn't like necessarily make the dog look tiny. In some ways it either looks normal or it could look a little bit larger as I'm zooming in or I'm getting close up to it. The point is the size of the animal doesn't get skewed when I'm more at this kind of eye level point. Now this photo is awesome. The ear is slightly cut off, but I do like the pose of the dog there. So we might keep this. Now here's the thing where, again, AI could actually possibly add in the little ear. So we're going to do that just for fun and see. We're going to test out AI here in a second. I just want to quickly see some of my other photos that I might be able to use. These are nice ones as well. Alright, so let's test out that one photo here. And let's say it's like, man, this photo's so good, I love it. However, unfortunately, the ear's cropped. I'm going to go to edit in Adobe Photoshop. Now we are using the proper one. Prior, I think I was using Photoshop 2024. This is 2025. So hopefully that means we'll get the best performance. Alright, so I'm already cropping here in 16:9. So all I will do is expand. We don't have to do much. I might even just expand more to the left because we have enough space here that really, if there's any sort of weighting we need to do, it's going to be more off this way. Alright. Instead of content aware fill, we're going to choose generative expand, and let's hit the little check mark. And we're going to... Oh, okay, this is a new little message here. What does this say? Generative credits. Most standard generative features use 1 credit per generation unless you have a plan that gives you unlimited access. Check your generative credits balance or plan details anytime from your account menu. Okay, I didn't know that, but I'm assuming I should be able to. It's not like I do this often. Can I just hit generate? Drum roll. Let's see. My god, it's working so long for just the tip of an ear. Alright, ear looks okay. The ground behind it does not. We're looking at a curved situation here. So let's see the other options they give us. This one looks a little bit better. But it's doable. I'm not trying to use this for like some kind of contest. I just want this as a thumbnail. So let's say this is fine. I will merge the layers, and then I'm going to close this and save. And then it should take me back to Lightroom after it saves. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Alright, here we are. So then we've got a decently balanced photo. So again, like I said, Edora, you said that's generative fill? Yeah, that was the generative fill, which I'm pretty sure that's the more like AI focused one, as opposed to some of the others that I use, which are, I think like content aware fill, I think it's like one step below generative anything, I believe. I could be wrong. But yeah, as I, become a better photographer, some of those things that I might be looking for is exactly this, where like figure out the framing a bit better. So in hindsight, as you can see in the original shot, it's like, oh, you know what? I should have aimed my camera more to the left. Obvious thing, like don't crop your subject. I mean, that requires no explanation. But yeah, generally speaking, every trip I hope I improve my photography skills. But it's an ongoing journey, right? So you'll always learn. Okay, so in this case, maybe I like this shot, and we're going to just do a little bit of subject and background separation. I might zoom in a little bit more on this guy. So let's go with something like this. And the clear thing is I want the eye to be the focus. So as we look through different edits, we'll just keep that in mind. All right, let's go through my presets. Okay, since we are in photography mode, and I might even do this reminder every time, if you're watching this in the VOD later or wherever else, if you find any of these presets or edits good, you can go ahead and purchase my presets from my website, yobelprize.com/presets. Boom. All right, so across all the photos that I've edited with my recent presets, I do tend to like Falcon sunsets quite a bit. It seems to work more, it has a more universal approach to it, it seems, in terms of what it's good with. So in this case, it also works. We're just going to look through some of the others. And again, the approach I take with this is really I'm trying to understand direction. So what is a creative direction I want to take? Do I go with like this approach where it's more clean? We're not really changing so much of the colors. We're more changing the lighting. And in some ways I like this. It feels more like a real, more natural shot with crisp quality and focus on the eye. Or do I want to go with a more faded look, a more colored look, or more like darkish, vintage feel? Yeah, so this is like an example, more faded and some lighting. And so the only way for me to find out is to quickly look through all my presets and see if something clicks. So there was one I just saw. Yeah, this one's not bad. So again, keeping more with a little bit desaturated, but keeping the blues muted. And also I have to keep in mind, I guess, what is the mood of the shot. So in the mood, essentially, the dog obviously is giving a very playful pose and a look. So if I had to choose a mood of the footage or the photo, it probably should be something that looks more bright and happy as opposed to like dark and gloomy. So let me keep that in the back of my mind and try to just match the mood of the shot. So something with a lot of light involved, something like this, but maybe not so blue. So let's go back to maybe like the aqua. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with something like this. Just like a little bit of a bright, happy-ish feel to it. But we will still make a bit of change. So I'm gonna take the subject. I want to lift the shadows a bit because not so much because I don't like, this is an extreme example obviously. I just want a little bit across the body, but then we need a bit more of a focused lift over here, I think. And one way I could do that is I'm going to create a linear gradient. And we're going to lift the shadows a bit there. So it just lifts a bit of the light across this area, but nowhere else. I'm going to lift the black slightly. I don't want this to look too faded compared to other shots, because I think this one we should keep it a bit contrasty with like this kind of bright light, you know, peeking through. Speaking of light, I think I will also artificially start to add in light from a certain direction. Let's just kind of get a sense of maybe should it come from the left or the right. Let's see. Based on the shot, it probably makes more sense to show light coming from the right side. So I'm going to click this preset that I have, but I'm going to adjust it because this is already a very, very bright shot and we're mixing some presets. So let me take the top right brighten. I'm going to stretch it a bit, tilt it a bit, but we're going to reduce it a bit as well. So this is with nothing. Let's just add a little bit here. I'm going to add a little bit of fade to this section. And by fade, I mean I'm just going to lift the blacks a bit more on the top right section. I think the rationale currently in my mind is that I want as much as possible for the viewer's attention to jump right away to the face and the eye. It should technically do that automatically, but if any areas where I can kind of help shift that a bit better, such as by lifting the fade, or by lifting the blacks here, we're removing some of the contrast, which makes this look slightly flatter in terms of the range of color or lighting. So then it'll look more like a single piece of something as opposed to all the shadowy areas that your eye can get attracted to, all the, you know, the depth. So then hopefully it means the eye gets more drawn to the face. That's a theory I just made up. I don't know if it's backed by anybody, any experts, but we're gonna run with it. Okay, then what other changes do we want to make? Maybe I will slightly darken this section here. So we're just going to darken the bottom right section a bit more. And slightly for similar reasons, my whole goal right now is I want to draw attention to the face here. So while I kept the light coming from the top right, just to mimic where I think the sun actually was, based on the shadows you see on the dog's face, behind it, also on the rocks. So if possible, I'd like to amplify the actual direction of the sun. So I will keep the light coming from top right. But then this area here, I would like to darken so the lighting is still more focused towards here. Same concept, I might just extend this a little bit. But the only problem is I'm not as big of a fan when it goes like this really obvious gradient of the dark blue and the light blue, unless I bring it all the way down. We can try that and see, but yeah. Edora, what are some of your favorite channels on YouTube? That's a really tough one for me. I watch a lot of like, maybe a little bit like geopolitics and American politics stuff, but I'd rather not talk about it necessarily on stream just because those kind of topics always get very, very controversial. But I do try my best to keep up with whatever's happening in my home country, just to be aware, because today, you know, it is a wild time all over the world. But yeah, so I watch some YouTube videos mostly around that kind of stuff. so I won't necessarily get into it as of now. In terms of the more lighthearted things, like, oh man, what do I watch? The problem is yeah, if it's not that kind of like more... Sometimes I watch things more to go to sleep, so it'd be like those kind of... There's like one channel I watch where it's like boring history, and I think they do like just more animated stuff, and it's literally just some soothing voice talking about some boring element, like boring aspect of history, to help you fall asleep. So yeah, I watch boring shit literally. Occasionally, like the Peter McKinnon videos that pop up, if I have time, I'll watch it, but I don't tend to watch too much stuff these days around like photography or videography. I used to watch a lot of who's that funny guy with the afro? Frono's Photo. I forget his name. Frono's Photo. Is that his channel name? That's always fun to watch. He's very, very entertaining. But yeah. Oftentimes, if I can listen to... Yeah, he shoots raw, exactly. Is there someone who has an I shoot JPEG? Yeah, it would be really cool if I can make a channel similar to his. I could never do his way, but like the point is, like, he has clearly his personality that he infuses in everything. It tends to be lighthearted, but then he's still sharing knowledge. If I can get to that level, I don't think I can match his personality. He's got definitely an exceptional, engaging personality type. But I wouldn't mind being able to do something that's much more lighthearted, but I'm sharing whatever, especially around photography, videography, traveling, and all that. There's someone named Thomas Heaton. Thomas Heaton. Let me write that down for the chat. I really like this guy. I haven't kept up with a lot of people's content, but Thomas Heaton was someone I learned a lot from in the early days when I was doing photography. I learned a lot from him about like everything from workflow, not so much on the editing side, but just like some really key learnings about how to organize and import your photos and what are the proper workflow for that. So I appreciated him a lot for that. And he does a lot of what I want to do long term as well, where you create videos as you travel the world and you show that off in a nice way. Idori said you watch a few of these 3D animation narrative type stuff. 3D animation narrative type stuff. Yeah, let's check it out. Fern TV. Damn, 3.62 million. Oh, you just remind me. Not that it's not even related, but I like watching those crime documentaries where they have all the publicly available interrogation. JCS criminology, psychology, something like that. And then his videos spun off a bunch of other people like copycats, but they're really fun to watch. The Hunt for the World's Most Dangerous Hackers. The Kid Who Hacked the Pentagon. Damn, this is pretty cool. Yeah, if I were to spend time watching more like entertaining or like, you know, stuff that's not about like politics or news or whatever, I should watch more. I need to watch really good video editors, right? I would love to, because I need to be watching stuff, getting inspired by key ways that they might do transitions or whatever, and then I can start bookmarking it. Samurai Champloo. I did want to show that, but I never ended up... Episode 1. Let's see. Alright, we're just going to play... Okay. I just wanted to play... Apparently this whole episode is here. So obviously I don't want to get copyright in any way, but I just want to see if I can quickly find a moment that I'm talking about. Even that would be cool, to add this whole like rewinding thing. But let's see. Okay, I think I remember it from here. Yeah, okay. Okay. That looks so basic without the music now that I'm looking at it. But it seemed simple enough, but it was a nice way to kind of move to the next thing. So let me turn on the volume a bit, because I shouldn't be struck for this. Also, it's on YouTube, so I really need to do some research to figure out what I can and cannot show.
Even the governor's samurai wouldn't stand a chance against those
So
guys. Understand?
Yeah, just that. Such a simple thing, but it looks. I kind of like the effect. I was like, oh, that could be. I don't know if it fits with my current Mongolia vlog, but that kind of effect in some way, I wouldn't mind using in some form or fashion in a future video. But yeah. You have a playlist full of interrogations? Yeah. It's always, man, that kind of stuff is very, very interesting. It's like, it's a whole serial, and whatever the one was on Netflix, the Avery brothers or the Avery family. Yeah, that whole thing was so fascinating. Okay, let's keep working here. I'm gonna add a little bit of contrast to that section. No, yeah. Okay, let's not go too crazy. It's a dog photo at the end of the day. Oh yeah, but I do want to, usually if there's like a photo where I want to focus on the eye, I will create a brush and we will actually brush in the eye and make any adjustments to make it stand out a bit more. Adora, you said clever. Are you talking about that transition thing from the Samurai Champloo? If so, yeah, I think it's simple, it's poppy, and it's a record scratch. So yeah, because of the record scratch sound, I think it won't fit for every mood, obviously. So it's more for like a lighthearted video I might create, but it seems like something I should definitely be able to employ in a video and use that as a transition. So this is where I'm like, I need to keep an eye out more often and probably watch more types of videos from like really good editors so that I can just become a better storyteller. I can start bookmarking potential ideas. So then ideally I would have like, whether it's in Notion or somewhere else, I have it I'm keeping track of like transition concepts. And then it'd be like, okay, bullet point 1, it could be Samurai Champloo, this thing. And then there's another transition. Maybe I saw, maybe Peter McKinnon did something that was like epic and I want to repeat that. I just want to have a running track of everything. Okay. Texture, we're going to let me first do some noise reduction. Just to kind of smooth out a little bit of the grain, but then we're going to add some texture in. A bit of contrast. And we'll start with the shadows a bit. And I'm going to zoom out because sometimes you won't notice how crazy your edits will be. And let's increase the saturation a bit. I wonder what it would look like if I create an inverse, if I invert this and I completely desaturate. The problem is the eye is so tiny in this full screen. Like this might work if I zoom in a lot. Like, you know, if I do something like this maybe, then doing this kind of completely desaturated and focus on the eye could, I think, potentially work. In a full screen view, it might get lost in the weeds essentially. But yeah. Adora, you said there's a YouTube link. You've been watching a lot of his travels in China. Oh, okay.
Welcome to China.
Mike OK. That's a cool name. Let's see how this guy operates as a YouTuber. So these are all things I need to learn from. So, okay. Drinking in rural China for beginners. Nice. And that gives me an idea as well, because like technically episode 2 will be about drinking with the Mongolian eagle hunters. So maybe I could technically follow something similar where it's like drinking with eagle hunters for beginners or something like that. Yeah. So maybe I can mimic something to that effect. Oh wow, he's doing Arlo. You know what? I was thinking like, man, I wouldn't mind trying to get sponsored by Arlo. Arlo is like they have like an eSIM. And so as someone who travels a lot, I figured that would be a good matchup in terms of who I actually want to sponsor me, who I would want sponsoring me, and is in line with what I do. So I was thinking like, yeah, maybe I should promote Arlo because I do use them quite often on my trips. Sometimes they're cheaper, sometimes they're not, but like it's just uniform. Okay, what else does he do? He keeps it simple. What started out as a journey to an ancient, and this is 33 minutes. God dang. Okay. So maybe this kind of, we'll need a larger sample size, but maybe this can break a bit of what I thought, where I had to keep things shorter. What started out as a journey to an ancient Silk Road site ended in a night of heavy drinking with locals. A night that I wish I could remember for a long time. Long time. Yeah, you know what? Thank you for giving me this link, because this one is going to be somewhat similar, I say, to episode 2 of our Mongolia vlog, because in some ways the storyline the arc of the story seems the same, because I'd be saying like what started out as a journey to go eagle hunting, like going out into the mountains to search for prey, blah blah blah, ended in not a night, but basically ended in some time of drinking and singing with the eagle hunters, right? And then blah blah blah. So as a story arc description, it makes sense. But obviously his is going to be wildly deviating from mine. And his is also 33 minutes. So what kind of gear is he using? So it looks like he... Obviously he's got his main camera. Does he travel by himself? This episode great. Watch the whole thing. He did some clever editing. Yeah, so I do want to learn from all that. Let me go ahead and save this to inspirations for videos. Man, he's got the goofiest hat. I would love to be at a point where like I have certain outfits that are just it becomes part of your brand. I don't know if I have that yet or not. Oh wait, I know this guy. Or no, this guy. Why is he in the video? He's the one that went viral. I never actually watched this video, but then I saw that viral video of him retiring from YouTube.
Find some shelter.
Wait, does he know him? That's pretty cool. I mean, they are big YouTubers, so.
This is exactly like Outdoor Boys, isn't it?
Okay, he's alluding
I
to
need to
him.
find some shelter.
I feel like I'm on Outdoor Boys.
Yeah, I do need to. Maybe I should watch some of the outdoor boys one, because when I started watching brief, like a little bit. My God, I can't speak. When I heard about Outdoor Boys, or whatever that channel is, I was like, damn, he's doing it the right way, And he's traveling the world. He's showing off like all the cool aspects of like what it's like to be in the wild. This is hilarious.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, without even really watching this, I can see why this guy is a big YouTuber. You can clearly tell there's a lot of humor in how he's telling the story. Like, tenting up, comparing to Outdoor Boys while you're in the middle of civilization. That's cool. Yeah, so, sorry, I was just trying to check out, like, what kind of gear he's using. Yeah, see, in some ways this episode will mirror the one we're going to show in our Mongolia vlog. No guarantees I can do anything to the level of his storytelling or editing, but technically we do have something similar of starting on story A, but then ending up on story F of plans go awry, but we end up making the most of it. Drink, eat, sing. Yeah.
This way. This way. Okay, Sissini, thank you.
My guess is he's using an Osmo Pocket. Okay, my guess is he's using an Osmo Pocket attached to his backpack here, because I've been using an Osmo Pocket 3, is it? And man, do I love this thing. This thing for sure is something that I always have in my travel gear now. Can I show it better here? Yeah, this guy. Osmo Pocket 3, basically very, very tiny, right, in a sense. And I could strap this to my backpack. I could just hand hold it. And then it's got the extra battery pack. It's got the little footstool if you need it. Very, very stable, 360, easy to use. But this has become a common staple in my travels. So that's my guess is what he's using here.
Hey, bro.
Because I did see a little bit of like, it seems like some kind of gimbal action here. Because like as he was pointing, you see it's like tilting to the left.
This way. Okay, Sissini, thank you. Hey,
But
bro.
also, I don't see his left hand, so maybe he is holding... I don't know, that motion felt more like either he artificially added in later, but I don't think that's possible from the framing here.
How are you? You good? You good, bro? Cool. I like this town already. Everyone's smiley. Everyone's cool, man. These safe roads, you know.
Nice, man. Listen, I appreciate this very much. Hopefully I'll keep watching some of this. I can't promise it right now, but since I'm subscribed now, I should start popping up when I open up YouTube again. Okay, so what should we do with this photo? I'm not sure. Maybe I don't mind this kind of desaturated look. Maybe we don't fully desaturate it. So instead of going full on color, let's say we just reduce the color enough. Good enough. All right, let's just call this one complete for now. Let's edit one of these guys. Thankfully, we don't have to edit much, and because it's like a portrait, I don't usually have to go too crazy. Let's see, with the 16:9, what should we do? Alright, we'll try this for the 16:9 version. And then let's just quickly see if something can land. And I probably shouldn't go too crazy with this either, so it's more, do I want to go with the soft look like this? Or do more textured look? If we can find a good vintage version, we will use that. Oh, my bad. My bad. Thank you, Adora. I wish... Yeah, I said this last time. I need to figure out, is there a way that I can recognize it sooner? I might start employing that teleprompter screen so I have something closer to my editing monitor. But yeah, just to show you then again... So this is the final photo probably that we'll use. It's like slightly toned down in the colors. We keep the focus on the eye, and then why not? We're good. So the only thing I'm trying to work now is with one of these images. And I'm thinking we don't want to do anything too crazy. So let me just kind of look through some of my other presets here, specifically for... I think softer tone works better, maybe. So yeah, we'll do something softer. and not so saturated. So I think it's more just playing a bit with the lights. Yeah, actually for this one we might not even use any of these presets. We might just keep it real, you know? Keeping it real. Just play a little bit with the lights. So add some light in this direction. We'll stretch out the light a bit. We'll reduce the intensity. Yeah, that's good enough. I think with people shots, it's probably better not to go so crazy on the filters and all that. So I think I just more want to focus on having enough light on them. Yeah, that's good. So I think we'll edit the horse photo later. I want to work on one of these because it's a little bit different. So let's say this shot here. Switch to 16:9. This definitely feels like a photo that should be even more wide angle, but obviously I'm trying to make everything 16:9, but in reality it might be more like this might be too much. Yeah, something like this might be more of what I would try to do if I was like editing this more. But for today, we're just gonna stick to 16:9. And for these kind of things, I don't mind going wild with whatever presets works. This one's different. Not what I would have expected I would choose, but the color looks kind of interesting in the sky. So this one's called Horse at Dusk. Let's keep that in mind. Again, I can't believe I've gone all day without eating. There should be like some kind of award for this. It's like, congratulations, you are on day 10 of streaming, where you go all day without eating until 9 p.m., 10 p.m. It's got to be worth something, right? For those of you watching the VOD, that should be worth a like on the video. But if you made it all the way to the end here, then it's probably already a good thing. Okay, let's go with that one that we saw, which was the Horse at Dusk. It's just different. I don't mind this kind of colored look to the background. So let's just use this. Let's see if we should dehaze at all. Maybe slightly. Let's increase the vibrance just a bit. Obviously that's too much. And then there's some, okay, it's not perfectly done, this kind of subject thing, but I'm okay with it. Let's just do some quick and dirty edits. And let's see, I might not like this, but I'm gonna add. I'm gonna add some fade to see what happens. We'll add a bit more of that kind of pinkish tone to it and increase the saturation a bit. Maybe lower the texture a little bit. I think I'm going to lean into the soft look. So keeping a little bit of sharpness on the post, but then the rest of this could have a bit of softness to it. Something like this maybe. Now, do we want to add grain? Let's see. Yes, Nala? Here comes Nala. What do you want? Want to say hi? What a pretty girl. Look at her. You're a pretty girl. Yeah, she knows it. She doesn't even acknowledge it. She's like, yeah, I know. All right. Let's get back to this. We're almost done. So I'm just trying to see if adding grain can make this look a little bit cooler, or if it's better without the grain. Let's go without the grain for now. And then, or you know what? Yeah, let's go without. Cool. Whatevs. I think this is good enough. So then what are the 3 shots we've got here? We've got these 3. These have zero resemblance, or they're not really connected to each other in any way, shape, or form. But we are coming towards the end of, I think, like potential photos to edit from Mongolia, which is not a bad thing. We've got some really good ones already. So now we can do a little bit of fine tuning. We might do more edits of the same kind of sequence of shots, but just finding different ones to play with. But overall, like, you know, from a trip, it's kind of nice to, let's go through all these that we've got. So we've got, you know, charging shot, just kind of casual walking. I do know we have more of these kind of shots I can work with. I just kind of selected only 1 or 2 of them. Some of this, the action moments, another close-up, cool shots where the eagle basically fully encompasses the hunter, some of the farm life, close-ups of the eagle, Batman mode, I don't know what to call this, Two-Face, bonding time, yep, posing with the eagle, another one. Then we went crazy with the grain, but focus on the horses, in the snowstorm, close up, charging as a group, and then some of the, we have more of these that we need to edit probably, and just some of the landings, and then now some of the more random shots. So yeah, I think good trip all around. Okay, so those are 3 photos. Like we said, we want to get through it. So did I actually accomplish my agenda for today? Let's quickly take a look. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, no, you did see it. Okay, good. I thought I made another mistake of not showing the right screen. Okay, so what was I about to show? Oh yeah, the agenda. Agenda 1, work on 1 shorts. We didn't work on 1 short, but then we discovered a better strategy, which was we had a number of videos we can use for shorts for the foreseeable future. So boom. Number 2, chapter 2 of Mongolia vlog. Not only did we crush that, we crushed chapter 3. That's a little bit of cheating because, or you know, whatever you want to call it, semantics, because we split chapter 2 into 3 parts, but whatever. Number 3, play with cats. Yes, we played a decent amount with the cats. And number 4, edit 3 Mongolia photos. That's what we just did. So I feel pretty good about the progress. So the last thing I want to do before we'll call it at night is we're just going to recap again what we've got, which is mainly on the video again. So let us pop back over to DaVinci, start from the beginning, And yes, exactly, Adora. It's tight. We are tight. We are on schedule. It is now 9:23. That gives me some time to eat before it becomes too crazy in the evening. But what we want to do is we're going to go full screen mode. I'm going to pause the music. We're going to start from the beginning, and let's watch. So this is the progress we made in 10 days. 10 days of editing straight. We have achieved an opening trailer and 3 chapters for the most part. All right, let's go watch. Leading into chapter 1, adding in some voiceover still. Thank you again for that transition concept from, who gave me that suggestion? Coldwater Productions. Adding back the voiceover with no music, but introducing the crew, and then talking about the camera gear as it flips over and the music starts. And then a few shots left to cap it off. End of the chapter, and then we need to work on chapter 4, but at least we have a good sense of the direction of it. Introducing Arctic, the Eagle Hunter. All right, so that's the progress. So there's a few things, even just rewatching this now, that I know we still have to do, including fine-tuning each of the clips, zooming in effects, most likely for a majority of the types of things I want to do. But yeah, it's popping. It's tight, Idora. Yes, and let's go. Yes, let's go. That I'm like, every day I get more confident, more excited. We've got it. Everything's locked in place. So now I feel a bit more confident being able to like promote this widely. Like, hey, there's going to be a video coming up. It's going to be great. You better watch, right? So that's where we are. some kind of final thoughts I would give is thank you again, especially Adora. I do appreciate you've been quite engaging throughout, even though I know you got your own work you're trying to take care of at the same time. So I appreciate being entertaining for me as well. Bus it, I don't know what that means. You're speaking a different language to me at this point, but yes, it's been really fun. We're on day 10, so we're finally at the end of day 10, and I think what does my little countdown say? Countdown says 3 days. Oh my god. Why does that sound worse than I thought I had? I'm gonna have to double check this countdown. I mean, okay, obviously it's a little bit misleading because it says 23 hours left. 3 days, 23 hours. So we are still at a roughly 4 days remaining schedule. But yeah, we are at the end of day 10. I very much appreciate all the encouragement. I appreciate people who've tuned in throughout. I've been keeping an eye on both YouTube, or not both, but on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. I appreciate the support across all three of them. I would love more support. If you know anyone who's interested in this kind of content, definitely don't be shy to share it. But yeah, this past 10 days has proven a lot to me that this is something I can do, and there is a lot of value to it. Probably starting maybe towards the end of this week, I may start to promote this to my Instagram followers and just let more of my kind of like friends and family essentially know that I'm doing this. But those of you who've tuned in without knowing who I am, it's a huge encouragement that I can actually attract some attention for the things that I work on. So again, also thanks for everyone who has been here, who are photographers, videographers, everything in between. We met a screenwriter today. So yeah, I think that's the kind of community I would like to be able to build. Our fellow creatives who can learn from each other. We can do collaborations like we talked about Adora, just finding cool ways to hopefully keep each other motivated and inspired. That would be a nice little kind of a side effect, let's say, of being a part of this community and watching what I'm doing. But it is 9:30 on the dot now, so I'm gonna call it a close. I'm gonna finally eat my first meal and play with my cats. But thank you guys, appreciate it. For those watching on the VOD, thank you so much. That also helps my channel tremendously. So yes, thank you. And I will see you tomorrow, maybe a little bit earlier, but we'll keep doing this.